Chapter 9-10. Hearing this, Thunder Dragon snorted. Little brat, what kind of person do you think I am? Do you think this king is the kind of despicable villain who would add insult to injury? Xueqi Great Senior did die because of Meng Wuya, so this king would like to find him and compete with him, but I will wait until he is restored to his peak state. Of course, that is only if you can really rescue him. Being able to trap a character like Meng Wuya, the mysteries contained in these 8 stone pillars must be extraordinary. So Thunder Dragon Great Senior wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai's arrogant words. Although this little brat repeatedly surprised everyone, in the end, he was still only a third-order transcendent. Whether or not I can save him, I have to try. Yang Kai took a deep breath and released his divine sense towards the 8 stone pillars. He had just arrived here, so he didn't know what kind of danger Treasurer Meng had encountered or why he was bound to these stone pillars. So naturally he had to investigate first. Yang Kai's movements were extremely cautious to avoid triggering any kind of barrier. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's divine sense spreading out, Meng Wuya, who was still trapped on the stone pillar, shook his head with difficulty, his dry lips trembling slightly as he tried to stop Yang Kai's actions, his eyes flashing with anxiety. At that time, he had been inexplicably trapped because he was trying to investigate. However, Yang Kai's divine sense was fast and silent, so Meng Wuya had no time to stop it. As soon as his divine sense touched the 8 stone pillars, Yang Kai's face paled. The terrifying power contained in these stone pillars was far beyond his imagination, a power that could almost sweep away the entire world. In the next moment, the heavens and earth began to tremble. A wave of pressure that caused everyone to be extremely terrified descended from the sky. The 5 Saint Realm Masters all felt their blood boil and their breathing become difficult. None of them had expected such a terrifying pressure to exist in this world, one that even they didn't dare resist. A golden light bloomed, and from the void, a giant hand strangely stretched out and grabbed hold of Yang Kai's body like a bolt of lightning. Immediately, the 5 golden fingers contracted and transformed into a rope that bound Yang Kai and dragged him forward. Yang Kai couldn't resist at all. In front of this giant hand, his strength was almost completely sealed, making it impossible for him to exert even the slightest bit of strength. Looking around in amazement, Yang Kai discovered that none of the masters who had come here had managed to escape. All of them were being dragged towards the octagonal stone pillars, all of them using their divine senses to investigate. Only Xia Ning Chong, who was still unconscious, was lucky had managed to escape. Seeing this scene, Meng Wuya's eyes dimmed. He knew it was all too late. Peng Peng. The 4 monster race masters, plus Li Rong and Yang Kai, a total of 6, were all bound to the stone pillars, unable to move. In the next moment, Meng Wu of Yang, Meng Wu of course, Meng of Yang. Even the 2 monster race great seniors couldn't bear this terrifying torment, their faces twisting with pain as Kai Dai and Li Rong screamed out in pain. A violent power erupted from everyone's bodies as the 4 monster race masters all transformed into their monster beast forms, desperately trying to break free from the bindings of the stone pillars. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, Earth-Splitting Divine Ox, 9 Nether Golden Beast, 7-colored illusionary butterfly. Each of these monster beasts was a noble monster race bloodline, rarely seen, but now they had all gathered together. Li Rong also displayed her demon god transformation, strange dark demon crests crawling all over her cheeks, giving her a wild sense of beauty. But no matter how they struggled, in front of these 8 stone pillars, they were as weak as ants. Yang Kai's face also became extremely pale. The moment he was bound to the stone pillars, he finally understood the pain Meng Wuya was enduring. Each of the 8 stone pillars contained a different kind of power. These 8 different kinds of power converged into a terrifying territory, intertwining into a giant net, lashing out at everyone's mind and body. What shocked Yang Kai the most though was that this stone pillar was also quite strange. It was actually rapidly absorbing the strength and physique essence from his body. Everyone's vitality was rapidly drained, and the fluctuations of their strength were gradually weakening. Master, use your demon god transformation. Li Rong suddenly shouted. Yang Kai, who had been gritting his teeth and enduring the terrible destruction, immediately displayed the divine skill he had inherited from the great demon god. The world trembled as a rich evil energy surged out from the unyielding golden skeleton, replacing the original Yang Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's meridians and physique. The demon crests merged into his physique and disappeared, converging into a spirit array invisible to the naked eye. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of relief. It turned out that after using the demon god transformation, The damage to his body had disappeared, and the stone pillar that had bound him no longer extracted his flesh and blood essence and strength. At the same time, he also felt an unusual aura flowing within the octagonal stone pillar. Shocked, Xueqi muttered, "Is this the great demon god's method?" On the other side of the stone pillar, Li Rong nodded heavily. Like Xueqi, after using the demon god transformation, she was safe and sound. It was because she had noticed this abnormality that she had anxiously warned Xueqi. These 8 stone pillars contained the aura of the great demon god. This was the result of the great demon god's method. The demon god transformation and the ancient demon clan had a deep relationship with the great demon god, so after using the demon god transformation, they were able to avoid physical pain. Although this was only a guess Xueqi had made in a flash, it should be the truth. Turning his head, Xueqi saw that the 4 monster race masters were still clenching their teeth and struggling to hold on. After 10 breaths of time, they automatically returned to their human forms. All of them looked haggard as they stared blankly towards Xueqi. It wouldn't be long before they all ended up like Meng Wuya. Xueqi struggled, trying to break free from the shackles of the stone pillars, but soon found that he was powerless. Just as he was feeling anxious though, Li Rong suddenly called out, "Master, there's movement." Xueqi's eyes narrowed as he stared in front of him. At the very center of the 8 stone pillars, an illusory figure was slowly condensing. Gradually, this figure began to take on a corporeal form. This figure was tall and majestic, and his expression was dignified. A pair of bright eyes stared at Xueqi and Li Rong suspiciously. Seeing the appearance of this person, Xueqi suddenly grinned, silently and mysteriously. Li Rong's beautiful eyes also widened as she stared at the figure in front of her, gradually overlapping it with the image of a certain person in her mind. She couldn't help calling out, "Great demon god?" The illusory figure in front of her was clearly the same as the statue in front of Demon God's citadel. The statue in front of Demon God's citadel was carved by the ancestors of the ancient demon clan. These ancestors had served Great Demon God before, so naturally they knew what he looked like. Hearing Li Rong's call, the faces of the 4 monster race masters paled. Even if Great Demon God had fallen countless years ago, his name was still enough to shock the world. He was a legend of his generation, a height no one had ever reached. "It really is you," Xueqi shouted. But, didn't Great Demon God Master fall long ago? Li Rong couldn't believe that this strange figure in front of her was Great Demon God, but the aura emanating from his body was indeed not fake. He's not Great Demon God's main body, he's just a soul clone. Can't you see that he doesn't have a physical body? Xueqi stared at the figure in front of him. "A soul clone? What's that?" Li Rong exclaimed. Xueqi just shook his head and didn't explain. He had obtained a drop of pure demon god golden blood and comprehended a demon god divine technique, the soul clone technique. He had also cultivated this divine technique, but the soul clone he created was still being nurtured in his knowledge sea and was of no use for the time being. However, Great Demon God was different. Since this divine technique was his, it meant that his soul clone was extremely powerful, perhaps even comparable to his main body. As soon as Xueqi saw the figure in front of him, he immediately understood his origins. "Oh, boy, you seem to know quite a lot. Worthy of being this senior's chosen successor." Great Demon God's soul clone suddenly turned to Xueqi and smiled faintly, his voice echoing directly in Xueqi's mind. Xueqi grinned meaningfully. "It seems that your understanding of me isn't shallow." Great Demon God's soul clone snorted. "If I hadn't sensed the appearance of the senior skeleton, how could I have appeared so easily? As for this woman, she should be a descendant of the bloodline that served me back then, right? The demon god transformation isn't something just anyone can learn." "Are you really Great Demon God?" Li Rong was so shocked that she was rendered speechless, her beautiful eyes filled with fanatical worship and excitement. As the successor of the ancient demon clan, she had fantasized countless times about what kind of existence Great Demon God was, but seeing him with her own eyes today made her realize just how weak her imagination was. She was now a top master in the Third Order Saint realm, but in front of the means laid down by Great Demon God countless years ago, she had been directly captured without being able to resist. If the other party hadn't taken the initiative to appear, she and Xueqi would likely be no different from the 4 monster race masters right now. She couldn't imagine what kind of shocking divine technique Great Demon God possessed when he was alive. "Since we have such a deep connection, shouldn't we have a good talk?" Xueqi looked at him and asked. "What do you want to talk about? How about letting my friends go?"
They were simply implicated by me, as well as that old man who came in before. He also has some sort of relationship with me.
Great Demon God stared at him calmly for a moment before suddenly snorting. Boy, are you mistaken? Do you think because you are this senior's chosen successor you can negotiate terms with me? If you really think so, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Why did you capture them? Why did you arrange such a thing here? Yang Kai frowned, faintly feeling that things weren't so simple. It's not that I wanted to capture them. It's just that they entered a place they shouldn't have. Great Demon God slowly shook his head. Anyone who enters this place shouldn't even think about leaving alive. This place is the hub of the entire world. What do you mean? Yang Kai asked anxiously. It's too early to tell you this now. Since you possess this senior skeleton, sooner or later you will reach this senior's level. And when that time comes, you will understand. Great Demon God said, seemingly a little impatient. For the sake of you inheriting this senior's will, I can let you and this woman leave. But don't enter this place again, otherwise I won't show any mercy. Chapter 9:11. Saying so, the Great Demon God's soul clone stretched out his hand and summoned a void corridor not far away, one that was dark and deep enough to accommodate several people walking side by side. Use your own demonic chi to break free from the shackles of this profound divine pillar and then leave. Great Demon God waved his hand and ordered them to leave. Li Rong turned her eyes to Yang Kai, waiting for him to make a decision. Yang Kai just stared at Great Demon God quietly, not saying a word, his eyes as deep as the stars in the sky. Why haven't you left yet? Seeing Yang Kai not moving, Great Demon God's soul clone shouted, his dignified voice echoing in Yang Kai's mind like a sledgehammer pounding his heart, causing his blood to tumble and his face to flush red. However, Yang Kai soon calmed down and shook his head. I want to take them with me. Great Demon God coldly snorted. You overestimate yourself. I have given you a chance. If you don't take it, you can stay here forever. Although you are the inheritor of this senior skeleton, you must pay the price for intruding here. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he glanced around and asked, These 8 stone pillars are called profound divine pillars? We also encountered one on the way here, one that was much longer than these 8 and had the words profound divine pillar engraved on it. What does it have to do with this place? Trapped in this prison, not only was Yang Kai not anxious, he even had the leisure to chat with Great Demon God's soul clone, causing Great Demon God to feel somewhat surprised. Even Li Rong stared at Yang Kai in surprise, not knowing what he wanted to do. There are many profound divine pillars here, but these 8 are the central ones. Why do you ask? Great Demon God lightly replied. Nothing. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and grinned. I was just thinking that since this place was left behind by Great Demon God, it shouldn't have anything to do with you. You are just a guard left behind by this senior to guard this place. Great Demon God's eyes flashed brilliantly as he looked at Yang Kai with approval and nodded lightly. Your thoughts are quite astute. I'm just guessing, hee hee. Yang Kai smiled indifferently. On the way here, we encountered a green sea where the soul avatars of countless masters resided. We also encountered a strange blood sea. I think these were all barriers that the Great Demon God left behind in the past to prevent anyone from approaching these 8 stone pillars, right? So what if I am? The Great Demonic Lord nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Kai's calm demeanor and confident manner suddenly made him feel somewhat interested. Nothing. Yang Kai's smile suddenly became strange. It's just that I find it a little strange. Since you're so good that you can instantly imprison and bind the masters who come here regardless of their cultivation, why did the Great Demon God set up so many barriers in the past to prevent others from coming here? Isn't that a little unnecessary? What do you want to say? The Great Demon God's eyes narrowed as a feeling of unease suddenly appeared in his heart. I just want to say, you appear to be incomparably powerful, but in fact, you're just a soul clone and don't have much strength at all. What's binding us here are the 8 stone pillars, something the Great Demon God set up in the past. It has nothing to do with the current you. Yang Kai's voice became low as he finished speaking. Hearing him say this, Li Rong's expression also froze as she suspiciously glanced towards the Great Demon God's soul clone, wanting to probe it with her divine sense but quickly discovering that with her soul bound to the stone pillars, she couldn't use it at all. Are you so sure? The Great Demon God's soul clone stared coldly at Yang Kai, as if his greatest secret had been exposed, his expression changing slightly, but the look in his eyes was still very firm. You were in a hurry to let me and Li Rong leave because you didn't want the 2 of us to remain here. I believe that when the Great Demon God set up the restrictions in this place, he had already left behind a secret door. Those who can use the demon god transformation will not have to suffer any physical pain. Coincidentally, Li Rong and I just happened to meet this condition, right? The great demon god suddenly burst into laughter. You're so fat and you're so full of yourself. Speaking so much, it's all just your own imagination. Yang Kai shook his head. After a person dies, their spiritual energy won't be able to remain in the world for long. It won't be long before it disappears. Even if you are the great demon god's avatar. You don't have a vessel for this avatar of yours. You probably escaped the fate of vanishing by residing in these 8 stone pillars. However, after so many years, how much power do you have left? You can test for yourself how much power I have left. The great demonic god's avatar sneered. Of course I want to test it, because you can't control the power of these 8 stone pillars, so there's no way you can release them. Yang Kai shouted, in that case, I can only destroy these 8 stone pillars myself. Boy, you dare! The great demon god's avatar roared. Open your eyes wide and see if I dare or not. Yang Kai laughed, the power in his body surging madly as his vitality soared. The world trembled and everyone's vision changed, as if the entire world was being distorted. This kind of violent power even caused the 2 monster race great seniors to pale slightly. They didn't know how a mere transcendent cultivator like Yang Kai could erupt with such power. Ka. As if something had been broken free, Yang Kai walked down from the stone pillar he was tied to. His hands, feet, and neck shaking as a series of crackling sounds rang out. Li Rong, come down and help. Yang Kai shouted. Li Rong gawked, glancing between Yang Kai and the great demon god's avatar, not knowing what to do. Great demon god held an irreplaceable position in the hearts of every demon race cultivator. This kind of worship and reverence came from deep within their bones, making it impossible for Li Rong to oppose him. However, Yang Kai was also the master of her ancient demon clan. If Yang Kai gave orders, she had no choice but to obey. For a moment, she was in a dilemma. He's not the great demon god. The great demon god's true body fell long ago. You don't need to feel any psychological burden. But Li Rong hesitated. Forget it, you stay there. Yang Kai no longer forced her, instead turning to the great demon god's avatar and saying, I'm going to start destroying this stone pillar now. If you have any way to stop me, quickly use it. The great demon god's avatar just stared at him with a dignified expression, not showing any intention of stopping him, only asking after a long silence, do you really want to destroy this place? Do you think I'm joking? Do you know what the consequences of destroying this place will be? I only know that if I don't destroy this place, my friends and elders will all die. However, you should know a lot about the mysteries of this place, so can you tell me what it is? I just heard you say that this place seems to be the center of the entire continent. What does it matter? The great demon god's avatar smiled faintly. When you destroy this place, you will naturally understand what the consequences are. I hope you can afford the price. Yang Kai frowned and said impatiently, stop being so mysterious. Regardless of why the great demon god had placed so many barriers here in the past, regardless of whether this place was the center of the continent or not, since Meng Wuya was trapped on this stone pillar, Yang Kai had no choice but to free him. Saying so, demonic chi surged from his right fist, sending out a strong energy fluctuation. Looking at it, it was as if his right fist had turned into a deep black hole, causing anyone who saw it to feel uneasy. Kong. Yang Kai's fist slammed into the stone pillar he had been trapped on, causing it to shake violently. Soon after, cracking sounds were emitted as numerous densely packed lines appeared on the entire stone pillar. It seemed as though it was about to collapse at any moment. Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected this stone pillar to be so easily destroyed. He had been prepared to fight a protracted battle. Seeing him really begin, the great demon god's avatar was no longer in a hurry and instead laughed heartily, nodding as he said, Your temper is as tough as the seniors. No wonder you were able to inherit the senior skeleton. You won't stop me? Yang Kai turned to look at him and shook his fist. With the next blow, this stone pillar will be broken. The great demon god's avatar shrugged his shoulders. You said I didn't have the strength to stop you, so how could I stop you? Forget it, this world has been sealed for too long. It's time to see the light of day again. Boy, if you have time, you should go to the demon capital. Once you get there, you will naturally understand the mysteries of this place. Speak clearly, Yang Kai frowned. The great demon god's avatar simply smiled without saying anything, putting on an unfathomable expression before his figure faded and gradually disappeared. No matter how Yang Kai called out to him, he did not show any intention of reappearing. Boy, hurry up and get us out of here, we can't stay here for long. Thunder Dragon Great Senior stared blankly at Yang Kai and said weakly. Nodding, Yang Kai no longer wasted any time and threw another punch at the stone pillar. The stone pillar shattered with a loud bang, and the fragments of stone flew in all directions. The enormous amount of energy sealed within the stone pillar also surged out like a river bursting through a dam. Yang Kai did not panic as he summoned his silver leaf artifact. Like the Milky Way, a silver light enveloped everyone in it. At the same time, the grand heavenly shield appeared, blocking the energy damage. Like a chain reaction, after the first stone pillar was destroyed, the remaining 7 all cracked, and the power that bound everyone disappeared in an instant. Everyone fell to the ground. Kacha. The 7 stone pillars all made a cracking sound and seemed to be on the verge of exploding. The energy sealed inside the stone pillars was also beginning to stir. Hurry up and leave, Yang Kai shouted. If one stone pillar exploded, he would have to resist with all his strength, but if all 7 were to explode at the same time, no one present would survive. Li Rong wrapped everyone in her yuan qi without hesitation and flew towards the entrance to the void corridor opened by the great demon god's avatar. Yang Kai's figure flickered and arrived next to Xiaoning Chong, picked her up, and followed closely behind Li Rong and the others. Just after entering the entrance, the world behind him began to buzz. Yang Kai glanced back and his face suddenly paled. The world behind him seemed to have been disintegrated and suddenly became fragmented, the fragments quickly spreading towards the void corridor. In the position where the 8 stone pillars originally stood, the great demon god's avatar once again appeared, quietly staring in the direction Yang Kai and the others left before being swallowed by a ray of light. Chapter 9:12. In mid-air, a pitch-black hole appeared and a moment later, Li Rong flew out with the 4 monster race masters and Meng Wuya. After determining the direction, they began to descend. Yang Kai followed closely behind with Xiaoning Chong in his arms. Just as the 2 of them left the void corridor, a flash of light appeared behind them and the entire void corridor began to wriggle before shrinking into a small black dot and disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat, knowing that if he had been just a moment slower, he and his little senior sister would have been trapped in there forever. Looking down, Yang Kai saw a dense forest below, filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. The scenery was very pleasant. Li Rong stood in the open space below and waved to Yang Kai, "Master, over here." And Yang Kai nodded and flew down. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense and became vigilant of his surroundings. Yang Kai originally thought that this was still a part of the Beast Sea jungle. After all, he had entered through the Beast Sea jungle, but after a careful investigation, he found that there was not a single monster beast within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Puzzled, after confirming that there was no danger nearby, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense. Placing Xiaoning Chong to the side, Yang Kai hurriedly asked, "How are they?" "It's not too serious after all, they haven't been bound for too long, so they'll be fine after a while." "But this old man." Li Rong looked at the withered and emaciated Meng Wuya with pity and sighed. According to Lei Long, this was once the strongest master of the human race, but now he had become so miserable. If he wasn't treated, with his current vitality, he wouldn't be able to live much longer. "It's fine with me here, he won't die," Yang Kai said as he walked over to Meng Wuya and helped him up. Treasurer Meng's miserable appearance made Yang Kai's heart ache. Having known him for so long, Yang Kai had never seen Treasurer Meng in such a miserable state. Meng Wuya stretched out his bony hand with difficulty and used all his strength to grab Yang Kai's clothes, his pair of turbid eyes staring straight into Yang Kai's eyes as his dry lips trembled. "Don't say anything, I know what you mean. I'll take good care of little senior sister." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Meng Wuya's eyes brightened for a moment. He was gratified by Yang Kai's understanding of his worries, a smile appearing on his face. Yang Kai quickly took out a jade bottle filled with myriad drug milk and poured out a little for Meng Wuya to drink. The myriad drug milk had a very obvious effect on treating serious injuries. Although Meng Wuya was gasping for breath, this would at least allow him to preserve his last breath. Immediately, Yang Kai took out the blood essence stone. A powerful thumping sound came from inside the blood essence stone. As if feeling the huge amount of blood qi contained inside the blood essence stone, Meng Wuya's eyes brightened. The stone pillar had the ability to absorb the essence of those who were bound, So Meng Wuya's vitality had almost been completely drained by the stone pillar. What he needed most now was to replenish his vitality. As long as he had enough vitality, he would be able to regain his vitality. The blood essence stone was undoubtedly the best choice. With the myriad drug milk and the blood essence stone, Yang Kai didn't believe he couldn't save Treasurer Meng. Yang Kai poured his yuan qi into the blood essence stone and poured it into Meng Wuya's body. As the blood qi entered his body, Treasurer Meng also felt his vitality begin to recover, so he cooperatively closed his eyes and allowed Kai Yang to heal him. Time passed slowly. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Meng Wuya's body began to undergo earth-shaking changes. Like a deflated balloon being blown up, Meng Wuya's flesh and blood gradually filled up and his withered body became full again. The countless wounds on his skin quickly healed and his skin became much smoother, no longer as wrinkled as before. After a full hour, Meng Wuya suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards Yang Kai. His voice hoarse as he said, "I'll do it myself, you go take care of Ning Chong." Yang Kai nodded and handed the blood essence stone to Meng Wuya before turning around to assess the situation of the others. The 4 monster race masters were all sitting motionless in meditation, but after an hour of recovery, their complexions had become much better. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before taking out a drop of myriad drug liquid and hiding it in a pill he carried with him, giving one to each of them. The 4 monster race masters didn't hesitate and immediately stuffed the pill into their mouths. Yang Kai then came to Xia Ning Chang's side. Li Rong had been guarding this place all this time, seemingly knowing that this veiled woman was very important to Yang Kai, so she had not left even a single step. Xia Ning Chang's situation was much better than Meng Wuya's, but because she had used too much of her strength, it had caused her to collapse. Yang Kai gave her a drop of myriad drug liquid before sitting down and waiting. "Master," Li Rong suddenly whispered. Before, Li Rong did not listen to Master's orders and violated the oath my clan made before, bringing shame to our clan's loyalty. "Master, please punish me." "HM?" Yang Kai was staring at Xianing Chong, but after hearing her say this, he couldn't help looking up at her, thinking for a moment before suddenly understanding why she had said such words. "That matter. You don't need to worry about it. It was me who didn't think clearly and ordered you to act against Great Demon God Soul Clone. It's not your fault."
"But Master, since my clan has sworn to serve you, we cannot hesitate in the slightest to your orders."
"Don't be so rigid, that was Great Demon God Soul Clone. It's inevitable that you would hesitate. If one day Great Demon God suddenly came back to life and ordered you to deal with me, would you hesitate?" Li Rong was startled, not knowing how to answer. Yang Kai smiled. "That's right, you hesitated because I am your master, but in the end, Great Demon God is Great Demon God. His position in your hearts is incomparable. Let bygones be bygones. There's no need to mention it again." Li Rong pursed her red lips for a long time before nodding lightly. "Yes." Suddenly, she smiled sweetly. "Master, this girl is your beloved woman, right?" Kai Yang admitted without any hesitation, being extremely frank. "No wonder Master looks at her with such a gentle gaze." Li Rong smiled tenderly. "I've never seen Master reveal such an expression when looking at a woman. Although this young lady's face is covered by a thin veil, making it impossible to see her true appearance, I'm certain she is an outstanding beauty." "Outstanding beauty?" Yang Kai raised his brow and laughed. "Whether she is an outstanding beauty or not, I don't know because I have never seen little senior sister's true appearance." Li Rong covered her mouth and exclaimed, somewhat incredulously, "You haven't seen her true appearance?" Yang Kai shook his head. The thin veil covering Xia Ning Chang's face should also be a mysterious artifact. Before, Yang Kai didn't know what it was and didn't know the mysteries behind it, but now he had discovered it. With this thin veil covering her face, even if someone wanted to use their divine sense to investigate her, they would be unable to see anything. Then Master's feelings for her must be very deep, Li Rong said decisively. If not for this, why would Yang Kai be so obsessed with a woman whose true appearance he had never seen? When he saw her, he wouldn't have lost his composure. The impression Yang Kai gave to Li Rong had always been a calm and tough person, rarely showing such excitement. "Boy, if she is ugly, what will you do?" Thunder Dragon Great Senior suddenly asked. Yang Kai turned his head and found that the 2 great seniors had almost recovered while Kai Dai and Jin and I were still meditating. The 2 great seniors obviously heard the previous conversation and couldn't help joking. "No, little senior sister's heart is very pure. In my eyes, she is a beautiful woman, Yongkai smiled lightly. Thunder Dragon Great Senior frowned but suddenly nodded. What does it matter if she is ugly or beautiful? But don't you want to see what she looks like? Earth-splitting ox interjected. Now that she's unconscious, it's a good opportunity to do so. No, when little senior sister lifts her veil one day, I'll take a look. Yongkai shook his head. If I look at her now, it'll only benefit your eyes. Thunder Dragon laughed. I didn't expect you to be so protective of your beloved. Can't others see your beloved woman? None of your business. Yongkai spat disdainfully. He didn't mind Xia Ningchang's true appearance being seen by others, but this time he had to see it for himself, right? But this king is curious. What sect do you come from? Why do you have such high cultivation at such a young age? Don't tell me you're from Soaring Heaven sect. Soaring Heaven sect can't do such a thing. I also have a senior sister who is also like this. Yongkai grinned meaningfully, clearly very proud of himself. Thunder Dragon's face twitched. If there's a chance, I'd like to see what kind of place raised monsters like you've. If there's a chance. Yongkai's expression dimmed, not knowing how to return to the central capital. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Thunder Dragon changed the subject, his expression becoming serious. What did you say to that person in front of those 8 stone pillars? What is his background? Before, the communication between Yongkai and Great Demon God Soul Clone had been entirely through divine sense, so the monster race masters had only seen the changes in their expressions but not the content of their conversation. What his background is? Didn't Thunder Dragon Great Senior already have some guesses? Yongkai looked at him with a smile. Thunder Dragon's eyes narrowed as a look of shock appeared on his face. So, he really is Great Demon God? Great Demon God? Earth-splitting ox exclaimed. How could that be? Didn't that guy fall thousands of years ago? How could he appear in such a place? It's probably a remnant soul. Thunder Dragon quickly explained, because he doesn't have a physical body, just a remnant soul is so powerful. Just what level is Great Demon God's true body? It was rumored that Great Demon God had cultivated to the peak of this world. However, from the various signs, it was clear that he had more than just a third-order saint. 3 peak third-order saints and 2 second-order saints, in front of Yongkai's arrangements, were completely powerless to resist. If Great Demon God's true body was really just a third-order saint, it would be impossible for him to accomplish such a feat. Chapter 9:13. Recalling what they had experienced in that strange space, the 2 monster race great seniors couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. Whether it was the Green Sea, the monstrous Blood Sea, or the final 8 stone pillars, all of them contained unimaginable power. Even if a third-order saint could resist the first 2 barriers, they would be powerless in front of the final stone pillar. If the methods arranged countless years ago were so powerful, just how high was the Great Demon God's true cultivation? Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox couldn't even begin to imagine. In front of such a legendary figure, they suddenly felt as weak as children, deeply realizing their own shortcomings. Who knows how strong he really is? Yongkai smiled. Perhaps he's not just a third-order saint. Perhaps there is an even higher realm above the saint realm. An even higher realm? Thunder Dragon's eyes narrowed. Why has this king never heard of it? 10 years ago, I didn't even know there was a transcendent realm above the immortal ascension boundary. In our world, the top masters don't even know the name of the transcendent realm, let alone the saint realm. Thunder Dragon Great Senior stared at Yongkai in surprise. After a long time his brow twitched. What kind of remote place did you come from? How could you be so uninformed? Let's not talk about this. How are you 2 recovering? Yongkai asked. We're almost done. Do you still have any of the pills you gave us? They don't look like much, but their effects are surprisingly good. Give some to this king. In any case, your 9 heavens holy land doesn't need to worry about alchemy. Thunder Dragon asked without any trace of politeness. This time, when they entered that strange world to explore, the 4 monster race masters had traveled far and wide but hadn't obtained any benefits and had even nearly lost their lives. On the other hand, Yongkai's side had reaped a bountiful harvest. Li Rong had obtained a trace of opportunity and broken through to the third-order saint realm while Yongkai had found and rescued a senior and his senior sister he hadn't seen in 10 years. Thunder Dragon felt that if he didn't obtain some benefits, he would be letting down this arduous journey. Let's wait until we get back. I'll give you some spirit pills when we get back. Yongkai was also very generous. He knew that they didn't get any benefits, so they were a little upset. All right, then I'll be waiting for the good news. Lei Long laughed in satisfaction. Don't forget old Ox's share. Earth-splitting divine Ox poked his head over. I won't, Yongkai nodded. From now on, we'll be neighbors, and everything will depend on you two great seniors. You're welcome. Ha ha ha. After talking for a while, Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting divine Ox continued to adjust their breathing while waiting for Kai Dai and Jin Ni to recover. Yongkai stayed by Xia Ning Chang's side. From time to time, he would check on Meng Wuya's situation. He was in a good mood. It had been 10 years, but the little senior sister hadn't changed much. However, her breasts had become much fuller. Her black robes accentuated her exquisite and graceful figure. Lying on the ground, her breaths rose and fell seductively. Yongkai couldn't help but take a few more glances. Smelling the sweet fragrance of his little senior sister's body, Yongkai felt refreshed. Master, this girl seems to have woken up. Li Rong suddenly sent him a divine sense message. Yongkai was startled for a moment before carefully examining her. Sure enough, he found that his little senior sister's long eyelashes were trembling slightly. Her breathing was uneven, and her heartbeat was stronger than usual. When did you figure it out? Yongkai asked back. When you were talking to Thunder Dragon and the others. At that time, Yongkai thought for a moment before smiling in surprise. Just pretend I didn't notice. Li Rong gently nodded, not knowing what Yongkai and his senior sister were talking about. After not seeing each other for 10 years, if she had really woken up, it was only natural that they would be reunited, so how could she not open her eyes? Yongkai, on the other hand, looked at Xia Ning Chang with a gratified expression, a smile on his face. Little senior sister really hasn't changed much. After 10 years, her ability to pretend to be asleep is still the same. There's still room for improvement. Half a day later, Kai Dai and Jin Ni recovered. However, when they remembered the torture and helplessness they had suffered in that stone pillar, they still felt some lingering fear. Neither of them had ever thought that with their cultivation and ability, there would be such a dangerous place in this world. Jin Ni went out to inquire about the situation and confirmed that this place was not the Beast Sea Jungle. After returning and informing everyone of this, everyone was stunned. Then what is this place? Yongkai asked. There is a small town 100 kilometers away. I went there to inquire and learned that this place is about 2 months away from your 9 heavens holy land. If we calculate with the speed of a transcendent's legs. So far, Yongkai exclaimed. Thunder Dragon and the others also couldn't figure out the reason. Everyone had clearly entered the Beast Sea Jungle from the other side, but when they came out, they ended up in this place. In the end, they could only blame it on the void corridor they had left through. Most likely, it wasn't the same void crack they had entered. That place is very strange. This old master entered from the demon land. At that moment, Meng Wuya's voice called out. It seemed that because he had just regained his strength, his voice was slightly hoarse. Treasurer Meng. Yongkai's spirit shook as he quickly turned to him. Meng Wuya smiled and nodded. I didn't expect that the one who rescued this old master this time was actually you. It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to thank you properly some other day. Yongkai grinned. We're family, there's no need to be so polite. Meng Wuya's face went black as he coughed a few times. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. When did we become family? He obviously wasn't willing to admit that Xia Ning Chang had a soft spot for Yongkai. These are. Meng Wuya straightened his face and turned his eyes to Thunder Dragon and the others. The 4 monster race masters all stared at Meng Wuya with dignified expressions, not daring to take him lightly. The one in front of them was known as the strongest master of the human race in the past. It only took him a stick of incense to defeat the Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior, and not all humans were like Yongkai, regardless of race. If this old man hated the monster race, they had no choice but to be on guard. These 4 are my friends from the monster race. Yongkai immediately introduced them to Meng Wuya. So you're from the monster race. No wonder your demonic chi is so strong. Meng Wuya nodded lightly before looking at Thunder Dragon suspiciously. Have we met somewhere before? Why do I feel like you look familiar? Thunder Dragon Great Senior quickly said. 500 years ago, in the Beast Sea Jungle. Meng Wuya frowned when he saw Thunder Dragon's disdainful expression. He wondered how he had offended Thunder Dragon, but after thinking for a while, his eyes lit up. So you're one of Blood Flood Dragon's subordinates? It's good that your excellency remembers, Thunder Dragon smiled gently. This king will definitely avenge the Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior. Meng Wuya laughed. It wasn't this old master who killed him. He was too narrow-minded and couldn't think straight after losing for a while. Who can he blame? You're not allowed to insult the Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior. Thunder Dragon stood up and shouted. Seeing the two disagreeing, Yang Kai hurriedly tried to mediate.
If they really fought at this time, he would only be caught in the middle, and Meng Wuya had just recovered, so it was not suitable for him to fight.
Not even half a word is enough. Thunder Dragon Great Senior coldly snorted and looked at Yang Kai. Boy, we'll be going first. Don't forget the spirit pills you promised this king. I'll remember. Yang Kai nodded. The four monster race masters quickly left and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Meng Wuya had a bored expression on his face as he sneered. Smelly brat, I haven't seen you for 10 years, but you've grown so much? You actually managed to get acquainted with such a powerful character. It's all thanks to Treasurer Meng's guidance, Yang Kai quickly said. Don't flatter this old master. Meng Wuya rolled his eyes. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Boy, you're naturally restless. Always causing trouble everywhere. I can't rest easy with Ning Chong following you around. It's not safe to follow old master, Yang Kai teased. Meng Wuya suddenly choked on his words and quickly changed the topic, turning to Li Rong and asking, How should I address this madam? Yang Kai hurriedly introduced her to Meng Wuya.
Meng Wuya glanced at Li Rong a few times, the suspicion on his face growing stronger. Why do I feel that this madam's secret art is somewhat unusual? Meng Wuya's words were implicit, but how could Li Rong not understand his deeper meaning? Pursing her lips into a smile, she said, Senior's observation is very sharp. I'm actually from the demon race. Meng Wuya's expression instantly stiffened, sending a message through his divine sense. Boy, what the hell are you doing? Why are you associating with both the monster race and the demon race? Haven't you heard of the saying, those not of my race are bound to have different intentions? Before Yang Kai could answer, Li Rong cut in, Senior, if you're worried that I'll harm His Highness, then you're wrong. My race has already sworn to obey His Highness's orders and serve him for the rest of our lives. His Highness? Meng Wuya's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Looking at Li Rong and then back at Yang Kai, he asked with uncertainty, You called him His Highness? Yes. Li Rong nodded seriously. Meng Wuya's expression fluctuated, and after a long time, he turned to Yang Kai and said, If there's a chance, we should have a good talk. After not seeing Yang Kai for 10 years, seeing him associate himself with demon beasts, Meng Wuya couldn't help but worry. In particular, the strength of these monster demons was much higher than Yang Kai's, so they could easily kill him with just a wave of their hand. Let's talk about it when we return, Yang Kai grinned, knowing that Meng Wuya was worried about him. This thing is for you, but the blood qi inside it has almost been completely consumed by me. Meng Wuya handed over the blood essence stone. Yang Kai took it and examined it, his expression changing slightly as he asked, Treasurer Meng, what's your cultivation now? Such a huge amount of blood qi. How did you manage to absorb so little? Meng Wuya smiled. Before entering that place, this old master was only a first-order saint, but now, I've recovered. This is all thanks to the torture and whipping I endured on that stone pillar. The energy inside destroyed the seal on my body, saving me the trouble of finding a way to undo it myself. Yang Kai's expression shook as he asked with joy. So, your seal has been completely lifted? Meng Wuya nodded and admitted. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and his expression became excited, sincerely feeling happy for Treasurer Meng. Chapter 9:14. Back in High Heaven Pavilion, Meng Wuya had always been mysterious, and this sense of mystery had lasted all the way to the central capital. Yang Kai had never known Meng Wuya's true cultivation and heritage until he came to Tongxian Realm and had a chat with his ancestral founder Chu Ling Xiao. Only then did he vaguely determine Meng Wuya's true cultivation, third-order saint. Chu Ling Xiao had said that Meng Wuya had fought a great battle with the current demon commander, and after that, his fate was unknown. After learning about Meng Wuya's situation from Yang Kai, Chu Ling Xiao speculated that Meng Wuya had been struck by the demon commander's profound heavenly seal, which was why his strength had fallen to the peak immortal ascension boundary. The profound heavenly seal had a total of 3 seals, each stronger than the last. Meng Wuya had been searching for a way to lift these seals. When he left the central capital, He had successfully lifted the first seal and restored his strength to the peak of the second-order transcendent realm. After returning to Tongxian realm nearly 10 years ago, he had lifted the second seal and restored his strength to the first-order saint realm. After being tortured and whipped on that stone pillar, the third seal had broken by itself and now he had returned to his peak strength. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. This old master has only restored his original strength. There's no need to be so surprised. As for you, little slick brat, after not seeing you for 10 years, how did your cultivation grow to the same level as Ning Chang's? Just how many opportunities have you encountered? Meng Wuya swept Yang Kai with his divine sense and understood his current realm, marveling repeatedly. He was well aware of how terrifying Xia Ning Chang's aptitude was and had spared no effort in teaching her over the years, allowing her to achieve what she had today. However, Yang Kai's cultivation progress was not any worse than his apprentices, catching up step by step and even showing signs of surpassing her. When he left the central capital that year, his apprentice's cultivation was higher than this little brat's. This discovery shocked Meng Wuya. Heh, my luck was just good, Yang Kai scratched his head. Meng Wuya sneered but didn't point it out. If Yang Kai had only obtained an opportunity and improved his strength, then it was indeed pure luck. But a person being able to reach such a level in 10 years was inseparable from their aptitude and hard work. This little brat. He's desperate. Meng Wuya's mind was clear as day. If Brother Ling knew of your recent situation, he would definitely be very pleased, Meng Wuya sighed, thinking of his old friend Ling Tai Su from the central capital. Treasurer Meng, do you know how to return to the central capital from here? Hearing him mention his grandmaster, Yang Kai hurriedly asked. You want to bring Brother Ling and the others here as well? Meng Wuya guessed Yang Kai's thoughts. Yes. The cultivation environment here is much better than the other side. If Grandmaster was born here, he would have entered the Saint Realm by now. You're right, but unfortunately, this old master doesn't know how to return to the central capital. Meng Wuya sighed softly. Back then, this old man only came to your world by chance. I was also muddle-headed. Now, it's impossible for me to find the void corridor I passed through back then. Hearing this, Yang Kai was slightly disappointed. Your idea of bringing them here is good. But do you have enough capital to settle them down? Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai with a smile. There are so many people in the central capital, if they really come to Tongxian realm, before I say anything else, do you have the strength to protect them? In addition, where they live is also a problem, and the materials they need for cultivation are even more so. It's impossible for you to take care of so many people. If you can't do these things, it's better to let them stay in the central capital. At the very least, they can cope with the situation on the other side without worrying about encountering any danger, but here is different. Old Sir doesn't need to worry about this. Li Rong chuckled and explained. Master is not alone now, he is fully capable of protecting everyone's safety. HM? What do you mean? Meng Wuya glanced at Li Rong suspiciously. Because Master is now the Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land. Meng Wuya's expression changed as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze. After getting his affirmation, his face couldn't help twitching slightly. You actually became the Holy Master of that place? Is their saintess blind? How could she have taken a fancy to you? Yang Kai rolled his eyes, somewhat speechless. Li Rong couldn't help covering her mouth and giggling. Meng Wuya's expression suddenly became serious. So you mean to say that the old Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land is dead? And, not long after you and little senior sister left the Holy Land. Meng Wuya sighed. Sure enough, when I met him last time, I could see that he didn't have much time left, but I didn't expect him to pass away so quickly. However, boy, your strength increasing so quickly. Could it be because you cultivated one of their Holy Land's secret arts? No. That's right, don't cultivate it. As far as I know, that secret art consumes one's vitality in order to increase one's strength. The faster one's strength increases, the shorter one's lifespan. This old master doesn't want to see Ning Chong crying every day. With your aptitude, if you cultivate diligently, sooner or later you'll reach this old master's level. Living for 1,000 years won't be a problem. There's no need to sacrifice everything for rapid growth. What Treasurer Meng says is right. I also think so. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Good. Meng Wuya seemed to have rested enough. His face glowing and his aura as deep as the sea. Slowly getting up, he said, since you found a place to settle down, this old master and Ning Chong will live with you for a while. It's been hard on this little girl these past few years, always running around with me without a stable life. Saying so, he glanced over at Ning Chong, who was still pretending to be asleep, and shook his head helplessly. His precious disciple was good at everything, but she was too fond of this little bastard and was easily embarrassed. After not seeing him for 10 years, she didn't even dare open her eyes to look at him. If she followed this little brat around all the time, wouldn't he bully her to death? Thinking of this, Meng Wuya couldn't breathe, as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. He couldn't wait to choke Yang Kai to death right now. Yang Kai didn't hesitate to carry Ning Chong in his arms, the softness of her soft body causing his heart to sway. His little senior sister's tender body also gradually exuded an amazing amount of heat. Lead the way, Meng Wuya said lightly, out of sight, out of mind. When the monster race masters were still here, he had also heard their conversation and knew that this place was about 2 months away from Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Yang Kai didn't show any intention of flying through the air, instead waving his hand and summoning a blue light. This light was like a long shuttle, suspended in front of the crowd, quickly growing longer and longer until it was 10 meters long before coming to a stop. Oh, this artifact's grade is quite good. Meng Wuya was a knowledgeable person, and seeing this long shuttle, his eyes couldn't help shining as he praised. It seems that the treatment of Nine Heavens' Holy Land's Holy Master is quite generous. He naturally thought that this artifact was a treasure left behind by the previous Holy Masters of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Li Rong, on the other hand, recognized the origin of this long shuttle and exclaimed, "Isn't this that thing?" And, after refining it, I learned that it was a flight-type artifact. A flight-type artifact. Meng Wuya raised his brow, quite rare. Its speed is also quite amazing. How amazing can it be? Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai in amazement. You'll know once you try. Yang Kai grinned, not bothering to explain. The speed of the Flying Heavens shuttle could only be believed after experiencing it with one's own eyes. No words could describe its swiftness. 2 friends, please board. Meng Wuya and Li Rong didn't say anything else and jumped onto the Flying Heavens shuttle. Yang Kai carried Xia Ning Chong to the back of the shuttle and sat down cross-legged, letting his little senior sister settle into a comfortable position before saying, "Sit tight." With a single thought, the Flying Heavens shuttle turned into a stream of light and, as if it had broken through the shackles of space, instantly crossed 100 kilometers. Sitting at the front of the Flying Heavens shuttle, Meng Wuya couldn't help but stare in shock, his divine sense spreading out like a tide. After discovering just how astonishing the speed of this artifact was, his body couldn't help shaking. Li Rong also covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Little brat, how can this artifact have such a strange speed? Who refined it?" After a long time, Meng Wuya's divine sense transmitted over, his voice filled with disbelief. The Flying Heavens shuttle's flight speed was several times faster than a peak master like him flying at full strength. I don't know who refined it, but Li Rong and I accidentally found it in the star field a year ago. Yang Kai briefly explained how he obtained the Flying Heavens shuttle. He didn't feel the need to hide anything from Meng Wuya, so naturally he would tell him everything. Star field? You went deep into the star field? Meng Wuya asked in shock. If you want to go, I'll take you there some other day. Yang Kai thought Meng Wuya had some interest in the legendary star field. No need. Unexpectedly, Meng Wuya slowly shook his head. His expression dignified as he pondered for a moment before saying, "This old master should have been to the star field before." "Old sir, what do you mean by should have been?" Li Rong was puzzled and asked with a light smile. Because this old master was also in a daze when he was bound to that stone pillar. Meng Wuya explained. Meng Wuya recalled and explained, "I always felt that that place was extraordinary. When I was being tortured there, this old master's soul seemed to have left his body and gone to many places, the starry sky being one of them. Those places were scattered all over Tongxian realm, separated by tens of thousands of kilometers. However, because of the torment, my mind was somewhat muddled and I couldn't remember them clearly." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Little Yang Kai, I always have a bad feeling that you shouldn't have destroyed that place." Treasurer Meng also said that? Yang Kai was surprised. Who told you that? Great demon god soul clone. He said that place was the hub of the entire world and that if I destroyed it, I would have to pay an unimaginable price. Hub. Meng Wuya frowned and asked again. What else did he say? Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before replying. He also said that this world had been sealed for a long time and that it was time to see the light of day again. Meng Wuya looked pensive but didn't say anything,
as if he was contemplating something. Chapter 9:15. Seeing his dignified expression, Yang Kai hurriedly asked, "Treasurer Meng, what is the hidden meaning of his words? What is this sealed world he spoke of?" "This old master doesn't know." Meng Wuya slowly shook his head. "But don't tell anyone else about this for the time being. Let me think about it carefully." Yang Kai nodded, recalling the words of the great demon god's soul clone. He also recalled that the great demon god had told him to go to the demon capital, where he would naturally learn the secret. However, how could a place like the demon capital be so casually visited? Flying forward, the flying heavens shuttle moved as fast as lightning. Meng Wuya calmed his thoughts and was amazed by the speed of this artifact. Yang Kai hugged his little senior sister as they sat at the very back of the flying heavens shuttle. Smelling her fragrance and feeling the softness and warmth of her body, his mind and body suddenly relaxed. Hugging her even tighter, the little senior sister's tender body trembled slightly, her long eyelashes trembling as her aura became hot and her delicate face flushed red. Being hugged by Yang Kai, the two of them could feel each other's body temperature rising and their heartbeats becoming stronger. For the pure and innocent little senior sister, this was undoubtedly a bit too stimulating. Yang Kai didn't wake her up, simply enjoying this moment of tranquility as he stared at his little senior sister's face and whispered softly, "Little senior sister, you are so beautiful." Sitting at the front, Meng Wuya couldn't help but shudder and angrily spat. Shameless. When those explicit words of love entered his ears, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Even Li Rong's eyes were watery as she pursed her lips and moved forward a bit, distancing herself from Yang Kai and Xianing Chong. She tried to find something to say to Meng Wuya. "Old sir, if you don't have anything else to say, why don't you tell me about Master's past? Our faction's understanding of him is still very shallow." "You want to know about his past?" Meng Wuya raised his eyebrows and laughed sinisterly. "This old man knows a basket full of his past. Come, this old man will tell you in detail. I will let you know how shameless this master of yours is, and how much of a hoodlum he is. This guy is purely a lecher. Wherever he goes, he'll flirt with women." Li Rong pursed her lips and chuckled. She did not interrupt and only listened attentively. Meng Wuya immediately started talking non-stop, as if he was afraid that Yang Kai would hear his bad words. He waved his hand and created a barrier around him and Li Rong. Yang Kai turned a blind eye and became even bolder. Holding the little senior sister's soft hand, Yang Kai gently rubbed it and leaned close to her face, gently blowing into her ear. "For 10 years, I wanted to see you every day. Now, I finally got what I wanted, and we met under such circumstances. Little senior sister, don't you think this is fate? It should be the heavens who arranged for me to go to that place and save the most important woman in my life." The little senior sister's eyelashes trembled even more violently, seemingly moved by Yang Kai's words. Her slender neck rose slightly, her white skin glowing with an attractive luster. "Thinking about it now, junior brother is very glad. If I hadn't gone with Li Rong, I'm afraid I really wouldn't have been able to see you this time," Yang Kai said, a trace of fear appearing on his face. The two monster race great seniors had mainly asked Li Rong to go to that place, and Yang Kai had only volunteered to follow them. But he had not expected to meet Meng Wuya and Xianing Chong there. This was a bit too much of a coincidence. In the past 10 years, I've met all kinds of women here, many of them beautiful, but none of them were as touching as you and Su Yen. You've left an unforgettable brand in junior brother's heart. As long as you're safe and sound, junior brother is satisfied." These worthless words of love slowly flowed out from Kai Yang's mouth. They were as gentle as water, and like a sweet spring, they flowed into Xia Ning Chang's heart. Unexpectedly, she took the initiative to hug Kai Yang tightly. The strength of her two small hands was great, as if she wanted to melt into Kai Yang's body. Yang Kai raised his head and looked towards the little senior sister, only to see the little senior sister's beautiful eyes watery, her cheeks flushed red, her neck flushed, and her breath fragrant. As their eyes met, the little senior sister shyly averted her gaze and murmured, "What you say is so beautiful. Say a little more." After making this request, she quickly closed her eyes and buried her head in Yang Kai's chest, not daring to look at him. "No problem." Naturally, Kai Yang wouldn't disappoint her, so he racked his brains to express his feelings of lovesickness. Those explicit words of love were like a curse, fiercely attacking Xia Ning Chang's heart, causing her heart to tremble and her tender body to tremble. Feeling Yang Kai's body temperature and listening to his voice, Xiaoning Chong was satisfied. Even if she died immediately, it wouldn't matter. Smelly brat. Meng Wuya ground his teeth, his eyes flashing an ominous light. Li Rong chuckled. Old sir, you don't need to worry too much, with Master's aptitude. He can definitely give that girl happiness. Ha! Treasurer Meng sighed faintly. That girl has grown up, I can't keep her. Forget it. This old master will go to Nine Heavens Holy Land and retire in peace. Old sir, what are you saying? You're old but vigorous. Master will need you to assist him in the future. Meng Wuya sneered, turning his head to look at Li Rong. You're quite loyal to that little brat. With you by his side, this old master can feel at ease. However, you should be careful. Don't be deceived by his appearance. Otherwise you'll end up like this old master's treasured disciple. He may look like a human, but in fact, he's worse than a beast. Li Rong blushed. Old sir must be joking. My ancient demon clan is Master's blade. No one dares disobey Master's orders. Don't call me old sir. You and I are both third-order saints, so we should be friends of the same generation. Meng Wuya chuckled. That won't do, you are Master's senior, so naturally you are my senior. Li Rong quickly waved her hand. Seeing her like this, Meng Wuya felt bored and immediately closed his eyes to meditate. Behind him, the whispers of Yang Kai and Xiaoning Chong could be heard, the two seemingly having a very pleasant conversation. In just 2 short days, the 9 peaks came into view. The Flying Heavens shuttle's flight speed was terrifying to the extreme. A blue light flashed across the sky and rushed straight into the 9 peaks. A group of people appeared, and upon perceiving the auras of these masters, the Saint Realm Masters of the Holy Land all rushed over. Meng Wuya on the other hand frowned, releasing his divine sense and asking suspiciously, Little Yang Kai, why are there so many people outside your 9 Heavens Holy Land? What are they doing here? They're here to ask for alchemy, Yang Kai grinned. Ask for alchemy? Meng Wuya raised his brow disdainfully. Does your 9 Heavens Holy Land have an alchemy grandmaster? Master is a saint-grade alchemist. Li Rong quickly explained. The people here are all here because of his reputation, but outsiders don't know the true identity of this alchemy grandmaster. You know alchemy? Meng Wuya stared at Yang Kai in surprise. It's just so. Of course I can't compare to little senior sister. Yang Kai glanced over at Xiaoning Chong who was standing next to him. At least you have some self-awareness. Meng Wuya nodded. Li Rong raised her brow as she stared at Xiaoning Chong in amazement, a look of suspicion filling her face. She knew Yang Kai's alchemy level better than anyone else, but listening to what he said, it seemed his little senior sister's alchemy skills were even better than his own. How was that possible? As the 3 of them were talking, many Saint Realm Masters flew over from all directions, including several elders of 9 Heavens Holy Land and several great commanders of the ancient demon clan. After seeing Yang Kai return, everyone was overjoyed. Xueqi and the others quickly stepped forward and bowed, a look of relief filling their faces as they shouted, Holy Master, you've finally returned. If you hadn't returned, this old master would have committed suicide. What's wrong? Did something happen in the Holy Land? Yang Kai was taken aback. It's nothing serious, it's just that those grandmasters have been inquiring about your whereabouts all day long and want you to return as soon as possible. Moreover, you were gone for 3 months, during which time those grandmasters were almost exhausted from performing alchemy and were constantly looking for you. I couldn't avoid them. Ah! Yang Kai was stunned. He had almost forgotten about Du Wan and the others. When Xueqi said this, Yang Kai remembered that after he left, the Holy Land's alchemy had been handed over to the 5 grandmasters. After 3 months of refining pills, they must have been exhausted. Those grandmasters were all quite old, but now they were working for free in the Holy Land. Yang Kai suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Pass down my orders. The Holy Land will not be providing alchemy services for the next 10 days. Let the grandmasters rest. Yang Kai ordered. But more and more people are coming to ask for alchemy services. If we stop now, won't that provoke public anger? Xueqi showed a worried look. It was because of this concern that after Yang Kai left, they hadn't dared to rest. Just say that my Holy Land's grandmasters are ill and need to recuperate for a while. Since they have come to ask for alchemy services, they must be patient. If they don't have the patience, they can just leave. Just tell them to wait for 10 days. I didn't say we wouldn't be providing alchemy services, so they won't dare complain. On top of that, if they went elsewhere to ask for alchemy services, the wait would only be longer. Yes,
Xueqi nodded and quickly ordered the disciple next to him to pass the message to the elders outside. After arranging everything, Xueqi turned his eyes to Meng Wuya and exclaimed, "Isn't this the friend of the old holy master?" The last time Meng Wuya came here with Xiaoning Chong, he had only spoken with the old holy master. Although he had been a guest in the Holy Land for a few days, Xueqi and the other elders didn't know his origins. So naturally they didn't know his name, only his appearance. "Allow me to introduce you, this is my sect senior, Meng Wuya," Yang Kai said. "Pleased to meet you." Xueqi cupped his fists and greeted. Feeling the strength of this newcomer, his expression became extremely dignified. He felt that the person in front of him was much stronger than the last time he had come. However, this person's name. Xueqi felt like he had heard it somewhere before, but after carefully thinking about it, he couldn't remember where, slowly shaking his head in confusion. Chapter 9:16. In a large square inside the Holy Land, a large crowd of Saint Realm Masters had gathered. Yang Kai introduced Treasurer Meng and Xiaoning Chong to them. The elders of the Holy Land and the great commanders of the ancient demon clan all nodded in greeting. Hearing that Xiaoning Chong and Yang Kai were from the same sect and were even senior sister and junior brother, everyone's expression suddenly became dignified, none of them daring to show the slightest neglect. Especially after seeing the intimacy between Yang Kai and Xiaoning Chong, all of them immediately had a clear guess about the relationship between these two. "I thought our holy master wouldn't be tempted by a woman, but it turns out his heart already belongs to someone else." Elder Yuing stood on the periphery and chuckled. "Poor Ling Er." Cheng Yutong couldn't help feeling distressed for Ling Er. The elders of the Holy Land all thought that she and Yang Kai had begun to cultivate their secret art, but little did they know that Ling Er had already colluded with Yang Kai. "Ling Er should know about this," Yuing smiled. "For a character like the Holy Master, it's normal for him to have several women. Ling Er isn't a petty person, so why should I be afraid she won't be tolerant? On top of that, I can see that this girl is a docile person, she won't compete with Ling Er for favor." "I hope so," Cheng Yutong nodded lightly. "Meng Wuya." At that moment, Xueqi suddenly exclaimed, his eyes widening as he stared towards Treasurer Meng, a look of excitement filling his face. "Great Elder, what's your name? Didn't I just introduce him to you?" Yang Kai was stunned. "I remember this name. The human race's strongest master several hundred years ago also had this name." "You couldn't be." "Strongest master." Treasurer Meng frowned and smiled bitterly. "The world is too kind. This Meng is nothing more than a reckless man. He really doesn't deserve to be called the first or second." "It's really you?" Xueqi was shocked. The other elders were also stunned as they stared at Meng Wuya blankly, as if a sledgehammer had struck all of them unconscious. After being reminded by Xueqi, they finally remembered the name Meng Wuya. "I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. I never thought that I would be able to meet Brother Meng in this life. It is truly an honor of 3 lifetimes." When Yang Kai had introduced Meng Wuya to him just now, he had just casually greeting him. After all, the current 9 Heavens Holy Land was at the height of its prestige, and as the Holy Land's great elder, Yang Kai's status was extremely high. He didn't put ordinary people in his eyes. Because he was Yang Kai's senior, Xueqi took the initiative to greet him. However, at this moment, after confirming the identity of the person in front of him, his attitude immediately changed. There was even a hint of worship. "Good, Treasurer Meng and little senior sister will be living in our 9 Heavens Holy Land from now on. There will be plenty of time to communicate." Yang Kai waved his hand, interrupting Xueqi's chatter. "Oh, if Brother Meng wishes to stay in the Holy Land, you are most welcome." Xueqi's eyes lit up with pleasant surprise. "Treasurer Meng and little senior sister can live in the Holy Master Court. That is where I usually live. What do you think?" Yang Kai looked at Meng Wuya and asked. "Good, as long as it is peaceful," Meng Wuya nodded. "Then come with me," Yang Kai beckoned. "Holy Master, let Elder Yuing handle this matter. Subordinate still has something important to report." Xueqi saw Yang Kai about to leave and quickly stopped him. "Can't you speak about it later? It's a matter of great importance," Xueqi said seriously. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before helplessly nodding. "Good, Elder Yuing. I'll have to trouble you to take them to the Holy Master Court and have Ling Er make arrangements for them." "Yes, please come with me," Yuing said. Xiaoning Chong glanced over at Yang Kai with some reluctance before leaving with Yuing. "Master, there's nothing else to do here. I'll go back and rest first.
Li Rong excused herself and left with the other great commanders of the ancient demon clan, returning to the mountain peak where they lived. Soon, only Yang Kai and the Holy Land's elders remained in the square. What made all of you so nervous? Yang Kai was somewhat dissatisfied with Xueqi disturbing his reunion with little senior sister and asked. It's the Holy Tomb. Xueqi quickly replied. There's been some problems with the Holy Tomb. Holy Master should come and take a look. What could possibly happen in the Holy Tomb? Yang Kai didn't care. The Holy Tomb was one of 9 Heavens Holy Land's restricted areas, the resting place of all the previous Holy Masters. But since Yang Kai entered it last time, it had become empty. Later, the Holy Land's 3,000 disciples had taken refuge in it for 2 or 3 years. Such a deserted, mysterious small world had almost no other purpose besides being used for secluded cultivation. Yang Kai didn't know what could possibly have happened to it. In front of the Holy Tomb, a group of people came to a stop. Yang Kai stared at the huge blue stone, his expression becoming dignified. There was a barrier on this huge blue stone that required the Holy Master Spirit Ring on Yang Kai's hand to open the entrance to the mysterious small world. But at this moment, at the center of the huge blue stone, a dark void corridor was silently opening, like the maw of a great beast. 1,000 meters away from the Holy Tomb, several elders had joined forces to arrange a barrier, preventing ordinary disciples from approaching. What's going on? Yang Kai asked. Why did the Holy Tomb suddenly open? Subordinate and the others don't know the whole story, but it suddenly opened on its own. In order to prevent disciples from entering without knowing the depth of the situation, we set up a barrier around it with the other elders. Have you gone in to investigate? Yang Kai turned to Xueqi. Subordinate and Elder Xueqi have been inside. What did you find? Nothing. The Holy Tomb doesn't seem to have been affected. I'll go in and take a look. You wait here, Yang Kai ordered before diving in. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai returned from the Holy Tomb with a strange look on his face. Just as Xueqi said, besides the entrance to the Holy Tomb opening on its own, there was no change inside the Holy Tomb. The world energy aura was as rich as ever, and there was no sign of danger. After observing for a long time, Yang Kai still couldn't figure out what was going on and asked, when did this happen? About 2 or 3 days ago. 2 or 3 days ago. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, suddenly feeling a sense of foreboding. What's wrong, Holy Master? Did you discover something? Yang Kai shook his head. 2 or 3 days ago seemed to be when he rescued Treasurer Meng and Xiaoning Chong. However, there shouldn't be any relationship between the two, right? After all, the distance between them was simply too great, a 2-month journey. Was it a coincidence? Don't let the disciples get close to this place for the time being. There may be some kind of danger. Let's observe for a while first. Yang Kai was also somewhat helpless about this. The entrance to the mysterious small world had suddenly opened, but he couldn't figure out the specific reason for it. All the elders received this order and quickly arranged the deployment. Returning to the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai had just stepped inside when he felt many pairs of eyes turn towards him. The 5 grandmasters were all standing there, seemingly having heard the news of his return and had come out to greet him. Little brat, you're too unkind. You've been gone for 3 months. You've caused this old master and the others to suffer. Chong Bao shouted as soon as he saw Yang Kai. He was the manager of Lightning Flash City's Alchemist Guild and a Saint-grade alchemist. His status was extremely high. Normally, when he helped others perform alchemy, it would depend on his mood and whether or not the person requesting it was to his liking. Only occasionally would he refine 1 or 2 saint pills. However, there had never been a time like this where he had to refine pills for 3 months in a row. What's more, he had to refine a certain number of pills every day. It was as if he had come to 9 Heavens Holy Land to work for Yang Kai without any benefits. After 3 months, Chong Bao had lost several dozen kilograms of fat and his figure was much slimmer than before. We were discussing a few days ago that if you didn't come back, we would just throw away our responsibilities and leave. How could we care about the reputation of your 9 Heavens Holy Land? Hong Feng also chimed in. Enough, the 2 of you don't need to act like you haven't received any benefits. Kong Ruyu glared at them. Thanks to these 3 months of alchemy, which one of you hasn't gained a lot? Not to mention that Du Wan has become a saint-grade mid-rank alchemist. But haven't you all seen some hope? It's been tiring, but your harvest has also not been small. Being reprimanded by Kong Ruyu, neither of them dared to refute,
simply glaring at Yang Kai. Hastily stepping forward, Kai Yang apologetically cupped his fists and said, "I'm really sorry, I didn't think that this trip would take so long. I originally thought that it would only take a few days, but there were so many accidents. This junior must also thank several grandmasters. Thanks to all of you, the Holy Land has been able to maintain the reputation it has accumulated during this time."
"It's good you know," He Feng nodded with satisfaction. He Feng nodded in satisfaction. "You left us old men here to do manual labor. Tell me, what do you want to do to satisfy us?"
Yang Kai's eyes darted around for a moment before he noticed his little senior sister sitting nearby whispering to Enling, His eyes lighting up as he grinned meaningfully, "I've ordered all those outside to wait for 10 days. During these 10 days, the Holy Land will not be providing any alchemy services. Several grandmasters should take advantage of this opportunity to rest."
"Resting alone won't satisfy our appetites." Chong Bao shook his head.
10 days, after 10 days, this junior will certainly satisfy several grandmasters.
"Good."
Chong Bao's fat face filled with a smile. "We don't have any other requests. As long as you perform alchemy in front of us, we will be satisfied. Grandmasters, please wait and see. I guarantee you will be pleasantly surprised." Yang Kai grinned. The several grandmasters looked at each other, wondering what kind of medicine Yang Kai was trying to sell. Du Wan smiled and said, "Don't force yourself too much, there's only 10 days left, you should take a good rest. I see you're anxious to talk to that girl, so us old fogies won't disturb you. Since arriving here, we haven't enjoyed the scenery here. Several old friends. Do you have the leisure to go sightseeing?" "Good, sitting in the house all the time. It's time to stretch my bones."
Chapter 9:17. You guys chat. I'll leave first.
"Little sister Ning Chong, if there's anything you don't understand, you can come find me at any time.
I also live in the Holy Master Court."
Seeing that the 5 masters had left, Enling Air tactfully left as well. I'll have to trouble big sister in the future." Xia Ning Chong gently nodded as she watched Enling Air's back disappear. In the next moment, she felt herself being carried by Yang Kai. She couldn't help but let out a soft cry as her 2 small hands tightly wrapped around Yang Kai's neck. She hurriedly said, "Junior brother, what are you doing?"
"I have a lot of things to tell you."
Yang Kai smiled as he carried her towards his room.
"I also have things to say."
Xia Ning Chong rested her head on Yang Kai's shoulder. In the side room, on the fragrant bed, Yang Kai sat on the edge of the bed while his little senior sister was placed on his lap, maintaining an extremely intimate position. The two's bodies were closely pressed together, their chests touching. Yang Kai's eyes were burning like fire as the corners of his mouth curved into a mischievous smile. His 2 large hands were wantonly mischievous. The little senior sister was wearing a pitch-black dress. Her beautiful figure was exquisite and childish, and her soft breasts were full and full. Feeling Yang Kai's hands moving across her waist and between her thighs, those 10 fingers brought forth waves of shuddering numbness. Her beautiful eyes were watery and her delicate face was blushing with shyness, not daring to look directly at him. Her breathing gradually became heavy, and the heat emitted from her delicate body was scorching hot. Yang Kai turned a blind eye as he continued to take advantage of her. His mood was extremely carefree, and he became more and more unrestrained. "Junior brother, don't be like this." Xia Ning Chong lightly bit her red lips, her voice as soft as a mosquito's.
"Like what?"
Yang Kai mischievously asked. He didn't know why, but when he saw his little senior sister's expression, he was especially excited. It was as if he wanted to see the limits of his little senior sister's shyness.
"That's it. I feel so uncomfortable."
Xia Ning Chong gathered her courage and held Yang Kai's hand to stop it from moving around her waist. The sensation from her thighs became even more acute, and she couldn't help but clamp her legs together. At this moment, the little senior sister suddenly felt her senses increase by several hundred times. She could clearly feel every change in Yang Kai's body. In her chest, her heart was beating violently. The powerful thumping sound was like the beating of a war drum. Xia Ning Chong had never experienced this kind of spiritual and physical throbbing. For a moment, her heart was in a mess and she didn't know how to deal with it. She was at a loss. "Didn't you bring me here to talk to me?" Xia Ning Chong tried her best to keep her mind clear, but there was an irresistible feeling that attacked her mind like a tidal wave, causing her to be confused and bewildered.
Aren't we talking right now?
Yang Kai looked at her with a smile.
Oh. Xia Ningchong couldn't refute. She couldn't take it anymore.
She felt her whole body go soft, as if she had been thrown into a volcano. The heat in her body rolled, and the forbidden area unknowingly became hot and humid.
Little senior sister, what do you want to say? Yang Kai asked again. I don't know. It's fine like this. Xia Ningchong closed her eyes. Her whole body's weight was leaning on Yang Kai's body. It seemed that she had never been so satisfied before. Looking at her appearance, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel restless. He almost couldn't control himself.
He hurriedly operated his secret art to dispel the evil thoughts in his heart.
His hands stopped moving, and he quietly looked at her, waiting for her to calm down. After a while, Xia Ningchong opened her shy eyes. She couldn't help but show an expression that she wanted to continue. Yang Kai sat up straight and said seriously, "When everything is settled, we will continue the next thing." Xia Ningchong gently nodded. She lowered her head and said softly, "Junior brother, whenever you want." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He hugged her even tighter.
For the shy little senior sister to say such words, she must have mustered up her courage.
Now let's talk properly. I have a lot of things to ask you. Yang Kai was satisfied. Junior brother, what do you want to ask? Xia Ningchong asked softly. How did you survive these past 10 years?
I just followed Master everywhere.
Xia Ningchong leaned on Yang Kai's chest and recalled her experiences in the past 10 years. Yang Kai listened quietly.
It was as if he was experiencing the hardships of his little senior sister in the past 10 years.
After a long time, the little senior sister finished and asked about Yang Kai's situation during this time. Yang Kai naturally didn't hide anything. As time passed, the two seemed to have endless whispers of love. They chatted softly, enjoying this quiet time that belonged only to the two of them. Right, senior sister Su Yan is in a place called Ice Sect.
Xia Ningchong suddenly remembered something and raised her head.
I know, I went to look for her. Yang Kai grinned. The environment there is very suitable for her cultivation. When I went there, she was still in retreat. After communicating with her divine sense for a while, she left. I don't know how she's doing now. Junior brother, do you want to find her and bring her back?
Let's wait until we're done here.
When we're done, we'll go and pick her up together. Good.
Xia Ningchong nodded heavily and leaned forward again.
What about the old demon? Do you have any news about him? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before asking. Xia Ningchong shook his head. When we came here together from the central capital, senior old demon separated from us. He said he was going to the demon land, but Master and I also went to the demon land and didn't hear any news about him. We also don't know where senior old demon is now. That old demon. There's no need to worry about him. It won't be easy for others to kill him. Yang Kai smiled faintly. The old demon's cultivation may not be very high right now, but his physique was extraordinary. It belonged to a demon general.
It was the body of a peak third-order saint.
Only masters in the same realm could hurt him.
As such, Yang Kai had never been worried about the old devil. After all, there weren't many third-order saint realm masters out there.
The days I spent in High Heaven Pavilion are more nostalgic. At that time, there was nothing to worry about. Although I was very weak, I didn't know the mysteries of transcendence, Xia Ningchong whispered softly, a look of nostalgia flashing across her beautiful eyes.
And, Yang Kai also sighed. As my strength increased, so did the things I encountered.
As he spoke, Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and said in surprise. Right, little senior sister, I have something good for you. What is it? Xia Ningchong sat up straight and looked at Yang Kai. Kai Yang had already taken out a jade bottle. Inside the jade bottle were 2 drops of crystal clear liquid.
As soon as she saw these 2 drops of liquid, Xia Ningchang's eyes became dignified, seemingly realizing that they were extraordinary.
What is this?
The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower.
Yang Kai replied. Xia Ningchong couldn't help covering her mouth.
Obviously, she had also heard of this thing before and exclaimed, "Is this the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower that bloomed in Floating Cloud City in the neutral territory?"
Yes, little senior sister also knows about it.
And at that time, Master said that he would take me there to see if I could encounter some kind of opportunity. But because there were too many people and it was too dangerous, Master wasn't sure he could protect me, so we left midway.
Xia Ningchong said so,
a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. So, junior brother was also there at that time? Yang Kai said with a pained expression. So you were there too? Xia Ning Chong gently nodded. The two of them stared at each other for a moment, both wearing looks of regret. At that time in Floating Cloud City, neither of them had known of the other's existence and had simply brushed past each other, resulting in them meeting again many years later.
So it turns out that this thing was obtained by junior brother. Although I obtained it, there was another person who took the credit. You should know him.
Yang Kai smiled and didn't keep her in suspense, continuing, a young man named Zhai Yao. Do you remember him?
Li Lao's apprentice?
Little senior sister really had an impression of him. I remember him, I even competed with him in alchemy. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Zhai Yao seemed to be quite unconvinced and said that the next time he saw you, he must compete with you again, but I believe that he is not senior sister's opponent.
I don't know, I only won by a narrow margin at that time. He has Li Lao's guidance, so his alchemy is not bad. Xia Ning Chong was very modest.
You have the sacred spirit medicine body. When it comes to alchemy, no one can compare to you. Yang Kai said, taking out an empty jade bottle and extracting a drop of the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, handing it to little senior sister and saying, when the time is right, refine this medicinal liquid, it should help you enter the saint realm. The sacred spirit medicine body can refine all the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the world without any side effects. You are more suitable than anyone else to use this thing to enter the saint realm.
Thank you junior brother, but I still need some time to accumulate my current cultivation. Xia Ning Chong did not act politely with Yang Kai and solemnly received the bottle and put it into her universe bag. Come, I still have a gift for you, Yang Kai said as he picked her up and jumped onto the bed.
Placing her opposite him and sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai quickly said, release the defenses of your knowledge sea.
Xia Ning Chong did not hesitate and immediately did as she was told. The next moment, she felt Yang Kai's divine sense pouring in. Inside Xia Ning Chang's knowledge sea, there was a beautiful scenery, just like her pure nature. The world inside one's knowledge sea often reflected one's heart. The two soul avatars appeared and stood opposite each other, Yang Kai asking, do you still remember the true alchemic way I taught you before?
Of course I remember, thanks to it my alchemy technique has improved so quickly.
The last time I taught you in War City, I hadn't fully comprehended the true alchemic way, so I only taught you half of it, but now I can teach you all of it. Hearing this, Xia Ning Chang's face lit up with joy. Little senior sister, what is your current level of alchemy?
Yang Kai asked again.
I haven't been certified by the Alchemist Guild, but I can refine saint-grade mid-rank pills. Xia Ning Chong replied, a look of annoyance appearing on her face. But after reaching this point, there is no way to improve further. Saint-grade materials are too difficult to find, so there isn't much opportunity to practice. Although Yang Kai had some faint speculations, when his guess was confirmed, he was still shocked by Xia Ning Chang's alchemy aptitude. Chapter 9:18. Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chong were both saint-grade mid-rank alchemists, but the amount of time and resources they spent on alchemy were completely different. For the past 10 years, Xia Ning Chong had been running around with Meng Wuya and rarely had a stable day to spend on improving his alchemy technique. On top of that, Treasurer Meng could not easily gather the materials needed for alchemy like Yang Kai, and constantly squander them to practice alchemy. It could be said that Yang Kai's alchemy technique had grown to its current level entirely due to the accumulation of time and a large number of materials. Little senior sister, on the other hand, had extraordinary talent and a special physique, so the amount of time she spent on alchemy and the number of spirit grasses and spirit medicines she consumed was only a fraction of what Yang Kai had. She had also reached the level of a saint-grade mid-rank alchemist. Comparing the two, it was obvious who was superior. Shocked, Yang Kai was also full of joy. The more powerful his little senior sister was, the happier he was. Unlike other men, who were afraid that the woman they liked would surpass them in some territory, Yang Kai felt a sense of accomplishment. Rest assured, in the future, you will have a lot of herbs to practice with here. I believe your alchemy technique will soon improve and it won't be long before you reach the same level as Li Lao. Yang Kai grinned and stretched out his hand, sending a white light towards Xia Ning Chang's soul avatar. This light contains all the knowledge of the true alchemic way. Little senior sister, take some time to comprehend it. I know. Xia Ning Chong opened his mind and body,
allowing the light containing the true alchemic way to integrate into his soul avatar, and immediately began comprehending it. Yang Kai didn't disturb him and quietly left. Leaving his room, Yang Kai came to the main hall of the Holy Master Court. And Ling was holding an account book and seemed to be counting the harvest of the Holy Land during this period, her pretty face filled with joy. Yang Kai's arrival did not alarm her. She was still immersed in the work in front of her, constantly recording something. It wasn't until Yang Kai sat in front of her and poured himself a glass of water that Ling looked up at him. She pursed her lips and smiled. What? It's been a long time since we last met. Shouldn't we spend more time together? Why did you come out in just 2 days? Yang Kai's expression became awkward. I've said what I should say. What else do you want? Just saying? Ling curled her lips. What do you think we're doing inside? Yang Kai found that her expression was quite strange, and immediately understood that she must have some strange thoughts in her mind. Who knows? It's normal for a single man and a single woman to be together for a lifetime. And Ling teased. She seemed to be in a good mood. You're not jealous, are you? Kai Yang stared at her in amazement. And Ling snorted. Don't flatter yourself. The elders all think that we have that kind of relationship. Don't take it seriously. You should be the first saintess to dare speak to the Holy Master in such a manner. Yang Kai chuckled. Who told you to be different from the previous Holy Masters? It was you who gave up this opportunity. All right, I won't talk nonsense with you. All of the Holy Land's income is here. Do you want to take a look? Let me see. Yang Kai casually picked up the account book in front of her and skimmed through it. It was densely filled with records of what kind of pills the Holy Land's grandmasters refined and what kind of rewards they received. Everything was recorded in detail. Most of those rewards were crystal stones of equal value, but there were also many rare materials, and even secret treasures, secret manuals, and cultivation methods. There were all kinds of strange things. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on and tossed the account book back. Forget it, just keep recording. Sweeping the Holy Master Court with his divine sense, Yang Kai asked in surprise. Where is Treasurer Meng? Why isn't he here? Hearing him ask this, and Ling replied, If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Senior Meng said that he would be going out for a while and that you should take good care of his disciple. He also said that if you dare bully her, you won't be able to bear the consequences. He went out. When did he go out? Did he say when he would be back? He left yesterday and didn't say when he would be back, and Ling shook her head. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Although he didn't know why Meng Wuya had left the Holy Land as soon as he arrived, he could faintly guess that there was some unusual information. It was probably related to the strange world he had entered before, and even the words Great Demon God Soul Clone had said. However, Treasurer Meng's strength had now been restored to its peak, so as long as he didn't go to the demon capital to challenge the demon commander like before, he shouldn't be in any danger. While contemplating though, Xueqi suddenly rushed in from the outside and called out, Holy Master, Wizard Tribulation requests an audience. Yang Kai raised his brow. Wizard Tribulation? Something seems to have happened. His expression is a bit strange, Xueqi reported. Let him in, Yang Kai hurriedly said. It had been several months since Yang Kai last saw Wizard Tribulation, but from what Xueqi and the others said, after absorbing many elites from Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple, Wizard Tribulation's Netherworld sect had greatly increased its strength and was now developing well. A moment later, the black-robed Wizard Tribulation appeared and cupped his fists. Holy Master. Sect Master Wizard. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Has something happened? Wizard Tribulation nodded lightly and quickly said, There is something. It's related to the stone forest in Shattering Mystical Palace. Yang Kai's expression changed. What happened to that stone forest? Holy Master, if it's convenient, please follow me to have a look. Wizard Tribulation did not explain. However, from his demeanor and tone, Yang Kai faintly guessed something and no longer said anything, nodding and stepping out of the Holy Master Court. Sending a divine sense message to Li Rong, the three of them flew towards Shattering Mystical Palace. Master, is there a problem? Li Rong asked in confusion. Wizard Tribulation said something happened in that stone forest and asked me to go take a look. Stone forest? Li Rong raised her brow. That stone forest that leads to Star Field. What happened there? I don't know, Yang Kai shook his head. After a stick of incense worth of time, the three of them arrived above the stone forest where they had last arrived. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes. In the center of the stone forest, a dark entrance opened silently, just like the situation in the Holy Tomb. Li Rong covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Who opened the entrance to Starfield?" Wizard Tribulation shook his head. "It was accidentally discovered by one of my disciples. Because this wizard knows that this place is important to Holy Master. Since last time, I ordered my disciples not to enter or leave Shattering Mystical Palace. However, yesterday, a few disciples were flying nearby when they suddenly discovered the situation below. Curious, several of them went in to investigate but never returned. The remaining disciples hurriedly returned to the sect and told me what had happened, after which I immediately rushed to Nine Heavens' Holy Land." Listening to his story, Yang Kai nodded lightly. "You should be glad you didn't go in to investigate yourself." Wizard Tribulation smiled. This wizard knows his place. "So, is that really the entrance to Starfield?" "And last time Li Rong and I went in to investigate, it really does lead to the legendary Starfield. Anyone below the Third Order Saint realm who enters will die without a doubt. Your disciples shouldn't have been able to return." Wizard Tribulation paled slightly. "Only Third Order Saints can enter. The Starfield has a terrifying pressure that only Third Order Saints can resist." Li Rong also nodded. Wizard Tribulation couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat, feeling some lingering fear. Secretly rejoicing, it was fortunate that he had rushed to inform Kai Yang the moment he received the news, and had not rashly ventured in. Otherwise, with his current level, he was afraid that he would have ended up like those disciples, never to return. "It's just, who opened this entrance?" Li Rong muttered with a confused expression. "Maybe it opened by itself," Yang Kai said thoughtfully. "Opened by itself?" Li Rong and Wizard Tribulation both looked at him with some surprise. There is also a mysterious small world in the Holy Land called the Holy Tomb, which was originally the resting place of the previous Holy Masters. However, some time ago, the entrance to this mysterious small world opened by itself, causing Great Elder and the others to panic for a while. Even now, there is no way to close it, Yang Kai explained casually, the uneasiness in his heart growing stronger. The entrance to the Holy Tomb had opened, and the entrance to the Starfield had also opened, and all of this had happened in the past few days. Strictly speaking, it should have been the day he brought Meng Wu Ya and Xiaoning Chang back. Could it really have something to do with that strange world? The distance between them was too far, so how could it be related? "Holy Master, how should we deal with this place? Do you need to arrange some people to watch over it?" "No, go back and warn your Netherworld sect disciples not to intrude. I'm not joking, anyone below the Third Order Saint realm who enters this place will not be able to return." "Yes, this wizard firmly believes Holy Master's words." Wizard Tribulation nodded solemnly. "I will also warn the Holy Land's disciples not to come here. As for outsiders, if they want to enter, let them, whether they live or die has nothing to do with me." Yang Kai snorted lightly. "That's all, go back first. Then this wizard will also take his leave. This time, I went to the Holy Land mainly to inform Holy Master of this matter. And do as you wish. By the way, if you have any saint pills you need to refine, feel free to come to the Holy Land and find me," Yang Kai said again. "I can help you refine them first." Wizard Tribulation was overjoyed when he heard this and thanked Yang Kai profusely, claiming that he would go back to prepare the materials and visit Yang Kai again in a few days. In fact, he had long wanted to go to Nine Heavens' Holy Land to ask for saint pills, but because his relationship with Yang Kai was quite good, he was a bit embarrassed to do so at this critical juncture. He didn't want to fall victim to rumors and damage the reputation of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. However, since Yang Kai had taken the initiative to ask, how could Wizard Tribulation refuse? So he immediately left excitedly. After parting ways with Wizard Tribulation, Yang Kai and Li Rong rushed back to the Holy Land. Along the way, Yang Kai's mind was racing, recalling what great demon god Soul Clone had said in that strange world, trying to find any clues or useful information. Chapter 919. Yang Kai and Li Rong returned the way they had come. Seeing his contemplative look, Li Rong didn't say a word, not daring to disturb him, simply following behind him. After a short while, they returned to the 9 peaks. Li Rong suddenly called out softly, "Master, there seems to be a situation with the people who came to request alchemy pills." "HM?" Yang Kai awoke from his contemplation and looked down. Sure enough, he found that there was some commotion down below. Many of the cultivator who had come to request alchemy pills had gathered together in groups of 3 or 4, whispering to one another.
Some of them even stopped waiting and left the 9 peaks to fly away.
Seeing their hurried appearance, it was as if they had made some kind of incredible discovery.
Because the Holy Land had been ordered not to provide any alchemy services for 10 days, the cultivator waiting outside the 9 peaks had become somewhat bored, but they couldn't give up on this alchemy trip and leave just because of this. What's more, the number of cultivator who had left was simply too high. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing why such a scene had occurred, quickly turning around and flying towards the stone pavilion below. Inside the stone pavilion, Meng Tianfei and Luo Shang, the 2 Holy Land elders, were sitting there, maintaining order. At this moment, they were also looking at the commotion in the crowd in confusion, not knowing what was going on. In a flash, Yang Kai and Li Rong appeared. The 2 elders quickly stood up and saluted. What happened here?
Yang Kai motioned for them to remain silent and asked softly.
Subordinate doesn't know. A stick of incense ago, a cultivator who came to request alchemy pills joined the group and said a few words to the other cultivators nearby.
Many of them left, Luo Shang replied.
Where is that person? Yang Kai asked. The one at the back of the group. Luo Shang pointed. Yang Kai looked over and found a middle-aged transcendent realm man standing at the back of the group with a shrewd look on his face. His eyes were shining brightly. As the cultivator in the team continued to leave, he also slowly moved forward.
There was even a smug smile at the corner of his mouth.
Do you want the subordinate to investigate the situation?
Luo Shang asked.
Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Luo Shang immediately obeyed. A moment later,
walking back with a strange expression, he reported, Holy Master, that guy said that he found an entrance to a mysterious small world on the way here.
Those who left all went to explore that mysterious small world. The entrance to the mysterious small world?
Yang Kai muttered.
Yes, his words are very convincing. It doesn't look like he's lying. Since he found the entrance to this mysterious small world, why didn't he explore it instead of coming here to spread the news? Let the others go forward. If there were any benefits inside, wouldn't it be taken away by someone else? Meng Tianfei had a suspicious look on his face. Is this guy planning something?
He said that he was weak and alone.
I don't dare to enter recklessly. Luo Shang shrugged. Yang Kai fell into deep thought as his expression became dignified.
Turning his gaze towards the direction of that person, he asked after a while, Have you found where the entrance to that mysterious small world is?
About 2,000 kilometers from here, to the east. Luo Shang pointed. Li Rong, let's go take a look.
Yang Kai immediately stood up.
Holy Master, do you want me to inform Great Elder and ask him to go with you?
Luo Shang asked.
No need, we're just going to take a look. If I'm not mistaken, there shouldn't be anything good inside that mysterious small world, Yang Kai said confidently before leaving with Li Rong again. Once there was no one else around, Yang Kai summoned the Flying Heavens shuttle, turned into a streak of blue light, and disappeared. Aboard the Flying Heavens shuttle, Li Rong asked, Master, do you believe what that person said? The entrances to mysterious small worlds have always been extremely well hidden and generally can't be found. What he said is very suspicious. In this world, there were many hidden spaces of varying sizes. These spaces were called mysterious small worlds by the world. Some mysterious small worlds were completely barren, while others were inhabited by living creatures. There were even some mysterious small worlds that contained ancient ruins that contained shocking wealth. Once discovered, one could become rich enough to rival an entire country and live a carefree life. Therefore, in Tongxian realm, there were some cultivator who specifically searched for mysterious small worlds, exploring them in order to obtain treasures and make a living. However, as time passed, the number of mysterious small worlds that remained undiscovered became fewer and fewer. Those that were easy to find had already been explored by the cultivator, leaving behind only the most well-hidden mysterious small worlds. The cultivator who came to ask for a pill said he had found the entrance to a mysterious small world, which naturally aroused suspicion. However, everyone in the world was here for profit, so it was inevitable that some people would be confused by his words and rush to the location he said to investigate. If there really was a mysterious small world, they could enter it and perhaps find something. Even if there wasn't, there wouldn't be any losses. I know, but this time I'm afraid it's different. His strength isn't high, so if he really dares to spread such rumors, when those people return, they will take his life. With his shrewd appearance,
How could he dig his own grave? Listening to what Yang Kai said, Li Rong suddenly felt that it made sense and nodded. So, he really found it?
His luck is really good.
Yang Kai shook his head. It may have nothing to do with him. Maybe the entrance to that mysterious small world opened on its own and he was just passing by, so he discovered it.
Opened on its own?
Li Rong covered her mouth and exclaimed, her beautiful eyes lighting up. Is it the same as the entrance to the Holy Tomb and the Starfield's entrance?
It's just my guess, so I need to see it with my own eyes, Yang Kai nodded.
I wonder if there's anything good inside. Li Rong couldn't help but look forward to it. There shouldn't be anything inside.
Yang Kai laughed. That person must have already investigated it, or someone else must have gotten there first. It's not like he said that he didn't dare to rush in because his strength was too low.
It was precisely because he was sure there were no treasures inside that he spread the news and let the cultivator in front of him leave, so he could reduce the time he had to wait to ask for pills.
Master, your observation is quite detailed.
Li Rong looked at Yang Kai with some admiration.
The main thing is that Guy's eyes are always looking at others, and when he sees someone leave the line, he shows a look of joy.
Yang Kai smiled faintly. His thoughts are written all over his face. It's difficult for me not to see them.
Those cultivators who left the line didn't notice this because they were blinded by greed. After talking for a while, the Flying Heavens shuttle had already traveled 2,000 kilometers away from the 9 peaks. The blue light stopped mid-air as Yang Kai and Li Rong released their divine senses and spread out. After a while, Yang Kai's expression changed and he controlled the Flying Heavens shuttle to fly in a certain direction.
After a dozen breaths, the two appeared not far from the entrance to a dark void corridor.
Just as Yang Kai had expected, this place had already been occupied by someone else. Many cultivators were gathered outside the entrance, vigilantly looking around, secretly condensing their strength, making it clear that no one was allowed to approach. Yang Kai secretly observed them and found that their strength wasn't high, only at the immortal ascension boundary. There wasn't even a single transcendent, so he no longer concealed himself and strode over with Li Rong.
Who goes there? Stop. As soon as they saw the two of them reveal themselves, those martial artists that guarded the entrance instantly seemed as if they were facing a great enemy, and one of them shouted with a grim voice.
This is the restricted area of my Chen clan, and outsiders aren't allowed to trespass. If you still don't stop moving, then we won't hold back anymore.
Master, do you want to?
Li Rong inquired.
Be gentle, Yang Kai nodded lightly.
An invisible spiritual energy burst out from Li Rong's knowledge sea, causing all the cultivators gathered around the entrance to stare blankly in place, as if they didn't see Yang Kai and Li Rong at all, allowing them to pass by and enter the entrance. With Li Rong's means, dealing with these immortal ascension boundary cultivators was a simple matter. Deceiving their perception was a piece of cake. However, since Yang Kai didn't order them to kill, Li Rong also showed mercy. It wasn't until the two figures disappeared from the edge of the entrance that the cultivators suddenly woke up. Looking around, they found that the man and woman from before had disappeared, immediately realizing how terrifying their opponent's strength was, causing them to break out in cold sweat. Inside the mysterious small world, Yang Kai and Li Rong leisurely appeared. When Xiao Chen spread out his spiritual sense, he discovered that there were many cultivators moving around. They seemed to be searching for something. Yang Kai summoned the Flying Heavens shuttle again and together with Li Rong, transformed into a blue light and disappeared. Half an hour later, the pair returned to the entrance. There was indeed a ruin inside this mysterious small world, but there were no signs of life. The cultivators should have entered later and were currently searching for treasures inside. Moreover, this mysterious small world wasn't very large, only about a third the size of Demon God Citadel. However, the Chen family should have gained a lot this time. This family didn't have any masters, and even the most powerful cultivator was only a transcendent realm cultivator. It was almost the same as the central capital's 8 great families. The artifacts and martial books obtained from this ruin could be used as capital for the family's growth. Let's go, there's nothing to see here. Yang Kai took a light breath and returned with Li Rong from the entrance. When the cultivators outside saw this man and woman appear again, all of them widened their eyes, but they no longer dared to be as aggressive as before. Instead, they were a little frightened. The methods of these two were too amazing, they could see it clearly. What made them feel slightly relieved though was that this man and woman didn't intend to embarrass them. After walking out of the mysterious small world, they walked straight into the distance. Right, there are many saint transcendents heading this way. They should arrive here in half a day at most. You should inform the elders of your families to quickly withdraw from this mysterious small world,
Otherwise there may be a bloody disaster waiting for you. Yang Kai turned back and kindly reminded them before leaving with Li Rong. It wasn't until the backs of the two disappeared that the cultivator who had shouted angrily at Yang Kai wiped the sweat off his forehead and hurriedly entered the mysterious small world. Apparently, he was going to inform the elders of his family about the words Yang Kai had said before he left and let the patriarch and elders decide.
Chapter 9:20.
Back in Nine Heavens Holy Land, after Yang Kai returned, he immediately called Xueqi and asked him to send people out to inquire about the situation. Yang Kai didn't tell him what kind of information he needed to inquire about, only ordering him to send out a lot of disciples in all directions and tell them to pay attention to the places they passed through to see if there were any major events, then to return to the 9 peaks within a month. Xueqi did as he was told and didn't ask any questions. From the dignified expression on Yang Kai's face, Xueqi also smelled an unusual aura. The Holy Master must have discovered something. Otherwise, he would never have acted like this.
A few days later,
early in the morning, Yang Kai came to his room and quietly walked over to his bed. On the bed, Xia Chong still had her eyes closed, her tender body motionless, obviously still digesting the information in the true alchemic way. Yang Kai waited quietly for a while, but seeing that she didn't respond, he broke into her knowledge sea. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's arrival, the little senior sister slowly opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons, giving her a beautiful appearance.
"How is your harvest?"
Yang Kai asked. "Almost, all I need to do is familiarize myself with it." Xia Chong gently nodded.
Yang Kai nodded.
He had wrapped the information in the true alchemic way with his spiritual energy, and directly sent it to the little senior sister's soul avatar. With her aptitude and comprehension of alchemy, it wouldn't be difficult for her to fully understand the true alchemic way in a few days.
"Come, let's start alchemy now.
I'll introduce you to a few grandmasters while we're at it." Yang Kai grinned and took the initiative to withdraw his soul avatar.
The next moment, both of them woke up.
Inside the private room dedicated to alchemy, Yang Kai and Xia Chong walked in together. The 5 grandmasters had been waiting for a long time. Each of them had their own alchemy furnace placed in front of them. These alchemy furnaces were small and exquisite, with fluorescent lines flowing across their surfaces. None of them were ordinary. All of them were saint-grade alchemy furnaces and were the most important artifacts of each grandmaster. After 10 days of rest, the 5 of them were in high spirits and full of anticipation. Seeing Yang Kai appear, the 5 grandmasters couldn't help but smile and nod. Chong Bao leaned his fat body against the wall and joked, "I haven't refined any alchemy for 10 days. So this old man is starting to miss the feeling of refining alchemy.
Boy, let's hurry up and start." Yang Kai smiled.
"That's exactly what I was thinking. Alchemy is one thing, but why did you bring your beloved woman here? Don't tell me you can't bear to part with her for even a moment?" He Feng chuckled and shook his head. "Young people are so hot-blooded. Don't kiss in front of us old guys later. We're not young anymore. If the scene is too exciting, we won't be able to take it." Hong Feng also laughed. Xia Chong was at a loss of what to do. With a face full of embarrassment, her tender face turned bright red. She kept glancing at Kai Yong, as if she was too ashamed to show her face. "Come little girl, come sit with this old woman, don't pay attention to these old men." Kong Rua Yu beckoned to Xia Chong affectionately. Xia Chong looked at Yang Kai and after Yang Kai nodded, she walked over to Kong Rua Yu and sat down cross-legged. A very docile little girl, her eyes clear and flawless, untainted by the ways of the world. "Yang Kai, you can't mistreat her in the future," Kong Ryu said sincerely. "Senior, please rest assured, this junior has nothing but love for senior sister and will never mistreat her." The 5 grandmasters were startled, none of them having expected Yang Kai to say such blatant words in front of so many people. However, if he didn't speak from the bottom of his heart, he wouldn't have said such words. Now that they realized how deep Yang Kai's feelings for this masked girl were, all of them couldn't help showing praise. Xia Chang's eyes also couldn't help flashing a look of happiness.
"All right, let's not talk too much. Let's start now."
Du Wani smiled and didn't interrupt. Only now did he open his mouth. Yang Kai called out towards the door. "Great Elder." Xueqi pushed open the door and entered. His expression solemn as he said, "Subordinate has been waiting for a long time." As he spoke, he put down the medicinal ingredients he had prepared and said, These are the ingredients for today's 20 batches of pills. I'll have to trouble the Holy Lord and the Masters.
When evening comes, this subordinate will come back to collect the pills. Great Elder, go outside and bring in 10 more batches of pill materials, Xueqi ordered. Xueqi was stunned. Bring in 10 more batches? The 5 grandmasters also stared at Xueqi in amazement. Chongbao said, Little brat, alchemy is a matter of balance between work and rest.
If you are in poor condition and force yourself to refine pills, it is very likely that you will fail or the quality of the pills you refine will be poor. You can refine 10 batches a day by yourself, we've already seen it, but all of us old fogies can only refine 10 batches a day.
How are you going to deal with the extra 10 batches? If you can't refine good pills, you might as well not refine them at all. Duwani also tried to persuade him. Outstanding alchemists also had strict requirements for the pills they refined. If the quality of the pills they refined wasn't good enough, it was very likely they would ruin their reputation. Therefore, outstanding alchemists would not allow inferior pills to circulate outside. If they refined such pills, they would personally destroy them.
Xueqi glanced over at them and laughed. I understand what several grandmasters are trying to say, but don't worry, the extra 10 batches won't need to be refined by me, nor will the several grandmasters need to refine them.
Then who will refine them? He Feng's eyes widened as he suddenly turned to Xueqi, a look of suspicion filling his face. The Great Elder quickly waved his hand and smiled. Grandmaster, don't look at me like that. I only know how to take pills. The alchemic way is 9 out of 10. I still don't understand one thing. He Feng nodded lightly. You don't look like you know how to perform alchemy.
Xueqi's face went black, secretly thinking that these alchemy grandmasters were quite direct with their words.
Xueqi. Kong Ruyu thoughtfully glanced over at Xianing Chong a few times. You don't mean to say that the extra 10 batches will be refined by your senior sister, do you? As soon as this remark came out, everyone turned to look at Xianing Chong. Xueqi chuckled. That's exactly what I meant. She can also refine saint pills? Chong Bao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he cried out. That's impossible, she's only a little older than you. Even if she started learning alchemy in her mother's womb, it's impossible for her to have the ability to refine saint pills. Xueqi smiled bitterly. I didn't start learning alchemy in my mother's womb either. The several grandmasters looked at him angrily. You're different, you can't be judged by common sense. Can she really refine a holy elixir? This old master doesn't believe it. Little brat, don't make fun of us. Be careful or these old fogies will get angry with you.
This was the territory they were most proficient in and the territory they held the most authority over.
Being surpassed by Xueqi was one thing, but there were always 1 or 2 such geniuses in this world. But if they were also surpassed by his senior sister, who knew how these grandmasters would feel? They would definitely be very disappointed, perhaps even suffering a blow and never be able to recover. I will. Xianing Chong suddenly said.
Du Wan's brow furrowed as he suddenly remembered something, staring towards Xueqi and asking, She's the senior sister you mentioned before, the one whose alchemy skills are even better than yours? Back in Grand Boulder City, Xueqi had casually mentioned to him that there was a senior sister whose attainments in alchemy were even better than his own.
At that time, Du Wan didn't believe it, but now he suddenly remembered. Xueqi nodded.
Du Wan took a deep breath and quickly said, Seeing is believing. I'll have to trouble Great Elder to bring me 10 more sets of materials.
Xueqi didn't say anything more and quickly left. A short time later, 10 more sets of materials were brought over. The door to the room was closed, leaving only the 7 grandmasters sitting cross-legged. The 5 grandmasters didn't rush to begin alchemy but instead stared towards Xianing Chong, seemingly wanting to know if this little girl could really refine a saint pill as she claimed. Being stared at by the 5 grandmasters like this, Xianing Chong couldn't help turning a timid look towards Xueqi. However, she soon discovered that Xueqi had already begun to refine pills, causing her to purse her lips. Little girl, what kind of pill furnace are you using? Can you take it out and let this old woman have a look? Kong Ruoyu asked pleasantly. Seeing that Xianing Chong seemed a little nervous, she deliberately tried to ease her mood. I don't have a pill furnace. Xianing Chong replied softly. You don't have a pill furnace? The 5 grandmasters were all shocked. Chongbao shouted. How can you perform alchemy without a pill furnace? This smelly brat really wanted to make fun of this old master. But this old master was naive enough to be fooled by him. It really makes this old master angry. Don't be noisy.
Kong Ruoyu glared at him before turning to Xiaoning Chong with a smile. Don't you use a pill furnace to perform alchemy? Xiaoning Chong gently nodded. This time, even Kong Ruoyu couldn't help showing a strange expression. Although she couldn't quite believe it, she vaguely felt that this little girl with such clear eyes must have a pure heart and couldn't possibly be lying. Patiently, she said. Then how do you usually perform alchemy? How about we observe it now? The few of us aren't interested in anything else but alchemy, so we'd like to see how you can refine a saint pill without a pill furnace. Xiaoning Chong nodded her head and slowly closed her eyes, as if she was trying to calm herself down. A moment later, when she opened her eyes again, the Grandmasters were shocked to find that this little girl's temperament had undergone an earth-shattering change in an instant. The original Xiaoning Chong was extremely shy, but now, she exuded an aura of self-confidence. There was no trace of panic in her eyes and her every movement was extremely calm. A set of alchemy materials was placed in front of her and she meticulously examined them one by one. Saint pill materials. Kong Ruoyu whispered softly. She's already eyeing the saint pill materials. Could it be that she can really refine them? The 5 Grandmasters all paid close attention to Xiaoning Chong. But the little senior sister was no longer nervous. At this moment, she seemed to have escaped into another world, leaving only the set of saint pill materials in front of her. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Suddenly, a gentle power burst out from Xiaoning Chang's body. The moment they felt this power, the 5 Grandmasters were all stunned. Chapter 921. What stunned the 5 Grandmasters wasn't the strength of Xiaoning Chang's strength. Although she was a third-order transcendent, the Grandmasters didn't care much about her and only thought of her as a martial Dao genius like Yang Kai. Most importantly, the energy in her body was not of the fire attribute, nor was it of the yang attribute. Whether it was alchemy or artifact refining, one needed to use a burning hot energy to fuse medicinal efficacies with the essence of ores in order to refine pills and artifacts into their desired shape. Therefore, alchemists and artifact refiners must cultivate fire or yang attribute secret arts, and the yuan qi in their bodies must also contain a certain degree of heat. However, within the power that Xiaoning Chong released, there was only a very gentle aura that was close to nature. How was she supposed to perform alchemy like this? The 5 Grandmasters were all stunned. But in the next moment, they were all shocked. The saint-grade herbs were wrapped in an invisible force as they floated in front of Xiaoning Chong. Under the gentle force of nature, the herbs were all decomposed and the essences of the herbs condensed together, forming drops of incomparably pure medicinal liquid, while the useless impurities were all expelled from the liquid. Xiaoning Chang's body remained motionless, but the strength in her body continued to circulate, her 2 jade hands forming a series of strange seals as she sent them towards the herbs. The expressions of the Grandmasters all changed, each of them wearing an expression of disbelief as they stared at Xiaoning Chong for a moment, afraid they would miss any of her actions. With the eyesight of the 5 Grandmasters, they could naturally see that this little girl in front of them had extremely profound attainments in alchemy. Her technique of condensing medicinal liquids had reached the point of perfection. Even if they were to do it themselves, they wouldn't necessarily be able to do a better job than Xiaoning Chong. None of the medicinal efficacies in the herbs were wasted, and under her wondrous technique, they were all condensed and gradually gathered together. Drop after drop of the medicinal liquid floated in front of Xiaoning Chong like pearls. She pointed with her jade finger, and the power in her body continuously burst forth. Xiaoning Chong used her finger as a brush and yuan qi as ink to inscribe exquisite spirit diagrams in the air. His speed was extremely fast. Everyone keenly discovered that the spirit diagram she used was almost exactly the same as the one Yang Kai used. It was obvious that they were taught by the same person. Gradually, the 5 Grandmasters were drawn in. They all held their breaths and didn't dare to make the slightest sound for fear of disturbing Xiaoning Chong. They no longer doubted whether or not Xiaoning Chong could concoct pills. The miraculous scene in front of them clearly explained this problem. It was impossible for someone who couldn't concoct pills to understand the spirit arrays used in alchemy, and it was impossible for them to perfectly condense medicinal liquids. Moreover, Xiaoning Chang's alchemy technique had a kind of aesthetic feeling to it that made them intoxicated, forgetting their own existence. Following Xiaoning Chang's movements, the 5 Grandmasters all discovered that they seemed to have fallen into a magical world, a world that belonged to alchemy. A broad road lay beneath their feet, and the light in front of them was bright. At this moment, everyone felt as if their souls had been baptized, and their alchemy skills that had soaked in silver for 100 years seemed to show signs of sublimation.
Gradually, a complex and profound spirit diagram took shape. The lines on the diagram flickered with light, guiding the medicinal liquids to gather at the center. Clearly, the medicinal liquids were fusing and clashing with each other, producing a delightful change, faintly forming the shape of a pill. The 5 grandmasters all stared with wide eyes, looking very excited. They had been alchemists for so many years, but never once had they clearly seen a pill take shape right under their noses. The pills they refined were all formed inside their pill furnaces, so they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Only when the pill was formed could they see the true appearance of the pill. It wasn't until this moment that they realized the formation of a pill was so fascinating and eye-catching. It was like the birth of a new life, exuding a vigorous energy aura. The Grandmaster's emotions fluctuated, and they were almost unable to speak. All of them stretched out their necks, seemingly wanting to get closer and observe more carefully. As the pill slowly took on a beautiful appearance, the Grandmasters poured their minds into the pill, feeling extremely nervous as it was born. After a long time, a pill fragrance suddenly filled the air, shaking everyone's spirits. They felt as if a large stone had been lifted from their hearts, and their bodies and minds relaxed. Xiaoning Chong reached out and grabbed the pill in front of her, her slender white fingers pinching it as she carefully examined it for a while. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly as if she wasn't very satisfied, but she still put it into a jade bottle prepared in advance. At the same time, Yang Kai also refined a saint pill. He reached out and patted his pill furnace, causing the saint pill to fly out and fall into the jade bottle in his hand, where he sealed it. 2 slightly different pill fragrances filled the air in this room, making people feel refreshed. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only the strong thumping of the 5 grandmasters' hearts could be heard. Xiaoning Chong finally awoke from the world of alchemy. As soon as she raised her head, she saw 5 pairs of eyes staring at her like hungry wolves searching for food in the snow. Several seniors. Xiaoning Chong was startled and hurriedly turned to Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai grinned, knowing that they had all just recovered from their shock and had yet to recover, so he simply said, "Several grandmasters believe this junior's words now, right?" Duwan glanced at him and nodded with a wry smile. Really, seeing is believing. Everyone finally recovered, with Chongbao frowning and a puzzled look on his face. But I still don't understand, without the fire and yang attributes of Yuan Qi, how could she condense the pill's efficacies? It's fine if she doesn't use a pill furnace, but this Yuan Qi's attribute isn't right. I'm not too sure. Does alchemy not require a burning power? He Feng also shook his head. Although watching Xiaoning Chong perform alchemy was a huge gain, it also subverted their long-held understanding of alchemy, causing them to begin to doubt their own knowledge. Kong Rua, you seem to be deep in thought. After thinking for a long time, she said, "Have you heard that there is a special physique in this world that is specially born for alchemy?" A special physique? Du Wan's expression shook as he suddenly remembered. You mean, sacred spirit medicine body? Hong Feng exclaimed. Yes, it is the sacred spirit medicine body. Kong Ruoyu stared at Xiaoning Chong with a burning gaze. This little girl may possess the sacred spirit medicine body. If that's the case, then it explains why she can perform alchemy without using a pill furnace or burning power. Du Wan nodded in agreement. As top alchemists, the several grandmasters had naturally heard of the sacred spirit medicine body and knew just how miraculous this special physique was. Comparing it with Xiaoning Chang's performance, they became more and more certain of their speculations. Boy, does your senior sister have a special physique? Chong Bao asked Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. No wonder, it turns out to be the legendary physique. The eyes of the several grandmasters became brighter as they stared at Xiaoning Chong as if they were looking at the greatest treasure in the alchemy world, their expressions filled with warmth and friendliness. You senior sister and junior sister really know how to shock others. Du Wan smiled bitterly. This old master no longer has any confidence in his alchemy skills. And I also wonder if I've lived in vain for so long. He Feng also couldn't help sighing. But if we really compare, this junior isn't as good as this little girl. Hong Feng laughed. Both of them are refining saint-grade pills, but in terms of time, this little girl has the upper hand. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. There's no other way. Senior sister's attainments in alchemy have always been better than mine. No, junior brother seems to have only studied alchemy for a short time. He didn't even know how to perform alchemy before. Xiaoning Chong quickly waved his hand. You don't need to praise each other, hurry up and continue refining,
There are still 30 pills to refine today. Chongbao couldn't wait to watch them again and urged them. But let's make it clear first, after being shocked by you, us old fellows won't be refining today so as to avoid wasting herbs, Hefeng added. Good, today's 30 pills will be handed over to me and little senior sister. Yang Kai and Xiaoning Chong exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly, no longer saying anything, and continued to immerse themselves in their alchemy. Time passed by. The 5 grandmasters had been gathered around Xiaoning Chong, not missing a single detail of her movements. Yang Kai was completely ignored. They had been observing Yang Kai's alchemy for some time now, and now that Xiaoning Chong had joined them, naturally they weren't willing to miss out on these new techniques. Yang Kai was also happy to see this, and Xiaoning Chong was even happier. She didn't have many saint-grade materials to practice with before, but now that she had come to Nine Heaven's Holy Land, she no longer needed to worry about materials, so she spared no effort in refining. On top of that, with her sacred spirit medicine body's special constitution, when she performed alchemy, the speed at which her strength improved was countless times faster than when she meditated. Xiaoning Chong herself had said before that alchemy was a form of cultivation, so she didn't feel tired at all. After busying herself for a long time, the 30 pills were finally refined. Yang Kai felt a little exhausted, but Xiaoning Chong was still full of energy, seemingly wanting to continue. Xueqi came forward and took the 30 pills, brought them out of the Holy Land, and handed them to the cultivator waiting outside the 9 peaks. The cultivator was full of praise, praising the Holy Land's Grandmaster's methods. After 10 days of cultivation, the number of pills he could refine had actually skyrocketed. This made the people who were waiting in line to ask for pills extremely happy. The number of pills refined by the Holy Land's Grandmasters increased every day, so the time they needed to wait became shorter. At this moment, Yang Kai, Xiaoning Chong, and the 5 Grandmasters had all returned to their rooms, closed their eyes, and meditated, comprehending the day's gains. The next day, the same continued. It wasn't until 3 days later that the 5 Grandmasters began to perform alchemy, sharing their own insights in the process. Inside the room, the fragrance of pills filled the air as one after another spirit-grade and saint-grade pills were produced, creating a pleasing scene. Chapter 922. Time flew by and a month later, the Holy Land disciples sent out by Xueqi to inquire about the situation returned one after another. After listening to their reports, Great Elder also faintly realized that something had happened in this world and immediately rushed to the Holy Master Court to request an audience with Yang Kai. Yang Kai had also been waiting for this day to come, so he had not gone to perform alchemy. Inside the hall, Xueqi said with a strange expression, "Holy Master, the disciples we sent out recently discovered a very strange phenomenon after a month of traveling and inquiring about the various major events that occurred along the way." What? Many entrances to different mysterious small worlds suddenly appeared throughout the world. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as his expression became dignified. After the opening of the Holy Tomb, the opening of the Starfield, and the appearance of an entrance to a mysterious small world 2,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai faintly had a bad feeling in his heart, which was why he had asked Xueqi to send out disciples to investigate. The results of this investigation were basically the same as what he had guessed, making him feel a little uneasy. Xueqi continued, after the disciples' investigation, they found that the entrances to these mysterious small worlds all opened at the same time, all by themselves. During this time, all the cultivators in the world have fallen into a frenzy of entering these mysterious small worlds in search of treasures. Countless people have entered and exited these mysterious small worlds one after another, but according to the disciples, most of these mysterious small worlds are empty and devoid of life. Occasionally, 1 or 2 of these mysterious small worlds do contain ancient ruins and treasures. Did you find out when these entrances opened? Xueqi nodded. It seems to have been about a month and a half ago. A month and a half. This further confirmed the suspicions in Yang Kai's heart. This was when Yang Kai rescued Meng Wuya and Xiaoning Chong. Could the strange space where Great Demon God's soul clone was located really be related to these mysterious small worlds? Great Demon God had said that this place was the center of the entire world, and if it was destroyed, unimaginable events would occur. Could he be referring to the current situation when he said that? It was precisely because this place was the center of the world that, after it was destroyed, the mysterious small worlds hidden all over the world were able to reappear. However, this didn't seem to be a bad thing. Why was the great demonic god's divine clone so cautious? Moreover, The tone of his voice at that time was as if a great disaster was about to befall, which made Yang Kai very concerned.
Seeing Yang Kai's expression fluctuating, Xueqi didn't dare to say anything and simply stood aside, waiting for further instructions. After a long time, Great Elder tentatively asked, "Holy Master, should our holy land also search for mysterious small worlds? Perhaps there will be some unexpected gains. The disciples have been cultivating for a while now, so it's time for them to go out and walk around." Yang Kai looked up at him, pondered for a moment, then suddenly nodded. "Good, the Holy Land's disciples can go out at will to explore this mysterious small world, but I want them to help me keep track of some news. Saint Lord, please instruct me. If any mysterious small world appears in the central capital, Ash Grey Cloud Evil Land, or Tian Lang Dynasty, report it immediately, don't delay."
Yes.
Xueqi didn't ask much about the significance of these places. Just by looking at Yang Kai's expression, he knew these places must be very important to him. "Also, help me find Wizard Tribulation. Tell him I have something I need his help with," Yang Kai ordered again. Only then did the Grand Elder depart respectfully. Sitting on a chair in the hall, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Although this time's events were unexpected, perhaps it was an opportunity to return to the central capital. For a long time, he had been very worried about his relatives in the central capital, but he had never been able to find a way back. In the past, he had wandered around aimlessly and his strength was low, but now that he had finally settled down and grasped a huge amount of power in his hands, he naturally wanted to bring his family and friends here so that they could enjoy a better cultivation environment. This time, the entrances to all the hidden mysterious small worlds across the continent had all opened on their own, and some of these entrances would definitely lead to the world he came from. Because the central capital, strictly speaking, was also a mysterious small world. However, it was slightly different from other mysterious small worlds as the central capital's world was much larger. If some Saint Realm master with bad intentions headed to the central capital, with a heritage of the 8 great families, they would not be able to resist. He had to find a way back as soon as possible and return to the central capital one step ahead of everyone else. An hour later, Wizard Tribulation hurried over. Yang Kai asked him to use the current strength of Netherworld sect to help him keep an eye out for news from the central capital. Wizard Tribulation readily agreed and hurried back to deploy his forces. Since establishing a relationship with Yang Kai, Wizard Tribulation's Netherworld sect had become much smoother, so he naturally would not refuse Yang Kai's request. After doing all this, Yang Kai gave some instructions to Xia Ning Chong before summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle alone, transforming into a streak of blue light and disappearing into the 9 peaks. A day later, he appeared in Soaring Heaven sect. Inside Serene Resplendent Peak, he found Feiyu Martial Ant and asked her to use the power of Soaring Heaven sect to help him keep an eye out for news. Without much delay, Yang Kai left again. 2 days later, Dragon Phoenix Palace. Inside Dragon Pavilion, Sun Yu, the Dragon Emperor, sat cross-legged, cultivating the most precious secret martial skills of Dragon Phoenix Palace. Since Sun Yu successfully entered the Dragon Valley restricted area a few years ago and opened the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, he had become the most eye-catching existence in Dragon Phoenix Palace. Palace Master Chen Zhou and the elders also regarded him as the greatest hope for revitalizing the sect, providing him with the best cultivation environment and abundant materials. It had been a year and a half since he safely escaped from Dragon Valley, and during this time, Sun Yu's cultivation had made some progress, but it was not enough to satisfy him. Because when Sun Yu entered Dragon Valley, it took him 2 years to soar from the Yuan Qi Boundary 7th stage to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, crossing an entire great realm. But now, after a year and a half, he had only reached the peak Immortal Ascension Boundary, making his progress somewhat disappointing. However, because of his identity as the Dragon Emperor, the Palace Master and the elders did not say much and simply waited patiently for him to soar to the heavens. Only Sun Yu knew in his heart that the real Dragon Emperor was someone else. During the 2 years he spent in Dragon Valley, his strength had grown rapidly because of the guidance of that senior. More than a year after that senior left, Sun Yu had diligently cultivated, but the only thing he could do was ensure that his strength grew faster than others. However, this kind of speed had undoubtedly disappointed the Palace Master and his master. Coupled with the fact that the Palace Master had been constantly trying to help him find the Phoenix Empress, Sun Yu was so annoyed that he could only enter secluded retreat. The search for the Phoenix Empress was thus put on hold. While meditating, Sun Yu suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, as if there was a pair of eyes watching him, and the aura in the room also changed. Opening his eyes, Sun Yu shouted, "Who is it?"
A person was standing in front of him, looking at him with an amiable smile as he praised. Your vigilance is not bad. It seems you've grown quite a bit. Hearing this person's voice and looking at his physique and appearance, Sun Yu was overjoyed and quickly got up and called out, Senior Yang?
Yang Kai gently nodded. Why are you here? When did you arrive?
Sun Yu was extremely excited as he rushed over to Yang Kai and asked. I just arrived, Yang Kai replied casually. Speak softly. There are 2 transcendents guarding this place outside. Sun Yu glanced outside and couldn't help shrinking his neck, lowering his voice as he politely brought over a chair. Senior Yang, please sit. After Yang Kai sat down, Sun Yu respectfully poured him a glass of water before standing to the side and looking at him with a smile, as if he had just seen the person closest to him. Sweeping Sun Yu with his divine sense, Yang Kai gently nodded. Your cultivation has progressed quite well. You've been cultivating hard this time, right? Sun Yu's expression became bitter as he said, Senior Yang, please don't make fun of me. This progress may be very good compared to the average person, but compared to the expectations Palace Master and Master have placed on me, it's far from enough.
Moreover, I'm not satisfied with it. Don't worry. Strength is something you grow slowly.
Senior Yang, when can you explain everything to Palace Master? I've been under a lot of pressure lately, Sun Yu said with a bitter expression. I understand, Yang Kai nodded, but now is not the time. Sun Yu had suddenly changed from an ordinary disciple to the hope of the entire sect. Perhaps at the very beginning, Sun Yu would have been secretly delighted, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention, but after he understood the heavy burden on his shoulders, he understood what it meant to not be in a position where one should not be in a position where one should not be. Being under a lot of pressure was normal. Wait a while, Yang Kai comforted. He planned to wait until he found Su Yan and brought her back to inherit the Phoenix Empress inheritance from the Phoenix Nest before explaining this matter to Dragon Phoenix Palace's people. When the time came, the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress would both appear. Presumably they would be happy to accept. Then, what business does Senior Yang have with us this time?
There is indeed something I need your help with.
Yang Kai's expression became serious as he explained to Sun Yu about his request to the wizard Jie and his martial aunt Fei Yu.
Sun Yu naturally did not refuse.
Half a day later, under the command of Palace Master Chen Zhou, many of Dragon Phoenix Palace's elites were dispatched from all directions. Yang Kai bid farewell to Sun Yu and left Dragon Phoenix Palace. Standing atop the Flying Heavens shuttle, he released his divine sense and paid close attention to his surroundings. Yang Kai had used all the connections he could to inquire about news from the central capital as soon as possible. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to go to Water Spirit Temple again, but after thinking about it, Xueqi knew his origins. If they really did find the entrance to the central capital, Xueqi would send someone to deliver the news to Nine Heavens Holy Land even if he didn't say anything. Flying at a high speed, Yang Kai released his divine sense. Once he detected any void force fluctuations nearby, he would immediately investigate to see if there was an entrance to a mysterious small world. If there was, he would enter directly and see if this mysterious small world was his home. Disappointment after disappointment and emptiness after emptiness made Yang Kai extremely anxious. The central capital's 8 great families were second to none, but compared to Tongxian realm, they were nothing. If some great force really did find this place and set their sights on it, it was likely they would make a big fuss.
Chapter 923.
One day, 2 months later, Yang Kai returned from the outside world. Returning to the Holy Master Court, he called Xueqi and asked him if his disciples had found anything during this time, but there was no harvest. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. 2 months ago, he had used all of his connections to ask several great forces to pay attention to news from the central capital. In addition, Nine Heavens Holy Land itself was also investigating, but he still couldn't find anything. Over the past 2 months, Yang Kai himself had been searching everywhere for the entrance to a small sealed world. He had entered and exited 20 to 30 small sealed worlds, but none of them led to the central capital. The Flying Heavens shuttle's incredible speed was of great help at this time, so after 2 months, Yang Kai had almost traversed half of the human territory. Every 3 days, Yang Kai would return to the Holy Land so as not to miss any useful information.
But he still hadn't obtained any news.
Xueqi had already left when a fragrant wind blew past. Yang Kai looked up and saw Xia Ningchang standing in front of him in a light muslin dress. Seemingly understanding the anxiety in Yang Kai's heart,
A look of deep sympathy flashed across her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai reached out and pulled his little senior sister into his arms before asking, "Have you finished refining the pills?" Xia Ning Chong nodded gently. Thanks to the small sealed world, fewer and fewer people are coming here to ask for pills, so there aren't many pills to refine now. Because of the sudden appearance of so many small sealed worlds, most cultivators wanted to get a share of the pie, so they left the 9 peaks one after another to seek opportunities outside. As a result, there was no longer a need to line up outside the 9 peaks to ask for pills. This also allowed Xia Ning Chong and the other grandmasters to have some free time. The senior sister and junior sister were touching each other's skin as they breathed in each other's scent. "Junior brother, are you looking for the entrance to the central capital?" Xia Ning Chong suddenly asked. "Did you ask Great Elder?" Yang Kai was stunned. Xia Ning Chong shook her head. "I can see it myself. Strictly speaking, the central capital is also a small sealed world. Before we couldn't find the entrance, but now that the entrance has opened on its own, it should have been discovered long ago, but there hasn't been any news about it. Junior brother, you must be very worried. You've been running around a lot these days, so I guessed it. And I've been looking for it. Unfortunately, I haven't found it." "There will always be some clues, junior brother, don't worry." Xia Ning Chong comforted him softly, taking the initiative to hold Kai Yang's big hand. Faintly sighing, she said, "At such a critical time, I don't know where Master ran off to. If he's here, we can't." Treasurer Meng. He probably has something important to do. Kai Yang didn't know where Treasurer Meng had run off to at this critical moment. But since he had left as soon as he arrived at Nine Heaven's Holy Land, even leaving Xia Ning Chong in Yang Kai's care, it must be something important. Yang Kai even suspected that he had run off to the Demon Land. After all, he had suffered a big loss at the hands of the Demon Commander, so perhaps after restoring his strength, he had gone to find trouble with the Demon Commander again. If this was the case, Treasurer Meng's future was bleak. Asterisk dang 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 asterisk suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Xia Ning Chong was like a frightened rabbit as she hurriedly jumped out of Yang Kai's arms, blushing slightly as she stood aside awkwardly. When no one else was around, she could be affectionate with Yang Kai, but in front of outsiders, she couldn't let go. The one who came in was Xueqi, and he seemed to be in a hurry. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. "Is there something else, Great Elder?" Xueqi had just reported to Yang Kai the news his disciples had gathered, but now he had hurriedly returned. Obviously there was something he needed to report. "Holy Master, there are 2 women outside who want to see you." Xueqi carefully glanced at Xia Ning Chang's expression before lightly coughing and reporting. "Women?" Yang Kai frowned. "What kind of women?" "Very beautiful and very young," Xueqi didn't hesitate to ask. Xueqi didn't even blink as he reported bluntly. He spoke in a serious tone, clearly thinking that these 2 women were Yang Kai's love debts from outside and were now looking for him. Xia Ning Chong also thought the same and couldn't help smiling, her beautiful eyes faintly staring towards Yang Kai as she whispered, "Junior brother, I'll return to my room first." Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he righteously said, "I don't know any beautiful young women outside. Are they Yun Xian and Ruan Xin from Bold Independent Union?" When those 2 came to the Holy Land last time, Great Elder also saw them. "Not them." Xueqi shook his head, his eyes lighting up as he said, "Right, those 2 girls should be twins. They look the same, but their temperaments are somewhat different. One is charming while the other is like a fairy. And both of them are rare beauties." From his expression, it seemed Yang Kai's luck with women wasn't shallow. Obviously, he had determined that these 2 women had some kind of ambiguous relationship with Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face changed dramatically as he stood up and muttered, "Twins?" Xueqi didn't know why Yang Kai's reaction was so strong and stared at him in amazement before continuing. And according to this old master's observation, these 2 girls should be cultivating some kind of special secret art. Their life auras are exactly the same. Even the auras they exude are exactly the same. As for their strength, they should be around the first-order transcendent realm, but they give off a feeling that they can't be ignored. It's really a bit strange. Even if they are twins, their life auras and auras shouldn't be the same. Yang Kai's eyes gradually brightened and a strange light flashed across his eyes while Xia Ning Chong also stopped in her tracks, covering her mouth as her beautiful eyes filled with surprise and joy. The senior sister and junior brother glanced at each other and both thought of the same possibility. "Where are they?" Yang Kai quickly asked, releasing his divine sense at the same time. just outside the mountain peak.
Take me to them.
I'll go too,
Xia Ningchong hurriedly said. Xueqi was speechless as he stood in place, secretly feeling anxious for Yang Kai, wondering if this senior sister of the Holy Master was planning to embarrass these two women.
But looking at her appearance, it didn't seem like she would do such a thing. What are you gawking for?
Yang Kai shouted before flying off with Xia Ningchong. Xueqi braced himself and followed, secretly deciding that if these women started fighting, he would immediately run away and leave the Holy Master to deal with.
Good luck with women wasn't easy to enjoy.
Xueqi, as an experienced man, naturally knew how terrifying a woman could be once she started making a scene. Outside the 9 peaks, 2 women with graceful figures were quietly standing there. Both of them were outstanding beauties with ample breasts and graceful waists. However, their temperaments were different. The one on the left had a charming expression while the one on the right was a little more lively. When the two of them stood together, they couldn't help but give birth to a kind of captivating visual impact. The several Holy Land disciples guarding this place constantly stole glances at these 2 women, secretly marveling at their stunning beauty. None of them dared to stare too excessively, from time to time taking advantage of the 2 women's distraction to sneak a peek. Elder sister, these people are really annoying. They keep stealing glances. The woman on the right pursed her red lips and whispered softly into the ear of the woman on the left.
Don't pay attention to them. The woman on the left shook her head and smiled. Can't they just steal a few glances? In any case, it's not like they'll lose anything.
All men are like this. There are many more people who are more annoying than them. But that person is different. That person. The elder sister's face also became dignified, revealing a look of reminiscence. That person has been gone for more than 10 years without any news. I wonder if the person here is him.
I think so.
The elder sister glanced over at her younger sister and sneered. Although I also hope so, I still feel like it's impossible. According to others, this 9 heavens Holy Land's Holy Master is a 3rd order transcendent. The 2 of us sisters have only been able to reach our current cultivation because we obtained a supreme inheritance. No matter how powerful he is, it's impossible for him to increase his cultivation faster than us. With the 2 of us working together, our cultivation speed is twice that of an ordinary person.
Elder sister, have you forgotten all the miracles he created in the central capital and War City?
Anything that is impossible is possible with him. I hope so, but if it really is him, how could he become the master of this place in just 10 short years? This kind of force is not something the 8 great families can compare with, the elder sister sighed. Although she still held out some hope, she still felt it was somewhat unrealistic.
I wonder what the situation with the sect is like.
The younger sister wore a worried look. No matter what happens over there, we can't go back now. Our only hope is to find him quickly and ask him to think of a way.
Someone's coming.
While speaking, the elder sister raised her head and looked into the distance, just in time to see 3 figures rushing towards them. The speed of these 3 people was extremely fast, so even with her current cultivation, all she could see was a series of afterimages. When the 3 people landed in front of them, the beautiful eyes of the 2 sisters lit up. They couldn't believe their eyes, but they also felt relieved as they looked in front of them.
Disciple greets Holy Master, greets Great Elder.
The Holy Land disciple guarding this place respectfully saluted. Great Elder waved his hand but didn't say anything, simply standing behind Yang Kai and observing his expression. He found that when he saw these 2 girls, the Holy Master smiled, and although it was silent, it was obvious he was reuniting with an old friend.
It really is you.
Xia Ningchong also covered her mouth and exclaimed,
Yang Kai.
The 2 sisters also seemed to be a little too excited and shouted in unison. Then, under the dumbfounded gaze of the Great Elder, they rushed over and gave Yang Kai a big hug. Their movements were so orderly that it was as if they were the same person. Hugging left and right, their tender bodies were soft to the extreme, and their breasts were shockingly flexible. Kai Yang stood there at a loss, obviously also stunned. Too enthusiastic. After not seeing each other for 10 years, these 2 sisters had become so enthusiastic, even taking the initiative to throw themselves into his arms, making Yang Kai feel overwhelmed. Xia Ningchong just stood to the side and chuckled, not seeming to mind at all. Great Elder looked up at the sky with a focused expression, as if there was a great mystery in the sky. Chapter 924. Outside the 9 peaks, Yang Kai held two identical beauties in his arms, and a young senior sister with a veil covering her face stood next to him. The Holy Land disciple in charge of guarding this place stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, a look of admiration and envy filling his face as he thought to himself, Holy Master is truly a holy master. Even such beautiful sisters have been conquered by him. He really is a role model for all men.
That's enough. What are you two doing?
Yang Kai was almost out of breath from being hugged so tightly, and the amazing softness of their chests made him restless for a moment, so he quickly touched the waists of the two women. The two sisters released him and glared at him while gnashing their teeth.
What?
Yang Kai looked vigilant. It was you who delivered yourself to me, not me who wanted to take advantage of you.
I haven't seen you for many years, but you're still so annoying.
The charming woman snorted. We've been worried about your safety all these years, but it turns out you've already become a holy master here. We've been worried about you for so long in vain.
Are you worried about me?
Yang Kai looked at them in amazement. Then I'm really honored.
I'm not. It's Mayra who keeps talking about you, the woman blushed and denied. Elder sister has.
No. Okay, don't quarrel as soon as you see each other, let's go inside and talk. Xianing Chong also recovered and said. Yang Kai grinned and beckoned to the two sisters. Come with me. Since you're already here, don't treat yourself as an outsider.
I won't, the elder sister snorted and pulled her younger sister along with Xianing Chong, taking the lead into the 9 peaks.
Yang Kai shook his head with a smile as he stared at their backs, his expression gradually becoming serious. The two sisters were none other than the Hu sisters of Blood Battle Gang, Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er. Because Yang Kai had been inquiring about the central capital during this time, when he heard the great Chief Chalk report that a pair of twins had come to see him, the figures of the Hu sisters involuntarily appeared in his mind. The words of the great Chalk elder after that also confirmed his guess. In the Heaven's Cave inheritance, Yang Kai and Su Yen had obtained the final inheritance, which was Dragon Phoenix Palaces. However, the Hu sisters also had their own opportunities and obtained a set of Twin Chi Shared Branches Divine Technique. After cultivating this technique, their life aura and energy waves would be exactly the same. Since they had appeared here, it meant that the central capital and Tongxian realm had really been connected. Perhaps something had happened that made him worried. Holy Master. Those two girls. Su Hui stammered, wanting to inquire about the origins of the twins and their relationship with Yang Kai, but also feeling that he was being too nosy.
It's not what you think.
Yang Kai glanced at him.
Subordinate understands, Su Hui nodded quickly.
After entering the 9 peaks, the two sisters looked around as they walked, constantly exclaiming in amazement. 9 Heaven's Holy Land was a top force even in Tongxian realm, and the scenery inside the 9 peaks was pleasant and the world energy aura was rich.
The central capital simply couldn't compare.
When they arrived here, they immediately felt as if their horizons had been broadened. The two sisters were like two village girls who had entered a bustling city. It was too much for their eyes to take in. In the Holy Master Court, Xianing Chong arranged for the two sisters to sit down while Yang Kai personally poured them a cup of tea. And Ling also served them a plate of rare spirit fruits. The Hu sisters seemed to have not had a good rest for a long time. Their pretty faces filled with exhaustion and their strength had been greatly consumed. Smelling the fragrance of these spirit fruits, they couldn't help feeling hungry. Hu Jiao Er unceremoniously picked up 2 fruits and handed one to Hu Mei Er before taking a big bite. Yang Kai and Xianing Chong sat next to the two sisters, waiting for them to recover. After eating several spirit fruits, the two sisters seemed to have recovered and Yang Kai asked, "Looking at how travel-worn you are, have you been traveling for a long time?" The Hu sisters nodded together, "About 3 months." Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "You've worked hard." The two of them were now first-order transcendents, so traveling for 3 months had consumed a great deal of their strength, so it was inevitable they would feel exhausted. "Yang Kai, you have to hurry back to the central capital. Something may have happened there." Hu Jiao Er suddenly frowned and said anxiously. "I know," Yang Kai gently nodded. "You know." The Hu sisters looked at him in amazement.
"To be honest, some things have happened here recently. I've been looking for a way back but haven't been able to find it. It just so happens that you came here today, so tell me in detail, how did you get here?"
The Hu sisters glanced at each other before Hu Jiao Er said, "Do you remember the place where the Heaven's Cave inheritance opened? That was one of my Hu family's mines." "Of course I remember," Yang Kai nodded. "About 3 or 4 months ago, some strange phenomena suddenly appeared there." After listening to Hu Jiao Er's story, Yang Kai understood why the two sisters had come to Tongxian realm and why they had traveled so far to find Nine Heavens Holy Land. 3 or 4 months ago, in the place where the Heavens Cave inheritance had appeared, a dark cave suddenly appeared. The Hu sisters received a report from a disciple and went together to investigate. Because in today's blood battle gang, or even the entire world, the Hu sisters' strength was considered top-notch. It was precisely because they had some confidence in their own strength that the Hu sisters were not afraid of danger. They entered the pitch-black cave, intending to carefully investigate what was inside. After all, the Heavens Cave inheritance had appeared there and they mistakenly thought that the cave was similar to the Heavens Cave inheritance. But they didn't know that it was the entrance to the void corridor that led to Tongxian realm. In a moment of carelessness, they had arrived in Tongxian realm. The two sisters investigated the surroundings for 2 days and found that the world here was completely different from what they had imagined. There were actually many traces of cultivator activity, and among those cultivator, there were many masters that even they couldn't see through. They immediately understood that they had come to an extraordinary place. Just as they were about to return to Blood Battle Gang, they were shocked to find that the entrance they had come through had been surrounded by cultivator activity from another force. That force had countless masters, and the two sisters were alone, so they couldn't get close. Once they got close, they would be intimidated and forced to retreat. As a last resort, the two sisters could only stay nearby and see if they could find a chance to return. But they were unable to do so. At this time they remembered Yang Kai, who had left the central capital 10 years ago, and with the mentality of treating a dead horse as a living one, they inquired about Yang Kai, wanting to know if he was also in this world, and if so, if there was any way to return to the central capital. They didn't have much hope, but when they asked, they found out the truth. In today's world, the prestige of Nine Heavens Holy Land was unparalleled, and the name of the Holy Master, Yang Kai, was widely known. After some inquiries, they discovered that the age and appearance of the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land was very similar to the one they knew, so they hurried over to Nine Heavens Holy Land. The reason why the two sisters were so excited and enthusiastic when they saw Yang Kai was entirely because this Yang Kai really was the one they knew. The burden that had been hanging in their hearts for several months suddenly fell to the ground, causing them to lose their composure. I didn't expect you to really be the Holy Master of this place, but now it's easy. Since you're in charge of the Holy Land, you must have the ability to communicate with that force and prevent them from harming Blood Battle Gang in the central capital, right?
Hu Jiao looked eagerly at Yang Kai, pinning all her hopes on him. Do you remember where you came from?
What is the name of the force that drove you away?
I don't remember where we came from.
Hu Jiao slowly shook her head. This place is too big, but I heard from a nearby cultivator that the force we encountered was called Free and Unfettered.
Free and Unfettered?
Yang Kai frowned, vaguely feeling that he had heard this name before.
That place isn't close.
And Ling who had been sitting nearby and listening, interjected. These two girls should have taken a detour, otherwise they should have been able to reach my holy land within 2 months.
Do you know this force?
Yang Kai turned his eyes to her. And Ling pursed her lips and smiled. The saintess' knowledge is very diverse, naturally including the strength of the world's forces and their geographical distribution. This free and unfettered force isn't weak. It has several saint realm masters, the most powerful of which should be a second-order saint. That means it's on par with my holy land.
You could say that.
And Ling smiled and nodded. However, in terms of reputation and prestige, it naturally can't be compared to the current holy land, but it still can't be underestimated. Listening to her, the Hu sisters' expressions became dignified. In their opinion, this Nine Heavens Holy Land was already quite tyrannical, but it could only fight to a draw with the free and unfettered force. They didn't know if they could rely on the strength of this place to resolve the crisis in the central capital. That depends on whether they are sensible or not. If they are, I will naturally treat them well, but if they are not, then what will you do?
Just wait and see.
Yang Kai grinned, a cold light flashing across his eyes, as sharp as a sword. The beautiful eyes of the Hu sisters shone with extraordinary splendor. This man is still as strong as he was in the past.
Anyone who dared to underestimate or oppose him would pay a heavy price.
The two sisters' hearts instantly relaxed, secretly thinking that as long as Yang Kai took action, they would no longer have to worry about the situation in their sect. A divine sense spread out from Yang Kai's knowledge sea, and a moment later, the sound of fluttering robes rang out outside the hall. The Holy Land's 6 chalk elders and the 4 great commanders of the ancient demon clan all appeared.
Holy Master! Master!
Everyone saluted as they stared solemnly towards Yang Kai. They didn't know why he had summoned all the elders of the Holy Land, but they could faintly smell an unusual aura. Feeling the tyrannical strength of these 10 people, the Hu sisters didn't even dare to breathe loudly. In the central capital, their strength was top-notch, and when the sisters joined forces, they could be said to be invincible, but at this moment, they were shocked to discover that none of the people standing here was someone they could resist. While they were shocked, they also felt inspired by the power Yang Kai had grasped.
Chapter 925.
Master, is there a reason you have summoned us all here today? Inside the hall, Li Rong asked while sizing up the Hu sisters, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. With her strength, she could naturally see that although the strength of these 2 sisters was not high, the secret art they cultivated was quite strange. Even if they were twins, there shouldn't be no difference between their vital signs and auras. The other Saint Realm experts also noticed this interesting phenomenon, and all of them took a few more glances at the Hu sisters. I'm going out. Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd and said casually. Li Rong and Han Fei will come with me. The 2 great commanders of the ancient demon clan nodded. In addition, I need an elder who is familiar with the way to lead the way. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he turned his eyes to the 6 elders. Which one of you knows the way to the free and unfettered? Subordinate knows. Xueqi stepped forward. Then Elder Xueqi will also come with me. Everyone else will remain in the Holy Land.
Holy Master, is there some kind of dispute between you and the free and unfettered? Xueqi frowned and asked.
Yang Kai's expression and tone were somewhat different from usual, causing Xueqi to feel that something was wrong.
There is no dispute, but there may be, so I need to take a few masters with me.
Then Subordinate will also. Great Elder, you don't need to go.
Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish before interrupting. There needs to be someone in the Holy Land, so you should stay here and deal with the situation here. Xueqi thought about it for a moment and felt that Yang Kai was right, so he didn't insist. Little senior sister, you should also stay. Yang Kai turned to Xianing Chong. Treasurer Meng may return soon. I won't go. I'll stay here and perform alchemy while waiting for Master. Xianing Chong nodded obediently. We want to go, the Hu sisters said in unison. Yang Kai looked at them and noticed the determination in their eyes, nodding lightly. Only then did Hu Mei Er and Hu Jiao Er smile. There's no time to lose, let's go now. Yang Kai waved his hand and walked out without delay. Outside the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai gave a few simple instructions to the elders and great elders before summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle. After the group of 6 people boarded it, the shuttle turned into a blue light that instantly disappeared. The shuttle of Flying Apsara was about 30 feet long, so it wouldn't be a problem for it to carry 7 or 8 people. Moreover, because the shuttle of Flying Apsara was equipped with a defensive barrier, no matter how fast it flew, it wouldn't feel the wind blowing against it. However, Yang Kai's heavens Yang's Yang Kai's Yang Yang's is Yang 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 and the Holy Heavens elders and Yang. The elders and the elders and elders, and elders and elders and elders was a sect. Along the way, Yang Kai briefly explained the Hu sisters' origins and the purpose of this trip to the free and unfettered. Li Rong and Han Fei finally understood why Yang Kai was being so cautious. Yang Kai grew up in the central capital, so Yang Kai naturally had special feelings for it. Now that all the mysterious small worlds in the world had opened, the free and unfettered elders who entered the central capital's world might not take advantage of it. If they relied on their strength and didn't put the central capital's cultivator in their eyes, they might oppress and enslave the cultivator there. Yang Kai's friends and family were there, so how could he allow such a thing to happen? During the flight, Xueqi glanced back from time to time with a strange look on his face. Elder Xueqi, do you have something to say? Yang Kai couldn't help asking when he saw Xueqi's hesitant look. Xueqi smiled and said, It's nothing, I just feel that the auras of these 2 girls are very similar. Oh, that's because they cultivate a special secret art. So that's how it is. Xueqi scratched his head, but if Holy Master hadn't said so, I'm afraid I would have thought the 2 of them were from Twin Spirit Pavilion. Twin Spirit Pavilion? Yang Kai frowned, vaguely remembering the name of this great force. The last time he was in Dragon Phoenix Palace, when Sun Yu had come out of Dragon Valley, his master Ling Jian had told him to seek refuge in Twin Spirit Pavilion for a while, saying that Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion had always had a good relationship. Senior, why do you think we're from Twin Spirit Pavilion? Hu Jiao Er asked. Because in Twin Spirit Pavilion, there are many twins like you, Xueqi explained with a smile. Xueqi smiled and explained, "This faction is very special. The disciples they take in are all twins, without exception. Although there aren't many of them, because of the special cultivation method they cultivate, if sisters or brothers join forces, they can often fight above their level. When they cultivate to the extreme, their life aura and energy fluctuations will gradually transform into the same, but not as thoroughly as you two. The two of you are basically indistinguishable from each other. When I was young, I went out for life experience and once met a pair of brothers from Twin Spirit Pavilion, so I had some understanding of that place, so I thought you were from there."
"We've never heard of it." Hu Jiao shook her head and shook her head. The two of them had been here for a few months and had been constantly on the move, so they had no idea what was going on here. Yang Kai's eyes, on the other hand, lit up and after a moment of hesitation asked, "Elder Xueqi, was Twin Spirit Pavilion very powerful in the past?"
"It wasn't very powerful. Although there were Saint Realm Masters in Twin Spirit Pavilion, their strength wasn't very high."
"Oh right, that pair of brothers said that a long time ago, Twin Spirit Pavilion was indeed a great sect, but unfortunately, for some unknown reason, its inheritance was severed and it slowly declined."
What they said was true, but who knows if they were telling the truth.
"Their inheritance was severed?"
Hu Jiao exclaimed, her beautiful eyes flashing, apparently thinking of something. Yang Kai also had a rough idea.
He was basically certain that the Twin Chi shared spirit divine art the Hu sisters cultivated should have originated from Twin Spirit Pavilion. The situation of the two of them was similar to his and Su Yan's, both having obtained inheritances from long ago. If this was the case, then there was a reason why Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion had always been on good terms. The two sects were both top forces a long time ago and had a good relationship, but now that their inheritances were severed and they had both declined, it was only natural for them to share the same fate.
"If there's a chance, I'll have to visit this Twin Spirit Pavilion," Hu Jiao whispered, obviously curious about this Twin Spirit Pavilion. "After we're done with the central capital, I'll take you there," Yang Kai said.
Hu Jiao nodded, suddenly moving her head closer and whispering into Yang Kai's ear. "By the way, Yang Kai, these people you brought with you, what are their cultivations?
Why can't I sense their depths?"
"Saint Realm." "Saint Realm?" The Hu sisters stared at him in amazement. "Above the Transcendent Realm is the Saint Realm," Li Rong interjected with a smile. "You two are now First-Order Transcendents, and it seems you're about to reach the Second Order. Above that is the Third Order, and above that is the Saint Realm. It seems that the World Master came from didn't have any Saint Realm Masters." "Don't mention it. 10 years ago they didn't even know what the Transcendent Realm was. They only called it the Above Immortal Ascension Boundary." Yang Kai also blushed with shame.
"What about those above the Saint Realm?" Hu Mei's beautiful eyes widened as she asked curiously.
"Above the Saint Realm?" Li Rong and Yang Kai glanced at each other and slowly shook their heads. Li Rong smiling and saying, "I don't know, no one has ever reached the Saint Realm."
The Hu sisters fell silent.
It was as if the existence of the Saint Realm had given them a huge shock, causing them to slowly digest the information they had just heard and try to integrate themselves into this world. In the central capital, when the two of them joined forces, they were almost invincible, but as soon as they arrived here, they were shocked to discover that there were many masters they were no match for. This change in their perception of the strong and the weak had a huge impact on their perception.
They had no choice but to re-examine themselves and Tongxian realm. As they flew, most of the time everyone remained silent. Yang Kai asked Xueqi about the free and unfettered carefully.
2 days later, the Flying Heavens shuttle came to a stop mid-air and Yang Kai spread out his divine sense to carefully investigate the situation around them.
Hu Jiao suddenly called out, "I remember the town below us. Mei and I only walked for 2 days before arriving here. Which way should we go now?" Yang Kai asked.
Hu Jiao looked around carefully and pointed in a certain direction. "This way."
The blue light flashed again.
After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai saw the entrance to a void corridor in the distance, about a dozen meters above the ground. Near the entrance to the void corridor, many cultivators were standing guard, guarding the entrance while remaining vigilant. Once someone tried to approach, they would immediately chase them away. "It's here." Hu Mei bit her red lips and whispered, "Elder sister and I came from here." Yang Kai gently nodded and controlled the Flying Heavens shuttle to descend.
The group of 6 strode towards the entrance.
"Master, there are 5 Saint Realm Masters guarding this place, but they are only First-Order cultivators. There is nothing to be afraid of." Li Rong spread out her divine sense and instantly understood the number and realm of masters here.
It seems that it's not just the free and unfettered sect here. Xueqi said thoughtfully. They should have found some helpers. It seems that there are at least 3 forces involved.
Yang Kai nodded. The central capital is a big piece of meat. One family can't eat it all.
What should we do?
Li Rong asked in a low voice.
Try peaceful means before resorting to force. Yang Kai quickly said.
The arrival of the 6 people had obviously attracted the attention of the cultivators, all of them staring at Yang Kai and the others. Among the cultivators scattered around, 5 of them had their eyes flashing and were secretly condensing their strength, ready to attack at any time. One of them pondered for a moment before slowly walking out and blocking Yang Kai and the others, raising his hand and shouting, "Halt!
This is the small sealed world discovered by the free and unfettered sect. Your Excellency, please explore elsewhere." Because all the entrances to the small sealed world had opened during this time, almost every force and cultivator was exploring and trying their luck. Often, the first sect to discover a small sealed world would send disciples to guard the entrance, preventing outsiders from approaching. The powerful forces naturally wanted to monopolize the benefits of the small sealed world, and the free and unfettered sect had this ability. Chapter 926.
The entrance the Hu sisters had come from was not far from the free and unfettered small world, so naturally they had arrived first. Even if the nearby small forces and families were envious of them, none of them dared to provoke the free and unfettered small world.
Under the Saint Realm cultivators' shout, Yang Kai and the others also stopped. Before they knew what the situation in the central capital was like, Yang Kai did not intend to act against them. The Saint Realm cultivator nodded lightly, expressing satisfaction, crossing his hands behind his back and continuing, "Please return, this is my free and unfettered small world. If you want to enter this mysterious small world to seek opportunities, please go elsewhere. Please forgive us for any impoliteness." His words were quite polite, obviously because he was aware of the strength of Li Rong and the others. Otherwise, he would have directly driven them away.
Xueqi stepped forward and cupped his fists. How should I address this friend? The man glanced over at Xueqi and frowned somewhat reluctantly. Free and unfettered Yu Chun. Xueqi acted as if they were old friends and laughed. So it is Brother Yu, it's an honor to meet you.
Yu Chun gently nodded and asked, "Who are you? Why have you come to my free and unfettered small world?"
This one is 9 Heavens Holy Land's Xueqi.
9 Heavens Holy Land. A burst of exclamations rang out as all the nearby cultivator, regardless of their cultivation, turned their gazes towards them. Yu Chun even swept his eyes over Xueqi, trying to see if he was lying. 9 Heavens Holy Land's reputation had spread far and wide over the past few years, so it was difficult not to notice. The old Holy Master had passed away, and a new Holy Master had succeeded him. Unfortunately, this new Holy Master was a brat who had colluded with evil demons, and before the storm had died down, a new top alchemy grandmaster had appeared. All sorts of rumors had spread, and the Holy Land's name was unparalleled. Yu Chun suddenly turned his eyes to Yang Kai and asked suspiciously, "Could this be the Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land?" When he saw Xueqi standing behind Yang Kai and showing a respectful attitude towards him, Yang Kai naturally had some guesses. "It is our Holy Master," Xueqi nodded. "So it's Yang Shengzhu, no wonder you look familiar," Yu Chun suddenly smiled, a strange smile.
"Where have we met before?"
Yang Kai frowned at him. "Holy Master Yang, it is only natural that you do not remember this Yu. But Holy Master Yang should remember my spirit religion's religion master, Wu Zhang, right?"
Wu Zhang. Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more as he thought for a long time before suddenly remembering. "The Wu Zhang we met outside the 9 Peaks?"
More than a year ago, Yang Kai had brought the ancient demon clan from the endless snow mountain range to 9 Heavens Holy Land. Because a large number of demons were detected, a large group of human race masters had followed Yang Kai's group. Finally, outside the 9 Peaks, Yang Kai and Li Rong had gone to negotiate with these masters. At that time, 3 people had talked to Yang Kai. One was Xueqi of Shrouded Heaven Mansion, one was Feng Yubai of Smokelock Tower, and the last was Wu Zhang of the Free and Unfettered. All 3 of them were second-order saints. Yang Kai still remembered that Xueqi and Feng Yubai had quickly left after hearing him promise that the ancient demon clan would not do any harm, leaving only Wu Zhang with a look of hatred and unwillingness.
Yang Kai naturally had some impression of him.
Yes.
Yu Chun nodded. It seems that although Yang Shengzhu is young, he still has some memory. I thought Yang Shengzhu was as arrogant as ever, but it turns out that he still remembers my spirit religion's religion master. Hearing this, Xueqi's face turned cold and his expression became unfriendly. He didn't know what was wrong with this Yu Chun, but after learning Yang Kai's identity, he seemed to be targeting the Holy Master, which made him very unhappy.
Of course I remember.
Yang Kai smiled faintly. Speaking of which, the Holy Land was also blessed by your religion master. Before my Holy Land's alchemy grandmaster became famous, it was lively for a while.
What do you mean by that?
Yu Chun's face changed slightly as he shook his head.
I don't understand.
You know what I mean. Yang Kai smiled coldly. In the past, the Holy Land had many strange cultivators loitering around the 9 peaks in an attempt to find secret treasures, so it was obvious that someone was behind all of this. Yang Kai suspected that Wu Zhang was behind this, and seeing Yu Chun's expression at this moment, he immediately confirmed his guess. However, this was a small matter, so Yang Kai didn't intend to pursue it. Yu Chun seemed to feel that there was no need to discuss this issue any further, so he glanced sideways at Yang Kai and asked, "Then dare I ask Yang Shengzhu, why did you bring your Holy Land's elder to my free and unfettered? Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, this woman should be a demon, right?"
A demon?
The cultivator guarding the entrance to the void corridor suddenly paled, all of them turning their eyes to Li Rong. Yu Chun laughed loudly. Yang Shengzhu's courage is quite big. Colluding with evil demons is one thing, but he actually dares to bring a demon with him. Does he really think there is no one in my human race that can stand up to him? Following his shout, the other 4 Saint Realm Masters also wore unfriendly expressions. Humans and demons were irreconcilable enemies. Regardless of whether they had any grudges with Li Rong or not, upon seeing a demon in human territory, their first thought was to kill her. Yang Kai's expression became impatient as he shouted, "I didn't come here to embarrass you, I just want to enter this entrance."
You think we can enter just because you say so?
Yu Chun waved his hand. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Not to mention my free and unfettered sect isn't afraid of your 9 heavens holy land.
Isn't Yang Shengzhu too arrogant?
Whether you're afraid or not has nothing to do with me. I'm going in now. If you dare stop me, I'll take action. Yang Kai coldly snorted before taking a step forward and walking straight towards the void corridor. Yu Chun's expression became cold as he signaled to the other 4 Saint Realm Masters. The 5 of them all stepped forward and stood in front of Yang Kai, pushing their strength as one of them shouted, "Yang Shengzhu, if you dare take another step forward, don't blame us for." Halfway through his sentence, Yu Chun's expression suddenly became extremely ugly, as if there was an invisible hand pinching his throat, causing him to be unable to make a sound. His entire body trembled, and sweat dripped down his forehead. His pair of eyes filled with panic as he stared towards the woman from the demon race. Before she took action, Yu Chun only knew that this demon woman's strength was quite good, but after she released her aura, Yu Chun discovered that this woman wasn't someone he could resist. Even if he joined forces with the other 4, he wouldn't be able to win against her. This was a peak 3rd Order Saint Realm Master. Realizing this, Yu Chun's expression changed incessantly, and it was particularly interesting. Yang Kai had already led everyone past them and glanced over at him. "What are you going to do about it?" Yu Chun couldn't move his body, couldn't speak, so how could he answer? Hu Jiao sneered and made a face at him, pretending to be a fox taking advantage of the tiger's might. She and Hu Mei had wanted to return from this place a few months ago but were mercilessly expelled by the free and unfettered sect's disciples, causing her to be extremely angry. Now that she saw Yang Kai's might, her heart was suddenly filled with excitement. When a man was strong, there was always a particularly attractive taste to him, which made her eyes shine brightly. Not long after, the group arrived in front of the void corridor. The surrounding cultivators were all trembling with fear, but none of them dared to stop them. At that moment, Yang Kai frowned and stared at the void corridor that was several dozen meters above the ground. At the entrance, a burst of light flickered and became extremely unstable. After a short while, a group of people walked out of the void corridor. The first to come out was a few free and unfettered sect's disciples. After they appeared, they immediately gathered near the entrance of the void corridor, each of them beaming with joy, as if they were in a good mood. A moment later, another group of people appeared from there one after another. However, this group of people looked embarrassed, their expressions dispirited, and their auras dull and oppressive. Obviously, they had been imprisoned. After coming out of the void corridor,
These people looked around blankly and helplessly, their eyes dim, as if they couldn't see the light. Hurry up! What are you waiting for? The first few free and unfettered sex disciples scolded them and threw them to the ground without any trace of politeness.
Pang pang pang.
One after another, the cultivator was thrown to the ground, followed by a series of painful howls.
The Hu sisters covered their small mouths and shouted, "It's the storm house's disciples."
Yang Kai's eyes shrank, and his face suddenly became cold. This little girl is not bad, ha ha ha. Another woman walked out of the void corridor. Her figure was petite and charming, but she was full and full. She attracted the attention of a free and unfettered sex disciple, who chuckled at her with a lewd look on his face. Following behind the woman, a man walked out.
When he heard this, he quickly stood in front of the woman and glared at the free and unfettered sex disciple who was laughing lewdly.
Dui Shuang Fang Ziki. Yang Kai curled the corner of his mouth. The woman who walked out first was the Storm House's little sister Du. When they were adventuring in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, Yang Kai had cooperated with her. At this moment, the one who stood in front of her to protect her was naturally the Storm House's first disciple, Fang Ziki.
After not seeing each other for many years, Fang Ziki had also reached the peak immortal ascension boundary, but in front of a free and unfettered sex disciple, it was still somewhat insufficient, not to mention that his strength was currently sealed.
Fang Ziki's attitude annoyed the free and unfettered sex disciple.
He stretched out his hand and sent out a palm strike, which blasted Fang Ziki's body and sent him tumbling through the air several times before landing heavily on the ground.
Barbarian! You overestimate yourself. The free and unfettered sex disciple acted as if he had done something insignificant.
Looking around, he quickly flew down and cupped his fists to Yu Chun. "Elder Yu, the sect master asked us to escort this group of people back first.
He said that although the cultivation of this group of people isn't very good, they can still be used as coolies. They are quite useful for mining and transporting things.
Moreover, there are many beautiful women among them that can be rewarded to the disciples who have contributed."
Elder Yu? The free and unfettered sex disciple reported, but found that Elder Yu didn't move at all. He couldn't help but feel strange.
Looking up, he was surprised to find that Elder Yu was sweating profusely and had an incomparably difficult expression on his face.
For a moment he was stunned, not knowing what had happened. Chapter 927. At the entrance to the void corridor, one by one, Storm Hall's disciples were escorted out, their eyes dim, each of them wearing a look of extreme shame and humiliation. The free and unfettered cultivator stood in front of Yu Chun and made a report, but when he found that Elder Yu didn't respond at all, he couldn't help feeling puzzled. "Did your religion master say that?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at the disciple. "Who are you?" The disciple glanced over at Yang Kai and found him unfamiliar, frowning as he asked. Yang Kai grinned. "It doesn't matter who I am. Let me ask you, did your religion master instruct you to arrange for this group of people? And what's the problem?"
This group of barbarians was quite dishonest and actually tried to resist, but after killing a few of them, they had no choice but to cooperate, the disciple replied matter-of-factly.
The disciple replied matter-of-factly.
When he saw Yang Kai standing here, he thought he was a guest of the spirit religion, so naturally he would speak as if it was one.
"Good," Yang Kai nodded lightly, a cold light flashing across his eyes. "Master." Seemingly feeling his murderous intent, Li Rong's face also became cold as she called out inquisitively. "Kill them all," Yang Kai shouted. Li Rong and Han Fei nodded lightly, not saying a word as a monstrous demonic qi gushed out from their bodies, causing the world around them to suddenly become pitch black, without a trace of light. In that instant, everyone felt a strong sense of death flowing through their hearts. At the same time, there was also a kind of coldness that penetrated their hearts.
No sounds of fighting could be heard, nor were there any screams or cries of alarm. In a short 10 breaths of time, when the darkness that had shrouded the world dissipated and light returned, all the cultivators who were related to free and unfettered spirit temple were frozen in place, all of their vitality drained away, each of them staring with wide bloodshot eyes, as if they had seen something horrifying before they died. The 5 First-Order Saint Realm cultivators were relatively stronger, and even though they were imprisoned by Li Rong's aura, they did not immediately die. Yu Chun stared at Yang Kai, gritted his teeth, and said, "How dare you?" It was only at this moment that he realized how vicious Yang Kai was. Once there was a disagreement, he would immediately kill without leaving any leeway. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk a series of crisp cracking sounds rang out as the 5 Saint Realm Masters were covered in ice crystals and turned into ice sculptures in an instant. Han Fei snapped her fingers and the 5 lifelike ice sculptures exploded, transforming into 5 fluorescent lights that scattered across the surrounding area. The disciples of Stormhouse who came out of the void corridor were scared silly, and all of them looked at this inconceivable scene with pale faces. They were fully aware of the strength of the cultivator who had captured them. However, these seemingly invincible enemies were actually powerless in front of the other cultivators. They were crushed to death like ants. Then what kind of heaven-defying and earth-shattering cultivation did these people have? While they were frightened, they were also excited as they all turned to look at Yang Kai's group. Soon, many of the Stormhouse disciples' eyes flashed with surprise.
It's the 2 Hu family sisters. Are they the helpers they found?
Hey, the man leading them looks familiar. Yes, I also think he looks familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before.
A burst of whispers began to spread among the Stormhouse disciples.
Some of them began to vigorously call out to the Hu sisters, thanking them profusely.
Many of them also began to look at Kai Yang suspiciously. Some of them had already recognized his identity, causing a storm to rise in their hearts. Somewhere on the ground, Du Yishuang supported Feng Ziki and slowly stood up. Yang Kai strode towards them with a smile on his face. After seeing his appearance, Du Yishuang couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaim. Feng Ziki stared at Yang Kai as if he had seen a ghost, and his mouth was wide open. Brother Feng, long time no see. Yang Kai stood in front of him and waved his hand to undo the seal on his body, and gently nodded. Feng Ziki didn't say anything, but still stared at Yang Kai. Suddenly he whispered, Shuang pinch me. Why would I want to pinch you?
Du Yishuang asked in surprise.
I want to know if this is a dream.
Du Yishuang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother, this is not a dream. In other words, the person standing in front of me is really Yang Kai.
If it's not me, then who?
Yang Kai also laughed, and the previous haze in his heart was swept away.
Brother Yang, you finally appeared.
Feng Ziki couldn't help but show an expression of relief, and firmly grasped Yang Kai's hand, and eagerly said, Let's go back to High Heaven Pavilion.
Our 3 sects have been bullied.
Yang Kai nodded and narrowed his eyes. I came because of this matter, so let's talk later.
It's not safe here, so you have to come back with me.
Feng Ziki nodded heavily and gritted his teeth. We really have to go back. Li Rong waved her hand, and a gentle force burst out from her, and all the Storm Hall disciples who had been imprisoned by her suddenly regained their freedom.
Han Fei, you and Elder Xueqi bring up the rear. Li Rong and I will go first, Yang Kai said, and led Li Rong into the void corridor.
Just as they flew to the entrance, another free and unfettered disciple appeared, and before he could understand the situation, he saw a big hand coming towards him, and before he had time to react, he exploded into a bloody mist. Bathed in this blood, Yang Kai's blood boiled, and the fire in his heart burned fiercely.
He then flashed into the void corridor and disappeared.
After a moment of weightlessness, Yang Kai and Li Rong's eyes blurred as they appeared above a mining area. It was the Blood Battle Gang's mine. There were many people gathered below, divided into 3 groups. Standing mid-air, Yang Kai swept his eyes around and immediately determined that these 3 groups were based on the 3 nearby sects. Everyone's strength had been sealed, and the people closest to the void corridor were the Storm Hall's people, who were being cursed and whipped by the free and unfettered Spirit Temple's disciples, unable to control themselves as they passed through the void corridor. The people from Blood Battle Gang and High Heaven Pavilion were still waiting. Yang Kai glanced at the people from High Heaven Pavilion and saw familiar faces. The attitude of the free and unfettered disciples towards these 3 sects was quite bad. At this moment, the several elders of High Heaven Pavilion seemed to be arguing with several free and unfettered disciples, loudly shouting. The disciples were holding thorny whips in their hands, constantly lashing out at the several old elders, causing their skin to split open. In the middle of these elders was a young man. The treatment of this young man seemed to be somewhat different from the others. Not only was his strength imprisoned, but his body was also tied up. His body was riddled with scars, and he sat paralyzed on the ground, staring at the free and unfettered disciples with hatred in his eyes. His eyes were red, but he was powerless to resist.
Sassafras. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Although he didn't know why this young man was being treated like this, he didn't say anything. Pushing his strength, a brilliant spear appeared in his hand and he fiercely threw it downwards.
Asterisk Xiao. A whistling sound rang out as the heaven-punishing spear directly pierced through the body of one of the free and unfettered disciples who was whipping the high heaven pavilion elder. The violent force from the spear blew his body apart, sending it flying in all directions. His companions who were standing next to him couldn't dodge in time and were all riddled with holes, blood gushing out of their bodies as they fell to the ground dead. The clamor suddenly died down as countless pairs of eyes looked up at the same time. Deep in the night, the moon shone like a silver plate. In front of this bright moon, a figure stood, the wind howling around him causing his clothes to flutter in the wind, his body exuding a terrifying chill. "Who goes there?" A loud shout rang out as several Transcendent Realm cultivator flew up into the air, shouting as they charged towards Yang Kai. Pew pew pew. A few muffled sounds rang out as the several Transcendents who had flown over were severely injured and fell to the ground, all of them dying inexplicably. Inside the void corridor, Xueqi took the lead and appeared behind Yang Kai, the power in his body exploding as he roared towards the heavens. "Yang Kai is back. Brothers and sisters, kill these bastards for me." As he shouted, he had already sent out a series of martial skills towards the nearby enemies. One figure after another appeared from the void corridor and followed behind Xueqi. Like frenzied beasts, they launched suicidal attacks at Xueqi. "Yang Kai is back?" The cultivator from the three sects was stunned for a moment, only waking up when the two sides began fighting, all of them turning their burning gazes towards the sky, wanting to confirm with their own eyes whether or not this person was Yang Kai who had disappeared 10 years ago. A moment later, shouts shook the heavens as all the people who had been escorted here began to move, roaring like they had been injected with chicken blood. Even if they couldn't use the power in their bodies, they still acted like ordinary people and attacked the nearby free and unfettered disciples. "Li Rong, help!" Yang Kai shouted, his figure flickering as he condensed his yuan qi into a tangible form and blasted towards the enemy. The free and unfettered disciples were all dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why after hearing Yang Kai had returned, these people would attack without any regard for their lives. What did this Yang Kai mean to them? There weren't many masters among the free and unfettered cultivator here, and after the few Transcendent Realm cultivators were killed, the rest were insignificant characters. In just 30 breaths of time, before Elder Xueqi and Han Fei arrived, all the free and unfettered cultivators had been killed. Corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like a river, but everyone who was still alive wore a look of excitement as they glanced around, searching for something in the crowd. After a while, everyone's eyes turned towards a certain direction. There, Yang Kai was walking towards the High Heaven Pavilion elders. Great Elder Wei Shitong, Second Elder Su Xianwu, Third Elder Hebei Xue, Fifth Elder Yuzi Zai, and with the exception of Fourth Elder Zhou Fei, who was killed by the Demon Lord, all the other High Heaven Pavilion elders were here. They still couldn't believe their eyes, but after Yang Kai arrived in front of them and saluted them, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Shitong burst into tears and said, "It's good that you're back, the sect can be saved." Yang Kai stared at him deeply and said, "Disciple came back late, causing several elders and the sect to suffer." Chapter 928. Not at all, not at all, you came back just in time. Su Xianwu wiped the corners of his eyes and said with relief. At their most critical moment, Yang Kai had appeared out of nowhere and helped them resolve the crisis. Just like more than 10 years ago, the events of the past were still vivid in their minds. Although things had changed over time, what remained unchanged was the absolute confidence everyone had in Yang Kai. It seemed that as long as he was here, there was nothing to worry about. "Brother-in-law." Su Mu, who was still tied up, stood up shakily and grinned at Yang Kai. He was a little ashamed, but more than that he was excited. After not seeing him for more than 10 years, Sassafras had already grown to the First Order Transcendent Realm. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he patted him on the shoulder and laughed. "Long time no see, your strength has grown quite well." As he spoke, Yang Kai had already broken the ropes binding him and unlocked the seal on his body. Sassafras's growth was much faster than Xueqi's. This was most likely related to the benefits he obtained from Heaven's Cave inheritance. Sassafras had also obtained some benefits from Heaven's Cave inheritance, but no one knew what he had obtained. Moreover, the myriad drug liquid that Yang Kai had given to Su Yen had also been shared with Sassafras by his elder sister. With the myriad drug liquid improving his physique, it was not an exaggeration for him to grow to his current level in 10 years. "Where's elder sister? Did she come back?" Sassafras looked around but did not find Su Yan among the people who had come, so he could not help feeling a little disappointed. No, don't worry, Su Yan is now in a very safe place, Yong Kai comforted him. Sassafras nodded. While Yong Kai was talking with these old acquaintances, Li Rong and the others had already unlocked all the seals on the cultivators from the three forces and restored their strength. Many of the cultivators wore looks of surprise and excitement as they gathered around. Li Yun Tian and Zhao Hu, who were familiar with Yong Kai, couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. Their strength hadn't grown much, and they hadn't reached the Heaven's Gate realm yet. All of them were only at the Yuan Qi realm. After all, they didn't have the opportunities and aptitude of Sassafras and Yong Kai. Even if they spent their whole lives, their achievements would still be limited. Where's Grand Master? Yong Kai frowned. He didn't see Ling Tai Su's figure, so he asked worriedly. Grand Sect Master went to the central capital a few months ago to ask for help, but the situation there may also be. Su Xianwu explained sadly. Grand Sect Master? Yong Kai raised his eyebrows. Who is the Sect Master now? Sassafras chuckled and pointed at himself. Yong Kai looked at him in surprise and gently nodded. With Sassafras's current strength, he was qualified to assume the position of High Heaven Pavilion Sect Master. After all, none of the elders had reached the transcendent realm yet. Sassafras said bitterly, brother-in-law, you don't know, but after you left, Grand Sect Master began to wander the world and didn't care much about the sect's affairs. A few years ago, he suddenly returned and passed the position of Sect Master to me. I had no choice but to accept. Ha! No wonder you're the only one tied up and treated differently, it's because your status is different. Kai Yong laughed heartily. Brother-in-law, don't make fun of me. Sassafras scratched his head awkwardly. How could I compare to you? Right, brother-in-law, what's your current cultivation? Why do I feel like I can't see through you? Third Order Transcendent Realm. Ah! Everyone cried out in alarm, inexplicably horrified. Ling Tai Su was still only a Second Order Transcendent, a dragon that rarely showed itself. The Hu sisters, who had been called the world's #1 master in recent years, were only First Order Transcendent Realm, but Yong Kai had already reached the Third Order. When he left the central capital that year, he was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage cultivator. Now, only a little more than 10 years had passed. This kind of progress was simply shocking. What about my sister? She shouldn't be too bad, right? Sassafras asked excitedly. She should also be a Third Order Transcendent. Yong Kai smiled lightly, but I haven't seen her for several years, so I'm not too sure about her current situation. After a pause, Yong Kai asked, what's the situation with the sect now? Has it been occupied by someone else? Yes. Sassafras smiled bitterly. Not only has our High Heaven Pavilion been occupied, the nearby Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall have also been occupied. There aren't many of them, only a few hundred at most, but there are many powerful masters among them, so we can't resist at all. Everyone talked at once about the current situation. Just as Yong Kai had guessed, the entrance to this world had appeared near the Free and Unfettered, so naturally the Free and Unfettered had come to investigate. When they discovered the vastness of this place and the potential wealth it contained, they immediately sent out a large number of masters to suppress the 3 nearby forces. High Heaven Pavilion, Storm Hall, and Blood Battle Gang were all imprisoned. In order to ensure that they could swallow this big fat piece of meat, the Free and Unfettered had also called in 2 or 3 people from other forces to help them. Then, using this place as a springboard, they marched towards the central capital. This was already a month ago, and the current situation in the central capital was still unknown. The people here hadn't heard any useful news. However, judging from the strength of these enemies, the central capital had no ability to resist at all. Otherwise, Ling Tai Su would not have left without returning. It was very likely that Ling Tai Su had also encountered some kind of accident. The cultivator from the 3 nearby sects also resisted, but every time they resisted, many people were killed. They didn't treat us as human beings at all, killing and plundering as they pleased. Many people were killed without even knowing why, as if they were slaughtering pigs and dogs. Sassafras said angrily. Many of my Blood Battle Gang's female disciples have been harmed by those beasts. Hu Man also rushed up and shouted angrily. Listening to him, the Hu sisters' eyes suddenly dimmed a lot. They also rejoiced. When the entrance to the void corridor opened, if the 2 of them hadn't gone one step ahead to investigate, perhaps they would have also suffered a disaster, not to mention finding Yong Kai as reinforcements.
Nephew Yang, what are you going to do? We'll listen to you.
Storm Hall's lord, Xiao Ruahan, walked up and looked at Yang Kai.
Are they really going to bully us like this?
Yang Kai coldly snorted, his eyes cold. Fine, I didn't want to make such a big fuss, but since they're so despicable, there's no need to have any scruples.
Li Rong.
Master. Li Rong also felt a little angry hearing this, her chest heaving up and down. You and Han Fei go out and clean up all the invaders from the 3 nearby forces. Don't miss a single one.
Yes.
Li Rong nodded, and together with Han Fei, their tender bodies flickered and disappeared. The group of people were all stunned, and before they could even react, Li Rong and Han Fei had already left.
Nephew Yang, don't be rash.
Xiao Ruahan was startled and quickly tried to stop him. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to act so rashly, not even bothering to inquire about the enemy's strength before directly attacking. There are a few powerful masters among those people. And there are more than a dozen transcendents among them, many of them 2nd or 3rd order transcendents. I even heard that one of them is a Saint Realm Master. Apparently even stronger than a transcendent. Hu Man also chimed in. Isn't it a bit too rash for you to just let those 2 girls go?
Saint Realm?
Yang Kai grinned and shook his head. Don't worry, even if there is a Saint Realm Master, they aren't worth mentioning in front of those 2. What realm are those 2 in? Wei Shitong's body shook as he stared at Yang Kai. They're also saints, but they should be much stronger than the enemy. Not to mention there is only one Saint Realm Master here. Even if there were 100 of them, they still wouldn't be their opponents. Everyone was suddenly dumbfounded as they stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Not to mention his own cultivation, which had grown from the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage to the 3rd Order Transcendent Realm in just over 10 years, creating a legendary miracle. He had actually brought 2 such women with him this time. From the way the 2 women addressed Yang Kai before and the way Yang Kai treated them, it was obvious that Yang Kai held absolute dominance over them, ordering them around like a master. Not only did they not have the slightest complaint, they even obeyed Yang Kai's every command.
Weren't their strengths much higher than Yang Kai's?
Why were they so obedient to his orders? This strange phenomenon left everyone baffled and unable to explain it. Good girl. Hu Man quietly walked over to the Hu sisters and whispered, It looks like you 2 still have a long way to go.
What way?
Hu Mei looked at her father suspiciously. Hu Man said, Those 2 girls are strong, beautiful, and obedient. You 2 can't compare to them. Why should we compare to them? Hu Mei became more and more confused. Hu Jiao rolled her eyes and suddenly understood something. Glaring fiercely at Hu Man, she said, Who asked you to speak so much? Hu Man smiled meaningfully. Isn't this because I'm worried about the lifelong happiness of my 2 daughters? Don't miss out on such a good husband. Father supports you, I will always support you. Just find an opportunity to throw yourself at him. You must take the initiative. Don't be too passive. A person like him won't lack women. Hu Mei finally reacted and said shyly, What are you talking about? Hu Jiao smiled sinisterly. If you still want someone to take care of you in old age, then shut your mouth. I won't say it, I won't say it. Hu Man immediately shut up and sighed faintly, thinking to himself, This old man has more than 10 wives, working hard every day, but why do I only have 2 daughters? Why can't I give birth to a son like Yang Kai? Now, when I want someone to take care of me in old age, I have to look at my daughter's mood. Everyone. Yang Kai stood in place and talked to the people of High Heaven Pavilion for a while. Suddenly, he said in a clear voice, It's almost time to return to the sect. If you feel unsafe, you can temporarily stay in High Heaven Pavilion. Sassafras, can High Heaven Pavilion accommodate people from 3 sects? Sassafras seriously thought about it and said, It shouldn't be a problem to squeeze in a little, but the conditions may be a little worse. Tower Master Xiao, Clan Leader Hu, whether you want to come to High Heaven Pavilion or not is up to you. I will return to the pavilion with several elders first. Yang Kai said to them and then walked towards High Heaven Pavilion. Hu Man and Xiao Ruahan looked at each other and followed without saying a word. The invasion of the free and unfettered had really left a psychological shadow in their hearts. They secretly felt that if they didn't follow Yang Kai, they wouldn't feel at ease. Chapter 929. High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Group Gang, and Storm House's invaders were all swept clean.
All of them fell to the ground dead. With Li Rong and Han Fei's methods, how could the free and unfettered people be a match for them? Before they could figure out the situation, they had all died. In the face of absolute strength, their resistance seemed futile and powerless. Before they died, they could understand how High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Battle Gang, and Storm Hall felt these past few months as they were bullied and humiliated. This kind of hopeless despair filled their hearts, making them wish they could die sooner rather than later. At this moment, Li Rong and Han Fei were standing in an open space inside High Heaven Pavilion, curiously looking around, wondering if this was the land where their master grew up. They couldn't see anything special about this place, but it was actually able to cultivate such a miraculous person like their master. It was really strange. Not all of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples had been escorted to the Void Corridor. A large number of them were still inside the sect. Li Rong and Han Fei were like divine soldiers, cutting off the free and unfettered people like a bolt of lightning. These disciples couldn't help looking at them in amazement, not understanding why they had saved them and even unlocked the seals on their brothers' bodies. A large group of people majestically galloped in from the main entrance. After seeing the appearance of the people leading the group, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had stayed behind immediately shouted excitedly, "It's the sect master and several elders. They're back. Hey, isn't that person beside the sect master junior brother Yang Kai? It really is junior brother Yang Kai."
The shout spread out and the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had been hiding in the dark came out from all directions, crying bitterly as they rushed forward. Sassafras comforted them for a while before calming the excitement of his many brothers and sisters.
"This time, brother-in-law, Brother Yang has returned. From now on, we don't need to be afraid of those bastards anymore. We'll kill our way to the central capital and drive them all away. Chase all of them away." The shouts of the disciples echoed Sassafras's call. Among the excited crowd, there was one person whose expression changed. He quietly slipped to the back and hid in the dark, as if he was preparing to secretly leave. Sassafras suddenly looked in that direction and shouted, "Brother Jia, where are you going?" Many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples stopped shouting and followed the direction Sassafras was looking, only to see Xie Hongchen standing there helplessly. All sorts of disdainful gazes were cast on Xie Hongchen, causing him to look extremely embarrassed, unable to show his face. The several High Heaven Pavilion elders also shook their heads and sighed, revealing a look of disappointment. "Brother Jie?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he also turned to Xie Hongchen. This brother of his was the second strongest master of the sect's younger generation, second only to Su Yan. He had also had a number of disputes with Yang Kai. However, as Yang Kai became stronger and stronger, Xie Hongchen no longer cared about this person. But at this moment, seeing the disdainful looks of the sect's elders and brothers, Yang Kai faintly understood why he had angered so many of them. After not seeing him for many years, Xie Hongchen had also grown to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage, neither low nor high. "Brother Jia," Sassafras sneered softly, walking towards him step by step, gritting his teeth. "Brother Jia's care these past few months, my pavilion's brothers and sisters are deeply grateful. Junior brother, if you have something to say, we can talk it out." Xie Hongchen stepped back step by step, feeling the murderous intent and hostility from Sassafras, his body and mind turning cold, as if death was beckoning to him. "Do you think someone like you is worthy of calling me junior brother?" Sassafras shouted. "Sect master." Xie Hongchen's legs went soft and he almost fell to his knees, pleading, "Brother, I had no choice but to submit to those bastards in order to show weakness to them. I wanted to see if there was a chance to save everyone, but brother had no choice but to endure humiliation." "Endure humiliation?" Sassafras suddenly burst into laughter. "Brother, no matter how I look at it, you were like a dog obeying the orders of those bastards, reporting all the secrets of my sect to them. Not only that, you even killed a junior brother to show your loyalty. Sun Huan, junior brother, died at your hands, right? Don't try to deny it. Many people here saw it with their own eyes." Xie Hongchen was speechless, feeling the determination and murderous intent of Sassafras. He panicked and quickly looked at the elders, kneeling on the ground and begging, "Elders, this disciple knows his mistake. Please spare this disciple's life." The 4 elders looked at him coldly. Wei Shitong shouted, "Spare your life? I can't wait to cut you into pieces, Xie Hongchen. You have disappointed this old man. This old man raised you as the hope of the sect, but I didn't expect you to be such a heartless and unscrupulous person." This old man was really blind. The other three elders also looked like they wanted to kill Xiahong Chen. In a sense, this person in front of them was even more hateful than those invaders. He deserved to be killed. Junior brother Yang. Junior brother Yang. Xiahong Chen saw that the elders were not speaking up for him, so he looked at Yang Kai. I know you have the most face, you saved my life. I, Xiahong Chen, will repay this kindness. Yang Kai looked indifferent and said lightly, Brother Xia, you talk too much. Xiahong Chen was stunned. I, Sassafras, was ordered by the Grand Master to take charge of High Heaven Pavilion. When the sect was in danger, disciple Xiahong Chen, for his own selfish desires, killed his junior brother, and lived an ignoble existence. He recognized a thief as his father. His crime is punishable by death. Today, this sect master is here to clean up the sect. I hope that all brothers will take this as a warning and work hard every day to shake the prestige of High Heaven Pavilion. Sassafras shouted loudly, slowly raising his hand and looking down at Xiahong Chen, his eyes cold and piercing. The yuan qi in his palm surged, forming a terrifying tornado. The palm gradually enlarged in Xiahong Chen's eyes, and the violent wind engulfed him. None of the surrounding High Heaven Pavilion disciples showed the slightest sympathy. Instead they showed a look of extreme satisfaction. As the wind blew, Xiahong Chen softly fell to the ground, his eyes turbid, his body turning into a pool of blood and then exploding. Master's junior brother really does look like a sect master, Li Rong chuckled to the side, looking at Sassafras with some surprise. Sassafras didn't look old, slightly younger than Yang Kai, but now he had the demeanor of a sect master. Yang Kai also gently nodded. Sect master, please make arrangements for the disciples of our two sects. Hu Man and Xiao Ruohan walked up together and said to Sassafras. Sassafras nodded and first asked the junior brother to dispose of Xiahong Chen's body, then hurriedly discussed with the elders to make arrangements for the disciples of the other two sects. Everyone busied themselves, while Yang Kai walked alone through High Heaven Pavilion. High Heaven Pavilion had been destroyed once before. At that time, the Qiu family's first young lady, Xueqi Meng, came with a number of masters. After a fierce battle with her Grand Master and several elders, she set fire to the sect. The current High Heaven Pavilion had been rebuilt. However, the structure was exactly the same as before. Yang Kai went to the small wooden house he had lived in before. This wooden house carried many of his memories. When he was weak and helpless, he lived here. He still remembered that when he was a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, he had to eat 3 meals a day. In this small wooden house, Yang Kai obtained the wordless black book, and since then, his life had undergone earth-shaking changes. The wooden house had been renovated, and the tables and chairs inside were the same as when Yang Kai left, but because no one had lived here for a long time, they were all covered with a thick layer of dust. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yang Kai remembered that night when he returned from outside. When he saw his senior sister, Xia Ning Chong, sleeping soundly on the bed, the moonlight pouring down, Yang Kai was stunned. It was from that moment onwards that a beautiful figure was left in his heart. Every time he thought about it, his heart was filled with sweetness. It was a brand that could never be erased. After sitting in the wooden house for a while, Yang Kai went to Su Yan's small loft. It was in this loft that Yang Kai inadvertently saw the scene of Su Yan changing her clothes. That enchanting curve of her back was something he could never forget. At that time, Su Yan was furious and used her ice attribute to seal Yang Kai in ice. It took several days for Yang Kai to break free, and use this opportunity to comprehend the mysterious martial skill Unyielding Will. Xia Ning Chong and Su Yan, the two most important women in his life, had met here, gotten to know each other, and gotten to know each other. His heartbeat quickened, and he became flustered. High Heaven Pavilion held many of Yang Kai's memories and emotions. Walking along this road, just like when he was a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion many years ago, he stepped on the familiar path he had once walked, reminiscing about everything from the past. The contribution hall was still the same contribution hall. Kai Yang seemed to be able to see Treasurer Meng clasping his hands together, squinting his small eyes, lecherously looking at the beautiful bodies of the female disciples who passed by. Looking at those plump breasts and perky buttocks, he commented. The Martial Skill Pavilion was still the same Martial Skill Pavilion, containing many of High Heaven Pavilion's secrets. However, these things no longer had any value to the current Yang Kai. He once again arrived at the Coiling Dragon Stream. Next to the Coiling Dragon Stream, the wind howled and the bottom of the stream was immeasurably deep. Several fruit trees stood there, swaying in the wind. These were the fruit trees Yang Kai had planted in the past.
At first, they were only as tall as a person, but now they were full of leaves and branches, enough to provide shade. Jumping up, Yang Kai allowed his body to fall into the coiling dragon stream. Halfway down, Yang Kai nimbly turned around and entered the secluded cave he had painstakingly carved out all those years ago. Inside the secluded cave, there were some bonsai plants Xiaoning Chong had brought over. Without the evil demonic chi flowing down from the stream, many green vines had climbed up. There were even a few flowers blooming around the cave entrance. Inside the cave, there was still the faint scent of Su Yan and Xiaoning Chong. This secluded cave was a secret place for the three of them. Several times, when Yang Kai and Su Yan were having sex, the little senior sister would be sleeping on the stone bed. Yang Kai sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, closed his eyes, and opened his mind and body. After walking around, seeing and reminiscing, he suddenly felt as if his soul had been sublimated. This indescribable feeling made him feel very comfortable. With a burst of buzzing sounds, Yang Kai's flesh began to squirm, and the yuan qi flowing through his body surged like a river breaking through a dam.
Chapter 930.
2 days later, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his pupils shining brightly as if they were filled with lightning. However, a trace of suspicion appeared on his face. He was a little confused about his current situation. After returning to High Heaven Pavilion and seeing the familiar scenery, Yang Kai suddenly fell into a strange state. At first, he thought he was about to break through, so he let nature take its course, but after waking up, he discovered that he had not broken through to the Saint Realm at all. His cultivation was still only at the third-order transcendent realm, but the yuan qi flowing through his body was very different from before. Closing his eyes and examining himself with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the yuan qi flowing through his meridians and physique had become more condensed and pure than before. If his previous yuan qi was like a gurgling river, now his yuan qi was like tiny and subtle crystals attached to his physique and meridians. When not in use, this yuan qi no longer flowed freely, but once it was used, it became more fluid and filled with more destructive power than before. The yang liquid stored in Yang Kai's dantian also seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation, turning into a dazzling golden gem that dazzled the eyes of all present. Yang Kai was confused and didn't know what was going on. Carefully examining his physical condition, Yang Kai didn't find anything wrong with his body. On the contrary, he felt quite refreshed, as if the change in his strength was a positive one. Not only was there no harm, but there were also huge benefits. At the very least, Yang Kai felt that he had become stronger. Sending out his divine sense, Li Rong and Han Fei flew over together and entered the secluded home, bowing respectfully. "Master, what instructions do you have for us?" These 2 days, Li Rong and Han Fei had also been guests in High Heaven Pavilion, helping out with the current mess. Both of them had noticed that Yang Kai was cultivating here, so naturally, they hadn't come to disturb him. It wasn't until Yang Kai took the initiative to summon them that they hurried over. "I have some questions to ask the two of you." Yang Kai gestured for them to sit down and speak slowly. The two of them glanced at each other and smiled, even Han Fei showing a faint smile, causing her ice attribute domain to melt slightly. In their impression, Yang Kai seemed to be omnipotent. This time, Yang Kai actually said that he had something to ask them, which made them feel very surprised. The two of them sat down. Li Rong asked, "Is there something that Master doesn't understand about cultivation?"
Yes.
Yang Kai nodded and relaxed his body and mind. "Use your divine sense to check the energy in my body and see if you can find anything wrong."
Inappropriate?
Han Fei was surprised. "Then we'll be offending you." Li Rong did not waste time and released her divine sense to investigate Yang Kai's body. A moment later, her beautiful eyes lit up and she muttered, "Yuan Qi holiness?" Han Fei also showed a look of pleasant surprise as she stared at Yang Kai happily, chuckling, "Congratulations, Master. With Master's cultivation speed, I'm afraid he's not far from the Saint Realm. And Master has already reached the point of Yuan Qi holiness. Master's growth rate is incredibly fast. I estimate that it will take him at most 2 or 3 years to break through to the Saint Realm. If he has some kind of opportunity or epiphany, I'm afraid that time will be even shorter." "Stop." Yang Kai stretched out his hand, frowning as he stared at the two of them blankly. "Explain first, what do you mean by Yuan Qi holiness? Why are you so certain that I'm not far from the Saint Realm?" Li Rong and Han Fei glanced at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes, But soon, the two of them burst into laughter, their giggles like silver bells ringing throughout the cave mansion. Yang Kai's stomach was filled with disgust. Li Rong laughing so heartily was one thing, but even Han Fei, who had always maintained a cold expression, was also laughing so hard it was obvious she had found something funny, and this discovery was definitely related to him. However, Yang Kai didn't know anything about it. "Are you two done laughing?" Yang Kai glared at them angrily. Noticing that Yang Kai seemed to be a bit angry, Li Rong and Han Fei quickly restrained their laughter, but they still couldn't help covering their mouths with their hands as their shoulders trembled slightly. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead helplessly. After a while, Li Rong and Han Fei's expressions finally became serious, the former asking, "Master, have you not been systematically taught anything about the Saint Realm?"
"Why do you ask?"
"Because if someone had systematically taught you, you should know what Yuan Qi sanctification is and that it is the key to breaking through to the Saint Realm."
"The key to breaking through to the Saint Realm?" Yang Kai suddenly became interested. "Tell me more about it."
Li Rong and Han Fei immediately began explaining one sentence after another. "In this world, there are many transcendent realm cultivator, but of these transcendent cultivators, less than 1% can successfully break through to the Saint Realm. Why is it that so many transcendents are unable to comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm? The biggest reason is that Yuan Qi sanctification. A cultivator, from the very beginning of their cultivation to the Saint Realm, progressing step by step, every major breakthrough is extremely difficult. It can be said that every breakthrough to a great realm is a baptism from the inside out. However, during this process of growth, there are two major changes in the strength of a cultivator's body. The first time is when a cultivator breaks through from the separation and reunion boundary to the Yuan Qi boundary. The Yuan Qi in the cultivator's body transforms into Yuan Qi. Comparing the two, the disparity in strength between them is something Master must have deeply experienced.
Yang Kai nodded gently.
Before reaching the separation and reunion boundary, a cultivator would have Yuan Qi flowing in their body. But after breaking through to the Yuan Qi boundary, the energy flowing in their body would be Yuan Qi. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Disregarding the improvement of one's cultivation, just from the transformation of strength, when Yuan Qi transforms into Yuan Qi, a cultivator's combat effectiveness will suddenly soar. The second time is when a cultivator breaks through from the transcendent realm to the Saint Realm. Li Rong said excitedly, because what flows in the body of a Saint Realm master is not Yuan Qi.
"It's not Yuan Qi?" Yang Kai raised his brow, somewhat unable to accept this. No one had ever told him about this before.
What flows in the body of a Saint Realm master is Saint Qi, which is not on the same level as Yuan Qi.
Yang Kai was shocked and was unable to speak for a long time.
Han Fei thought for a moment and said, for example, between two crystal stones of the same volume, high-rank crystal stones naturally contain much more energy than low-rank crystal stones, and Saint crystals contain much more energy than high-rank crystal stones. In comparison, Yuan Qi is inferior to low-rank crystal stones, Yuan Qi is high-rank crystal stones, and Saint Qi corresponds to Saint crystals.
Such an obvious truth. How could Yang Kai not understand?
The Yuan Qi in Master's body, because of some kind of opportunity, has begun to transform into Saint Qi. Once this transformation is complete, Master will understand the mysteries of the Saint Realm and break through to the Saint Realm. Li Rong looked at him excitedly, feeling sincerely happy for his rapid growth.
Has no one told Master about this before? Han Fei asked in surprise.
The reason why they hadn't told Yang Kai about this was because they thought Yang Kai knew about this common knowledge, but Yang Kai was completely ignorant.
It's normal that no one told Master about this.
Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. Master's growth is too fast. Those seniors and elders probably didn't expect that he would already be undergoing the process of true Qi sanctification. Even if Master doesn't ask now, someone will mention it to you in the future. At the very least, the Holy Land's great elder will tell you.
Kai Yang gently nodded.
After understanding the cause of his current situation, he was able to let go of his worries. Then what should I do now?
Kai Yang hesitated for a moment before asking.
Nothing, just maintain your previous appearance and do what you need to do. Li Rong replied with a smile. Is there no other way to speed up the progress of Yuan Qi sainthood? Yang Kai frowned. I remember that when Yuan Qi is transformed into Yuan Qi, one can use some kind of medicine to assist in the process, making Yuan Qi more condensed and pure. That was when one's foundation was still being established. Those who can reach the Yuan Qi sainthood have already begun to develop their foundations. Now there is no way to speed up the process, We can only let nature take its course. I understand. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief, feeling a little bit of excitement in the depths of his heart. When all Yuan Qi was transformed into Saint Qi and comprehended the mysteries of the Saint Realm, one would be able to reach that realm. Yang Kai wasn't worried about comprehending the mysteries of the Saint Realm. Perhaps for others, this would be a challenge, but for Yang Kai, it was nothing. He had absorbed too much of a Saint Realm cultivator's insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. These insights had become his own nourishment, so breaking through to the Saint Realm was naturally not a problem. Now, all he needed to do was wait for the Saint Qi in his body to transform, so the time it would take was much shorter than Li Rong had estimated. After a while, Yang Kai collected his thoughts and stopped thinking about the Saint Realm, stood up, and asked, "How is the situation in High Heaven Pavilion?"
"Everything has been settled," Li Rong replied.
"Good, then we should go." Yang Kai said so and took the lead to fly out of his secluded home. He had planned to revisit his old haunts and immediately rush to the central capital, but because of Yuan Qi's sainthood, he had been delayed for 2 days. High Heaven Pavilion was overcrowded with disciples from all 3 sects gathered here. Sassafras could only arrange a place for them to rest, but he still couldn't find enough space. Many people could only sit on the ground, using the sky as their blanket and the ground as their bed. Inside the main hall, Sassafras and several of the pavilion's elders were present. Blood battle gangs Human, the twin flower sisters, Stormhouse's Xiao Ruahan, and Feng Ziki were all gathered together. When Yang Kai arrived, they seemed to be discussing something. At this moment, all of them were staring at Yang Kai with burning eyes, their expressions filled with excitement. "Brother-in-law, are you going to the central capital?" Sassafras suddenly asked. Yang Kai nodded. "Then I wish you victory and a triumphant return," Sassafras shouted. Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. Sassafras grinned, "We know our place, so we won't drag you down, but brother-in-law, you have to teach those people a lesson, don't show any mercy." Yang Kai smiled and nodded seriously. "Don't worry, I won't let any of them go back alive." Turning around he shouted outside, "Xueqi, subordinate is here." Xueqi answered and appeared. "You stay here and help me take care of the people here. If anyone dares to invade, report the Holy Land's name. I'd like to see who dares to offend my Holy Land." "Yes." Chapter 931. The Central Capital, the greatest city under the heavens. From a distance, the huge central capital looked like a dormant ancient beast, quietly lying on the ground, giving off a desolate aura that inspired awe. A blue light suddenly appeared 50 kilometers away from the central capital and the figures of Yang Kai, Li Rong, and Han Fei appeared. "There's actually such a huge city here?" Li Rong's eyes flashed a look of surprise as she exclaimed. The scale of the central capital was extremely rare even in Tongxian realm. Li Rong found it hard to imagine how many years it had taken the indigenous people here to create such a huge city. "But there seems to be some traces of destruction," Han Fei frowned. More than 10 years ago, the central capital's earth vein erupted and the entire city was destroyed. When I left that year, everyone was busy rebuilding the central capital. Although more than 10 years have passed since then, it doesn't seem to have been completely rebuilt. Yang Kai gently nodded. At this moment, the entire central capital was slightly calm. Even though he was 50 kilometers away, Yang Kai could still see many people moving about. Suddenly, a burst of light burst out from a corner of the central capital, illuminating Yang Kai's eyes. "Master, there seems to be a battle going on over there," Li Rong whispered. "Let's go take a look." Yang Kai once again activated the Flying Heavens shuttle and disappeared. At the central capital's south gate, a group of Transcendent Realm cultivator were fleeing in panic. The central capital's south gate was a gate used exclusively by the Yang family. All of the Yang family's direct descendants would pass through this gate when returning from outside. When Yang Kai returned to the central capital to participate in the inheritance war, he had also passed through this gate. At this moment, the fleeing Transcendent Realm cultivator were basically all masters from the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall. They were desperately running away with the goal of escaping from the central capital. However, behind them were 2 unparalleled enemies. "You bastards, you've run away quite fast. Let's see where you'll run now. One of the one-eyed middle-aged men followed behind them unhurriedly, not showing any intention of immediately taking action, simply taunting them with a mocking look in his eyes, like a cat playing with a mouse. A group of trivial transcendents dares act presumptuous in front of me? Run away as fast as you can, don't let me catch you, or else you'll suffer a miserable fate. Everyone who was being chased had bloodshot eyes, but all of them were well aware of how tyrannical their enemy was, so they didn't dare to stop and fight. They could only use their martial skills as they fled, trying their best to delay the enemy's pace. But when these martial skills blasted onto the one-eyed middle-aged man, they were utterly unable to do anything to him. Only layers of ripples appeared around his body, and then the attacks were like stones that sank into the sea, vanishing without a trace. This caused the fleeing group of transcendents to lose all hope and despair.
Chosu, stop fooling around. Leader Wu is waiting for our report. Let's catch them quickly.
In another direction, a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure reminded the one-eyed middle-aged man. Chosu glanced over at her and snorted. There's no need for you to remind me. He then cursed in a low voice, little whore, you think you can order me around just because you've got a big tree like Wu Zhang?
Why don't you take a look at yourself?
Saying so, his expression became violent as he shouted towards the people below. Run, run. If any of you are caught by me first, I'll let you taste all the torture in the world and let you know what it means to wish you were dead. Seeing you have some strength and some use, I allowed you to work for me, but you actually dared to find an opportunity to escape. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The words of this man and woman reached the ears of the people below, causing their expressions to become uglier and uglier. In the crowd, a tall and sturdy man shouted in a low voice, brothers and sisters, disperse.
Life and death are up to fate. If anyone can escape from here, you must survive.
Find the young master and tell him what happened here.
Everyone nodded and shouted, good luck. The next moment, everyone scattered in all directions. The man and woman chasing behind them saw this scene and didn't show the slightest surprise at all. The one-eyed man named Chosu sneered. You have some brains, I thought you would stop and fight with me, but it turns out you're not stupid. Don't make trouble. It'll be troublesome if you let them run away. You block their way forward, I'll block their way back. The voluptuous beauty shouted. At the same time, a surging force burst out from her body and an invisible barrier appeared behind the transcendent realm cultivator, blocking their retreat and pushing forward at an extremely fast speed, reducing their space of movement. Seeing that she had already taken action, Chosu no longer spoke nonsense and used the same method to block the path of the cultivator below. Asterisk pung pung pung. Star. One figure after another slammed into the invisible barrier, causing ripples to appear in mid-air. These cultivator were all forced back dizzily, their faces ugly. Two sword-like auras attacked from the front and back, forcing them to gather together again, back to back, and look up at the man and woman in the sky. There was no door to heaven, no road to hell. Under absolute strength, they could only be toyed with in the hands of the enemy, unable to resist at all. Xueqi, it's okay for me to kill one person to vent my anger, right? Chosu looked at the voluptuous beauty with his only remaining eye. The beautiful woman called Xueqi frowned and said with dissatisfaction, they're not very strong, what's the use of killing them? The reason why sect leader Wu spared their lives is to make them surrender and work for us. As long as this group surrenders, the rest will be easy to deal with. The world energy here is not rich, and the resources are not abundant, but there are many people. It's fine to take them to the mines and do some rough work. Of course I know sect leader Wu's intentions, but if I don't kill their spirit, it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in my heart. Chosu slowly shook his head. Seeing him like this, Xueqi felt disgusted, but she didn't want to be entangled with him on this issue, so she nodded helplessly, fine, but you can only kill one. If you dare to kill more, I will definitely report this matter to sect leader Wu. I know you have a good relationship with sect leader Wu, but you don't need to use him to pressure me. I am the pavilion master of heaven seeking pavilion. It's not up to him to control me. If you want to kill, just do it, don't talk nonsense, Xueqi shouted impatiently. Chosu sneered, looking down at the group of people below with his only remaining eye. His eyes swept over the dozen transcendent realm cultivator, ignoring their angry glares, suddenly stretching out his finger and pointing at one of them. She'll be fine, I like to kill women, especially beautiful women. Saying so, he glanced at the woman called Xueqi, intentionally or unintentionally. Xueqi snorted, knowing what he meant, but she didn't pay attention to him.
The face of the woman who was pointed out by him turned pale.
Yuxian. The others all paled. Tang Yuxian smiled bleakly. Life and death are up to the heavens. Don't resist. The place they came from should be where the little lord went.
When you get there, do everything you can to find the little lord and have him avenge me and my dead brothers and sisters.
Everyone shook their heads.
Woman, if you have any last words, I'll give you 10 breaths of time.
Xueqi stood in the air and laughed wildly.
They've gone too far, I'll kill them.
Tu Feng roared, his blood qi madly rising, apparently preparing to use Yang Kai's blood warrior's mad tyrant blood skill. If you want to die, we'll die together. In any case, we can't just stand by and watch you get killed.
Ying Jiu's figure flickered as he prepared to use his dancing shadow strike at any moment.
At that moment, an invisible pressure descended, making everyone unable to move. The mad tyrant blood skill that Tu Feng was about to use was also directly suppressed, causing Ying Jiu's figure to stiffen in place. Xueqi laughed loudly. I say you're overestimating yourselves, but you still don't know your limits. How can a transcendent compete with a saint? Now I'll let you see the huge gap between the two of you. If I want to kill you, it'll be as simple as crushing an ant.
As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air.
Tang Yuxian, who was standing in the crowd, exclaimed as she suddenly found herself being bound by an invisible force and slowly floating up into the air. A moment later, she stopped a few dozen meters above the ground. The invisible force that bound her body slowly became stronger and stronger, causing Tang Yuxian to struggle to breathe and her face to turn red. Although she wanted to resist, she was unable to exert any strength. Screams and cries came from below. Cracking sounds came from Tang Yuxian's body as her bones seemed to be on the verge of being crushed. Feeling death beckoning to her, Tang Yuxian's heart remained calm as she stared coldly at the one-eyed man named Xueqi, the look of unflinching determination in her beautiful eyes causing Xueqi to stare blankly. Xiao. A sword-like attack suddenly shot out from the void, cutting through the space between Xueqi and Tang Yuxian. The sound of something being cut rang out. Tang Yuxian, who was bound in the air, let out a sigh of relief as the huge pressure on her body disappeared at this moment and her body regained its freedom, falling straight down. With a flash of blue light, 3 figures appeared mid-air like ghosts, each of them wrapped in a bone-chilling aura. Who's there? Xueqi and Xiao Li's faces changed drastically as they shouted at the same time. The transcendent realm cultivator below also hurriedly turned their eyes towards the 3 figures. All of them wore dull expressions. In the next moment, cries of surprise rang out. Little Lord. Yang Kai nodded gently and looked down. Familiar faces flashed in front of his eyes. Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Ying Jiu, Ji Li, Xiao Shun, Yan Lingxing, Wu Ju. Most of the masters of the Yang family blood warrior hall were here. Is Yuxian all right? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement as she nodded repeatedly. It's just a minor injury, little Lord doesn't need to worry. That's good. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Who are you? Xueqi frowned, quietly stood beside Xueqi and asked in a stern voice. Chapter 932. He didn't know why, but when these 3 people appeared, Xueqi couldn't help feeling a sense of horror, as if the aura of death was approaching him, causing him to shudder. If he didn't stand with Xiao, he didn't feel any sense of security. Were you the one who said that a transcendent can't fight a saint? Yang Kai turned his head and stared at Xueqi coldly. Yes. May I ask who your excellency is? Xueqi frowned. Do I need to tell a dead man my name? Your excellency is quite arrogant. Who are you? Xueqi's expression became cold, also realizing that these newcomers had ill intentions, quietly signaling to Xiao to act according to the situation. Xiao gently nodded. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him and instead turned to Li Rong. I'll leave that woman to you too, I'll deal with this man. Li Rong nodded, be careful, master. She didn't stop Yang Kai, naturally knowing that Yang Kai was furious and wanted to personally kill the one-eyed man who had just bullied them. On top of that, with her and Han Fei supporting him, even if Yang Kai couldn't defeat the other party, his life wouldn't be in any danger.
Two pairs of beautiful eyes stared straight at Xueqi as an invisible pressure descended from the sky. The voluptuous young woman called Xueqi instantly stiffened and the flow of her Saint Qi became sluggish, as if she had fallen into a swamp. Shocked, she finally understood just how tyrannical these two women who had suddenly appeared in front of her were, causing her tender body to tremble uncontrollably.
Xueqi's complexion also changed.
As soon as Li Rong and Han Fei used their Saint Qi, he noticed that something was wrong and couldn't help feeling shocked. Not bothering to find trouble with the blood warriors, his figure flickered and he flew towards the central capital's interior.
He wanted to find Wu Zhang.
Although he was dissatisfied with the benefits Wu Zhang had given him, in the end, Wu Zhang was the strongest here, a second-order saint, far stronger than him. But just as he moved, a figure appeared in front of him and the young man who didn't seem to know the immensity of heaven and earth appeared in front of him.
Third-order transcendent. Xueqi saw through Yang Kai's true cultivation at a glance and was overjoyed.
He thought to himself, there is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it, and there is no door to hell. He shouted, "Boy, get out of my way!"
At the same time, he reached out to grab Yang Kai. He was trying to capture Yang Kai so that he could fight for a chance of survival. Yang Kai didn't move, only coldly looking at him. His expression was indifferent.
Only when his large hand touched his shoulder and squeezed hard did he suddenly burst forth with the power in his body.
The scorching heat wave exploded.
Xueqi let out a strange cry and hurriedly retracted his hand. His face suddenly changed color and he was somewhat in disbelief. This young man opposite him was only a third-order transcendent, but the aura radiating from his body was actually purer and more vigorous than his own.
The scorching yuan qi penetrated the meridians of his palm, rampaging through his physique and meridians before penetrating his 5 viscera and 6 organs in an attempt to destroy his vitality. Not daring to show the slightest neglect, Xueqi hurriedly pushed his Saint Qi to suppress the scorching heat, causing his body temperature to soar and his blood to show signs of boiling, causing his eyes to turn bloodshot. Before he could recover though, a golden spear pierced through the air towards him. This spear exuded a shocking energy fluctuation, as if it was capable of tearing through space, breaking through the shackles of distance and rapidly enlarging in Xueqi's eyes. Xueqi was horrified as he felt the destructive power contained in this spear and hurriedly dodged. *Xiu. The heaven-punishing spear hit thin air and flew several dozen kilometers before it gradually dissipated into specks of light and disappeared. One heaven-punishing spear after another was formed in Yang Kai's hands and he stood mid-air, throwing them out without pause. Like a swarm of locusts, the sky was filled with flashing golden lights. Xueqi was in a difficult situation, only able to dodge these 9 heavens' divine skills, unable to resist at all, his face pale. "Dodge, keep dodging, let's see how long you can hide." Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he pushed his strength to the limit, imitating Xueqi's sarcastic tone as he taunted him like an ancient god. The heaven-punishing spear continued to stare at Xueqi as golden light shot out from it. Xueqi didn't have time to respond. Simply dodging these attacks was already exhausting him, causing his expression to become extremely ugly. "Aren't you a saint?
Go all out and fight. Why are you afraid of a mere transcendent? Come, show me all your means. Today this young master will let you see how a transcendent can kill a saint realm master." Yang Kai grinned coldly, following up with the heaven-punishing spear. The profound heavenly sword and imprisoning heaven chain also burst forth one after another, the 9 heavens' divine skills shining brilliantly. Down below, Tu Feng and the others were dumbfounded, unable to calm down for a long time. They had been trained by Yang Kai in the past and had broken through to the transcendent realm long before Yang Kai left, standing at the peak of this world. In the 10 years since Yang Kai had left, all of them had diligently cultivated. Now, basically every blood warrior had seen the hope of breaking through to the second-order transcendent realm and had set this as their goal. But a few months ago, a group of enemies that they were no match for suddenly appeared and took control of the central capital's 8 great families. Today, this one-eyed man named Xueqi had chased her all the way to the heavens and earth, and now, Tang Yuxian was about to be crushed to death by him. The young master came out of nowhere and beat Xueqi so hard that he covered his head and scurried away like a rat. He didn't even have time to answer. The blood warriors' hearts were filled with excitement as a sense of pride rose within them. Looking at the previously domineering Xueqi's miserable appearance, each of them couldn't help feeling happy. Li Rong and Han Fei were also watching from the sidelines, a look of pleasant surprise appearing on their faces. Although the two of them knew that Yang Kai was very powerful, ever since they had followed him here, they had never seen Yang Kai fight against any master, so they didn't know what his bottom line was. Just now, the two women had secretly decided that if Yang Kai was in a difficult situation, they would immediately step in to help. However, the situation was completely different from what they had feared. A first-order saint in front of Yang Kai didn't even have a chance to put up any resistance. The two of them were even certain that Yang Kai could easily kill this opponent. Because Yang Kai hadn't used his demon god transformation yet and was only fighting with his own strength. At this moment, the two women finally relaxed and began putting pressure on Xueqi so she couldn't rush to their aid while paying close attention to Yang Kai's battle. "Father will fight with you." While dodging in a sorry state, Xueqi suddenly let out a loud shout, and a large bell flew out. The bell emitted a loud sound that seemed capable of stealing souls. Layers of light rippled, and the sound waves formed a shockwave that spread out in all directions. The heaven-punishing spear and profound heavenly sword flying towards him suddenly slowed down and their attacks weakened significantly. As for the blood warriors who were watching from below, when they heard this bell ring, each of them showed a look of extreme pain, their bodies trembling as their blood began to boil and their faces flushed red, as if they would explode at any moment. Li Rong waved her hand and dispersed the pressure on their side, allowing the blood warriors to regain their composure and turn grateful looks towards her. Xueqi's divine sense burst forth as he controlled the giant bell artifact and stimulated its full power while he hid behind it and used it to resist Yang Kai's attacks as he desperately rushed towards Yang Kai. He obviously wanted to make a last stand, hoping that he and Kai Yang would both suffer heavy losses. If he could capture Kai Yang, that would be even better. A spirit-grade top-rank artifact. Yang Kai grinned, ignoring the impact of the devilish sound. Not only did he not retreat, but instead rushed forward fiercely. True Yang Kai's Yuan Qi erupted and Yang Kai was like a blazing fireball, rampaging through the sound waves. A moment later, a loud noise rang out. The sound of a huge bell reverberated throughout the central capital, causing everyone's blood to boil and their hearts to feel uncomfortable. Xueqi, who was hiding behind the giant bell, was hit by a huge force and was sent flying like a paper kite, coughing up blood mid-air as his face paled and his eyes filled with confusion. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. This third-order transcendent youth had actually used his own body to collide with his artifact, not only blocking its attack but also sending him flying. Xueqi only managed to stabilize himself after taking a dozen steps back. Just how tyrannical was this youth's physique to be able to collide with his artifact? It wasn't until this moment that Xueqi completely understood that his combat strength was on a completely different level. Although this youth's cultivation was lower than his own, he was a monster capable of fighting above his own realm. Xueqi's eyes dimmed as he flew backwards and roared, "Wu Zhang!" Yang Kai grabbed the giant bell in his hand and tossed it away, his figure flickering as he caught up with Xueqi, grinning fiercely as he shouted, "It doesn't matter who you call out, today you'll die." A stream of pure Yuan Qi was sent by Yang Kai into Xueqi's body. Xueqi tried to resist but was unable to do so. His body rapidly heated up as his blood boiled like boiling water and huge blisters appeared on the surface of his skin. Kong. Xueqi's body exploded. In mid-air, a beautiful flower of blood bloomed. His death was extremely miserable. Xueqi's tender body trembled as her heart filled with panic. She had watched the entire battle from beginning to end, but even now she couldn't figure out how a Saint Realm cultivator could be so easily killed by a mere transcendent. This scene completely subverted her understanding of the strength of a cultivator. Staring at the young man's terrifying back, Xueqi couldn't help feeling terrified. "Master, how should we deal with this woman?" Li Rong asked softly. "Kill her," Yang Kai responded faintly. "Understood," Han Fei responded, her tender body flickering as she arrived beside Xueqi, her jade-white hands casually patting her body a few times. The next moment, the surface of the enchanting woman's body was covered with a layer of ice crystals. Gradually, she was frozen like a lifelike ice sculpture. The panicked expression on her face was clearly reflected through the layer of ice. The ice sculpture fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, shattering into pieces. This enchanting woman also died without leaving behind even her bones. "Who dares commit murder here?" A roar came from the distance and a moment later, an old man with a ruddy complexion appeared, his expression extremely angry as he glanced around. After seeing Yang Kai's face, this old man couldn't help paling. "Nine Heavens Holy Land's Holy Master."
Chapter 933.
As the religion master of the free and unfettered sect, Wu Zhang naturally recognized Yang Kai. After all, he, Xueqi of Shrouded Heaven Mansion, and Feng Yubai of Smoke Lock Tower had pursued the ancient demon race all the way to the Nine Peaks. Wu Zhang also quite disliked this young man who had colluded with the demon race and was even a little jealous of him. The reason was simple. This guy was so young but was already the master of a great force and had subdued so many obedient masters from the demon race. The power he held in his hands was enough to make anyone jealous. Wu Zhang didn't know how he was inferior to Yang Kai, and why such a good thing never happened to him. Wu Zhang. Yang Kai grinned at him silently and mysteriously. Yang Shengyu. Long time no see. Wu Zhang looked around and frowned. I don't know why Yang Shengju would come here.
Did you see Cho Su and Xioli?
I just heard Cho Su's voice and there were fluctuations from a battle here. Could it have been Yang Shengju? If you're talking about the one-eyed man and the middle-aged woman, they're already dead.
Dead.
Wu Zhang's expression changed as he stared deeply at Yang Kai. Could it be they died at the hands of Yang Shengju? Correct, Yang Kai admitted frankly. Wu Zhang's expression became cold as he narrowed his eyes. Why did you kill them?
They have no grudge with Yang Shengju, right? Can't I kill without any grudge?
Yang Kai laughed, glancing sideways at Wu Zhang before reaching out and grinning. Today, not only will they die, but so will you. Wu Zhang's face twitched as he glanced cautiously towards Li Rong and Han Fei, forcing a smile as he asked, Yang Shengju, what is the meaning of this? This Wu has not offended you in any way, right? When he heard Cho Su shout just now, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He immediately rushed over and saw Yang Kai here. However, since he didn't understand the whole story, Wu Zhang didn't feel much of a sense of crisis. After all, Yang Kai was the holy master of Nine Heavens' holy land, so it was impossible for him to kill someone for no reason. After all, Wu Zhang was the leader of a force and was not inferior to Yang Kai in the slightest. He took it for granted that since they were all in the same position, they could sit down and talk if there was anything. Who would have thought that Yang Kai had no intention of negotiating with him at all? The moment he opened his mouth, he was filled with murderous intent. How else do you want to offend me? Yang Kai's eyes were as cold as ice. This is my home. You brought your friends here and bullied my family. Before Yang Kai could finish his words, Wu Zhang knew something was wrong. Regardless of whether what he said was true or not, Cho Su and Xiao Li's deaths were a fact. If Yang Kai dared to kill the two of them, he might really kill him as well. Wu Zhang was also a decisive person. Without waiting for Yang Kai to finish explaining, he immediately summoned an artifact and transformed it into a light shield around his body before flying out of the central capital as fast as he could. Yang Kai frowned as he stared in the direction Wu Zhang fled, waving his hand with a strange expression. Han Fei didn't say a word and simply chased after him. There was no need to guess what would happen to Wu Zhang. He would definitely die. When an ancient demon clan member used their demon god transformation, almost every one of them could fight above their realm. Li Rong was only a second-order saint when she fought Xueqi to a draw. Today, Han Fei was also a second-order saint, so if she wanted to kill Wu Zhang, it would only be a matter of time. Li Rong, go to the central capital and clean up the people Wu Zhang brought here.
Yes.
Li Rong nodded before disappearing, her huge divine sense spreading out like a tide and penetrating every corner of the central capital.
Yang Kai then flew down.
Little Lord. All the blood warriors looked at him excitedly and called out. Yang Kai glanced over at them and nodded, It's fine, let's head back first.
Good.
By the time Yang Kai arrived at the Yang family mansion, Li Rong had already finished cleaning up. Most of the people Wu Zhang had brought here had been gathered in the Yang family mansion, so she had directly cleaned them all up. After hearing the whole story from Li Rong, many of the Yang family's direct descendants were happily waiting for Yang Kai to arrive. Fourth Master Yang and his wife were even more anxious, Dong Suju constantly wiping her tears, feeling extremely gratified. A moment later, the figures of Yang Kai and the many blood warriors appeared in their field of vision. Dong Suju ignored the Fourth Master's attempts to stop her and rushed over to Yang Kai.
Mother. Yang Kai called out eagerly.
Dong Suju looked him up and down, seemingly wanting to see if he was unharmed. After confirming that her son wasn't injured in any way, she hugged him tightly.
Yang Kai couldn't breathe.
Li Rong watched this scene of mother and son reuniting with a strange expression. If Yang Kai hadn't taken the initiative to call out to her just now, she would have thought that this seemingly young woman was Yang Kai's older sister, never having expected that she was actually her master's mother.
Good, everyone is waiting. Why are you hugging Kai so tightly?
Fourth Master Yang saw that there was no movement from the other side for a long time and couldn't help but come forward and remind her.
I don't care about them. This is my son. Dong Suju burst into tears, feeling extremely wronged, as if someone was trying to snatch Yang Kai away from her.
Father.
Yang Kai grinned and greeted Fourth Master Yang.
And well done. The Yang family fourth master nodded his head heavily, the corners of his eyes revealing an expression of relief.
Yang Kai had been away from home for more than 10 years without any news. So naturally he and Dong Suju were most worried about him. Now that they had not only confirmed their son's safety but also learned that it was Yang Kai who had led people to rescue the central capital, the fourth master couldn't help feeling a sense of pride. After a while, Dong Suju's mood gradually calmed down and she let go of Yang Kai. Wait for the evening. We'll talk again as a family. Yang Kai patted her hand and comforted her. Yang Kai stepped forward, his eyes sweeping over the faces of the family's elders and his 7 brothers, greeting them one by one. Everyone was in a good mood.
9th brother.
The other brothers also couldn't help but stare at him. Yang Kai was the youngest of the 9 brothers, but now it seemed that he was the one with the highest achievements. In comparison, no matter who it was, they all felt a little ashamed of their inferiority, but also a little happy for him. Second brother, how do you feel about being the family head? Yang Kai laughed loudly as he turned to Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao sighed, if you don't lead the family head, you won't know how expensive daily necessities are. Second brother always thought too simply. If I was given another chance, I wouldn't have participated in the inheritance war. Among the 9 brothers of the Yang family, besides Yang Kai, the most suitable one to be the family head was naturally Yang Zhao. Although the eldest brother, Yang Wei, had great personal strength, he was obsessed with the martial Tao and didn't care about anything else. The family's elder Mo also didn't feel comfortable leaving the family head to him. So after Yang Kai left, the family had been managed by Yang Zhao.
After not seeing each other for more than 10 years, the other brothers had all settled down and had children of their own.
Let's talk inside. It's been a long time since we've been together. Yang Zhao stepped aside and said. In the Yang family spirit hall, Yang Kai, under the orders of the fourth master, came in and offered incense to the ancestors. According to the fourth master's words, the reason why they were able to escape this disaster was all because of the blessings of the ancestors. It had nothing to do with Yang Kai. Yang Kai could only comply with his fourth master's wishes. After paying his respects, Yang Kai walked out of the spirit hall and followed the fourth master to the Yang family hall. At this moment, the hall was overcrowded. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, everyone's expression changed as they stared towards him.
Grand Master.
Yang Kai saw Ling Tai Su in the crowd at a glance and quickly rushed over, shouting happily. Ling Tai Su smiled and nodded, but he seemed to have been seriously injured, his face as white as paper, his body trembling slightly as he stood there. Yang Kai's heart tightened as he hurriedly asked. It's nothing serious, I was just hit by that man named Wu Zheng. Fortunately, he didn't mean to take my life, otherwise I wouldn't be standing here today. Ling Tai Su comforted. Yang Kai didn't say anything else, instead reaching out and placing his hand on Ling Tai Su's wrist, carefully examining it. After a moment, his expression relaxed slightly. His Grand Master's injuries weren't light, but they weren't life-threatening. With his current means, it wouldn't be difficult to treat him. Grand Master, take this pill. Yang Kai placed a pill in his hand. Ling Tai Su didn't hesitate and swallowed the pill directly, patting Yang Kai's shoulder and saying, We'll talk about this another time. I need to refine this pill first.
Good. Master, I'll see you off.
Fourth Master Yang quickly stepped forward and helped Ling Tai Su leave.
Senior Ling was injured by that man in order to save us, Tu Feng suddenly said.
This time, if it weren't for Ling Tai Su attracting the attention of those people, we wouldn't have been able to escape from the Yang family. Unfortunately, we were almost caught. Fortunately, Little Lord appeared in time and prevented Senior Ling's efforts from going to waste. Tang Yuxian lowered her head with some shame. Don't worry about it, since Grand Master acted like this, he must have his own considerations. Isn't everything fine now? Yang Kai smiled. Come in and sit down. Inside the hall, everyone crowded in and found a place to sit down. Those who didn't have a seat simply stood around, all of them turning their eyes to Yang Kai, waiting for him to speak. Second brother, did the family suffer any losses this time? Yang Kai casually found a place to sit down and asked Yang Zhao. Hearing this, everyone's face became gloomy, and even Yang Kai's heart couldn't help sinking. The biggest loss was the Blood Warrior Hall. Yang Zhao sighed heavily. When those people arrived, we didn't know their strength was so great. The Blood Warrior Hall's Hall Master Feng Shang and Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng both died in battle, and the entire Blood Warrior Hall was beaten to a pulp. The Blood Warrior Hall was the most loyal institution to the Yang family, and the place where all the masters the Yang family had cultivated gathered. When danger came, they would naturally do their best to resist. Yang Kai had an impression of Hall Master Feng Shang and Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng. After all, he had dealt with them before, but he hadn't expected that they would be killed in this foreign invasion. Tu Feng clenched his fists, his body trembling as he choked out. Chu Gao Yi, Ji Li, Xiao Shun, Luo Hai, Fu Tsong. They're all dead. Yang Kai's body shook. The names of the blood warriors Tu Feng reported were all those who had followed him during the Inheritance War. During the final stages of the Inheritance War, Yang Kai had gathered 13 blood warriors and created 13 transcendent realm masters. This was especially true for Chu Gao Yi. He and Ying Jiao had followed Yang Kai from the very beginning and were extremely loyal to him. Both of them were the two most talented blood warriors in the Blood Warrior Hall. Hearing that all these familiar names had passed away, Yang Kai's heart clenched. Chapter 934. The Blood Warrior Hall had suffered heavy losses and the surviving Blood Warriors all wore solemn expressions. In addition to the Blood Warrior Hall, several of the family's elderly elders had also died in battle. The first elder of the Long Chalk Hall, Yang Zhen, had died tragically at the hands of the free and unfettered. It could be said that the arrival of this catastrophe had caused the entire Yang family's high-end strength to shrink by nearly half, the biggest blow it had ever suffered. Not only the Yang family, but almost every one of the central capital's 8 great families had suffered the same fate. Fortunately, Wu Zhang didn't want to kill them all and had absolute confidence in his own strength. He believed that with the strength of these central capital's masters, they wouldn't be able to cause him any trouble, so after a brief period of slaughter, he had sealed the strength of the various great families' masters and ordered them to submit to him and work for him. He had set his sights on the human resources here. Whether he could take the people here to Tongxian realm to work as coolies or sell them as slaves, he could make a considerable fortune. It was also because of this that the central capital's 8 great families had not suffered a devastating blow and had retained a glimmer of hope. Ninth brother, that Wu Zheng's methods are extraordinary and his strength is earth-shattering. Can the people you brought really deal with him? Yang Zhao asked worriedly. I never thought there would be such a powerful person in this world. Some of the elders also said worriedly. Whether or not we can deal with him, seeing is believing, Yang Kai chuckled, listening carefully for a moment before nodding. She's back. What's back? Yang Zhao was stunned. A beautiful figure flashed into the hall from outside, wrapping herself in a bone-chilling aura as Han Fei appeared. Holding a bloody head in his hand, he walked straight in, tossed the head to the ground, and bowed to Yang Kai. Master, I was fortunate to not fail my mission. You've worked hard. Yang Kai gently nodded. Inside the hall, everyone's eyes turned to the head rolling on the ground. Looking at the pair of widened eyes that had lost all light, Yang Zhao slowly straightened up and shouted, It's Wu Zheng. Is he really dead? Good. The eyes of many Yang family members lit up, their spirits rising. Turning to look at Han Fei again, everyone's eyes filled with respect and gratitude. Previously, Li Rong had rushed here to eliminate the masters brought by Wu Zheng. Her actions were swift and decisive, and before anyone could react, the free and unfettered Spirit Temple's disciples had inexplicably died. None of them had seen Li Rong's methods, so they didn't know just how tyrannical she was. But now, seeing Wu Zheng's head being brought in by Han Fei with her own eyes, she naturally understood just how powerful this icy beauty was. For a moment, they couldn't help but feel as if they were in a dream. Many people even leaned over to take a closer look, wanting to see if that was really Wu Zheng's head. After confirming it, his body trembled. Ninth brother, this lady is. Yang Zhao looked at Han Fei hesitantly, a strange light flashing across his eyes. We are master subordinates. Han Fei took the initiative to explain, lest everyone misunderstand. Subordinate. Yang Zhao's face twitched slightly, not knowing what to say. His ninth brother had been gone for more than 10 years without any news, but as soon as he returned, he had brought such powerful subordinates with him, sweeping away the enemy and saving the central capital. On the other hand, as the patriarch of the Yang family, he had been helpless when facing an enemy invasion. Comparing the two, Yang Zhao couldn't help feeling somewhat depressed. But this is good. With this lady's strength, my Yang family will no longer need to fear being bullied.
Yes, ninth brother, now that you've come back, are you not leaving?
All the brothers began to ask questions at once. Yang Kai shook his head. Dong Suju, who was sitting next to Yang Kai, paled and couldn't help grabbing Yang Kai's hand and whispering, "Kai, do you still want to leave?" Yang Kai smiled, "I'm leaving, but this time I'm taking all of you with me." Together? Yang Zhao frowned. I hope all of you can come with me to Tongxian realm and give up on the central capital." The hall suddenly fell silent. The central capital was the foundation of these people, and Yang Kai telling them to give up with just a few words made them feel somewhat reluctant. Yang Kai naturally understood their feelings, standing up and saying, "In the past, my Yang family was the leader of the 8 great families and one of the top forces in the world, but now the situation is different. The passage between this world and Tongxian realm has been opened. This time Wu Zheng came, next time someone else may come. It is not safe for all of you to remain in the central capital." Someone else will come? Many people's faces changed, none of them realizing the seriousness of the situation. They thought that with Wu Zheng dead, they would be safe, but the reality was far from what they had imagined. According to Yang Kai, this place had become a piece of delicious cake that all masters wanted to take a bite out of. If that's the case, then it's time to make some plans. Yang Zhao's expression became dignified as he pondered for a moment before suddenly turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Ninth brother, second brother wants to ask you a few questions." Yang Kai nodded. "If we leave the central capital with you and go to that Tongxian realm, with our strength, can we live in peace?" Second brother is not belittling himself, but after this incident, we have indeed recognized our own short-sightedness and shortcomings. I still have some weight over there and can say a few words." Yang Zhao's eyes lit up. "Then what about a place for us? Is there a suitable location?" "I've already found a place. You don't have to worry about that." Yang Zhao asked again. "What about cultivation materials? We can obtain them here, but once we reach the other side, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to obtain cultivation materials, right?" Yang Kai chuckled. "What I don't lack the most right now is cultivation materials. I have so many crystal stones that I can't even use them all up. I also have a variety of spirit grade and saint grade materials, far more than you can imagine. I guarantee you that when we reach the other side, you will have everything you need. There is absolutely no need to worry about cultivation materials." Everyone was dumbfounded. Tu Feng hesitated. "Little Lord, I've heard of spirit grade, but what kind of grade is saint grade?" "Above spirit grade," Yang Kai explained. "Then what are crystal stones?" Tang Yuxian also asked. "These things are called crystal stones." Yang Kai casually tossed one to her. Tang Yuxian caught it and the other blood warriors also gathered around to examine it. Like a group of country bumpkins who had never seen the world, their eyes filled with amazement. Heavens! This thing contains a lot of energy. And it seems like it can be directly absorbed and transformed into one's own yuan qi. If we had this thing in battle, wouldn't we be able to quickly recover? Exclamations continued to ring out as the blood warriors' faces flushed with excitement. The world spirit qi over there is not something that can be compared to here. The world spirit qi over there is much denser than here. That's why the cultivation speed of the cultivators over there is much faster than here. Yang Kai described all the wonderful things of Tongxian realm, causing the eyes of the Yang family group to light up more and more as they listened, filled with more and more expectation. The world energy aura was rich, there was no need to worry about their own safety, there were plenty of cultivation materials, and there was a place to settle down. Yang Kai had already arranged everything. All they needed to do was follow him. "Of course, I just hope that you can come with me to Tongxian realm. If some of you are reluctant to leave this place, I won't force you." After speaking for a while, Yang Kai made his attitude clear. Those who want to stay here can still do so. Not everyone is as hateful as Wu Zheng. Perhaps the masters who come here in the future won't bully the weak. You can make your own choice. My Chiu family will go with you. I wonder if little Lord is willing to take us with him? Suddenly, a tender voice called out from outside the hall.
Yang Kai raised his brow and turned to look outside. A figure like a dancing butterfly walked in from the outside, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai as she pursed her red lips. Although she was pretending to be calm, anyone could see that she could not hide the excitement and joy in her heart. The Qiu family's patriarch has arrived. Yang Zhao got up and greeted. Beauty, long time no see. Yang Kai also stood up and stared at the woman who walked into the hall. Qiu Meng. Just as decisive and resolute as before anyone else had even made a decision, she had chosen a direction and entrusted her own interests and future to Yang Kai without hesitation. And long time no see. Qiu Meng's eyelashes trembled a few times as a look of grievance appeared on her face, but she quickly recovered and calmly greeted him. Sister Luo. Yang Kai then turned to the woman standing behind her and nodded. This woman's chest was quite large, and she was none other than Luo Xiaoman of Purple Fern Valley, Qiu Meng's best friend. After more than 10 years apart, Luo Xiaoman's fear of Yang Kai had not disappeared, so she simply nodded lightly and hid behind Qiu Meng. She didn't know why, but when Luo Xiaoman saw Yang Kai's face, she couldn't help thinking of the ash-gray cloud evil land girl named by Luo. My Qiu family will go with you. Would little lord be willing to take more people with him? Qiu Meng looked at Yang Kai seriously and asked. Don't be so polite. Yang Kai grinned. I didn't intend to only bring my Yang family with me this time. Since you're willing, naturally that's for the best. Seems you still have some conscience. Qiu Meng glared at him before smiling widely, the hall suddenly brightening up. I heard that young Lord Kai is back. Is that true? Another shout sounded from outside the door, full of excitement. Just as this voice fell, the Hua family's Hua stars rushed into the Yang family hall like a gust of wind, looking around and shouting, Where is young Lord Kai? The next moment, he saw Yang Kai standing not far away and rushed over, giving Yang Kai a bear hug and patting his back fiercely. Brother, you're back. Qiu Meng missed you so much. Qiu Meng's pretty face changed as she grit her teeth and shouted, Stars Hua, do you want me to tear your mouth off? The Hua family young lord grinned meaningfully before letting go of Yang Kai, his smile becoming more and more brilliant. Brother, I missed you too. You little brat, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. How did your cultivation fall so far behind? Yang Kai laughed, feeling happy to see familiar faces. Chapter 935. During the Inheritance War, all those who had followed Yang Kai had obtained huge benefits. Little senior sister Xia Ning Chong had used her myriad drug liquid to create a pool of medicinal liquid that allowed them to be reborn and purified, improving their aptitude to varying degrees. Hua stars and Qiu Meng, as well as other important figures, had obtained even greater benefits. It could be said that their future achievements would not be too low. Even if they stayed in the central capital, they could still break through to the transcendent realm. After 10 years, Qiu Meng had already reached the peak immortal ascension boundary, but Hua Stars, who was not inferior to her, was only at the 6th stage, which surprised Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't understand why his cultivation had fallen so far behind. Listening to Yang Kai's question, many people in the Yang family hall snickered, as if they knew the inside story. Qiu Meng covered her mouth and couldn't help laughing. Hua Stars wore a bitter expression as he cried, Young Lord Kai, you don't know, this brother's life is very hard, he continued. Yang Kai's expression became extremely strange as he became speechless. The Hua family was one of the central capital's 8 great families, but the previous generation's patriarch, Hua Zhang, only had one son, Hua Stars, while he had a large number of daughters, all of whom he regarded as treasures and cared for in every way possible. After Hua Stars took over the position of patriarch, the Hua family elders learned a painful lesson from the previous generation's patriarch and began to arrange marriages for Hua Stars, allowing him to start a family. Over the past 10 years, the Hua family had selected more than a dozen young ladies for Hua Stars to fill his harem. Hua Stars, under the coercion of many of his elders, worked hard every day to prolong the Hua family's bloodline. Working so hard, it would be strange if Hua Stars' cultivation didn't fall behind. This young lord already has 15 concubines and 1 wife. Stars Hua looked at Yang Kai with a bitter expression. He patted his shoulder and sighed. I'll introduce them to you when I have the chance. Although they are all beauties, this young master is really unable to do so. Yang Kai looked at him sympathetically and didn't know what to say. After thinking for a long time, he said, "My condolences." Everyone in the hall burst into laughter. It seemed that news of Yang Kai's return had already spread. Following Xueqi, Meng and Huixing, the other young patriarchs of the 8 great families all came to the Yang family. Meng family patriarch Meng Shan-yi, Lu family patriarch Lu Qingyao, Kong family patriarch Kong Jian, Gao family patriarch Gao Rangxian, Yi family patriarch Yi Jingli. Of these 5, Meng Shan-yi and Lu Qingyao were quite familiar with Yang Kai, but he didn't know much about the remaining 3. Naturally, they had come together this time because they had heard the news of Yang Kai's return and how he had defeated the free and unfettered. They wanted to ask what they should do next. Learning that Yang Kai wanted to take the Yang family away from the central capital and go to Tongxian realm, the 5 of them couldn't make a decision for a while. A family's affairs were not something they could casually decide. On top of that, they also had concerns. During the inheritance war, the ones who had the closest relationship with Yang Kai were naturally the Hua family and the Qiu family. Xueqi, Meng and Huixing had also been assisting Yang Kai, so it was natural for them to follow Yang Kai now. However, the remaining 5 families had all opposed Yang Kai in the past. Now that things had changed, they didn't know how to take a stand. Yang Kai casually invited them to follow him to Tongxian realm. The events of the past were already in the past, so Yang Kai didn't care. No matter what, these 5 families were still from the central capital. If he could help them, it was only a small matter for Yang Kai. However, the 5 of them all said that they would go back and carefully discuss with their respective elders before making a decision. After the 5 left, the hall was not quiet for long before countless more people arrived. All of them were friends of the Yang family who participated in the inheritance war. 10,000 Flower Palaces Han Shaoqi, Yi Han, Lu Qingru, Hua Ruayin. Water Moon Halls Feng Qian Hen. Pure Heart Palaces Li Xin Yuan. Reflecting Moon Sex Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu. Treasure Instrument Sex Tao Yang, Zhao Rong. Ghost King Valleys Lung Shan, Chen Yi, Chen Ying. After Yang Kai left, these people had been helping to rebuild the central capital. The Yang family was also grateful for their assistance to Yang Kai and had signed some contracts with the sects these people belonged to, leaving them in charge of managing the central capital. As such, these people had been living in the central capital, acting as the liaison between the Yang family and their respective sects. This time's disaster, none of them had been affected and all of them were unscathed. Old friends meeting again was a joyous occasion. The 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace had all grown up and had become more mature. After a lively exchange of pleasantries, Yang Kai told them about his plans for this trip and all of them said that they would consult their sect elders first before making a decision. After they left, Yang Kai said, "Second brother, discuss with the Elder Hall's people whether they want to come with me or not. Give me a reply as soon as possible. I'll be staying here for a while." "There's no need to discuss, ninth brother, since you've arranged everything, my Yang family will naturally follow you," Yang Zhao readily agreed. Everyone else also nodded, no one objecting. The Blood Warriors were even more excited, secretly happy to be able to follow their little lord and serve him again. "Good. Then take advantage of this time to pack up your things and bring your most important things with you. As for the supplies, you can give them up, they won't be worth much in Tongxian realm," Yang Kai said before turning his eyes to Xueqi, Meng and Huixing. The Hua family young lord nodded. "Whatever Xueqi Meng does, I will do. Her vision is much longer than mine. I'm going to take the Qiu family to Tongxian realm." Xueqi Meng glanced over at him. Huixing shrugged his shoulders. "Then I'll go back and inform my father so the family can pack up quickly." Saying so, he quickly left. "Then we'll also pack up quickly." Yang Zhao stood up and ordered the Yang family members in the hall, just as ninth brother said, "Keep everything simple, don't bring anything you don't need." "Yes." Everyone nodded and quickly dispersed. Soon, only Yang Kai, Li Rong, Han Fei, Xueqi Meng, and Luo Xiaoman remained in the hall. "Master, we'll wait for you outside." Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled before walking out together with Han Fei. With her eyesight, how could she have noticed that this girl named Xueqi Meng was looking at her master with a strange look in her eyes? That kind of longing and obsession was simply impossible to hide. She had deliberately stayed behind because she wanted to be alone with Yang Kai for a while. "Elder sister Qiu, I'll also go out. Luo Xiaoman whispered and followed behind Li Rong and Han Fei. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was a bit strange as Qiu Meng just stared at Yang Kai without saying a word. Yang Kai couldn't help but ask, "Looking at your clothes and appearance, it seems you've never married. You're not young anymore."
"I was waiting for you." Qiu Meng raised her head, revealing her slender white neck.
"Don't joke around," Yang Kai laughed dryly.
"Do I look like I'm joking around?"
Qiu Meng coldly snorted, suddenly grit her teeth and said, "I know you have another woman in your heart, and I don't expect you to like me. The gap between you and me is too big. I have some self-awareness." Yang Kai stared at her helplessly. "But since you've come back, I'll be frank. You said before, you don't want to talk about love with me, just play around."
"Did I say such a thing?"
Yang Kai was stunned.
"You did,"
Qiu Meng said angrily, biting her red lip and glaring at him. "So you know those words were too much. I thought you didn't know."
"Ah,
"I was young and frivolous. It doesn't matter, let's play around. I don't expect to be together forever, that's too unrealistic, and I don't want to continue to wait, suffering day by day. I just want to be together once."
"Are you serious?"
Yang Kai was dumbfounded, secretly shocked by Qiu Meng's bold words. "I don't care what you think of me. Just wait until we reach Tongxian realm. After everything is settled, I'll let you know just how fierce I am." Saying so, Qiu Meng's tender body flickered as she rushed up, and regardless of whether Yang Kai was willing or not, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed her red lips against his. Kai Yang let out a pitiful cry and reached out to touch his lips. There was a burning sensation of pain. Qiu Meng turned around and walked away, her silvery bell-like laughter ringing out. "That's just interest. When we reach Tongxian realm, I'll make sure to collect both principal and interest." Yang Kai couldn't help thinking. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai walked out of the hall with a serious expression on his face. Li Rong and Han Fei, who were waiting outside, glanced over at him before quickly averting their eyes, both of them wanting to laugh but not daring to, their shoulders trembling as they struggled to hold back their laughter.
"Laugh all you want. Isn't it just being bitten by a woman?" Yang Kai rubbed his mouth, feeling like he had lost face.
"That girl is actually quite good," Li Rong said seriously. "If she had been born in Tongxian realm, her current cultivation would definitely not be too low. This world restricts their development."
Han Fei also agreed.
"That's why I want to take them away from here and experience a wider world." Yang Kai's eyes became deep. This world is too small. Although there are more dangers there are also better conditions.
The two women nodded slightly.
After a while, Yang Kai ordered, "You two stay in the Yang family and guard this place for the time being to avoid any unexpected situations." Li Rong was surprised. "Where is Master going?"
"I still have 2 places to visit."
"Then, why don't I accompany you or let Han Fei accompany you?" "No need, I'll be fine by myself. There's no need to worry about my safety. With the Flying Heavens shuttle, no one can catch up to me, so this world isn't dangerous." Li Rong thought about it for a moment and didn't insist, simply saying, "Then Master must be careful." "Tell my father and mother that I have a lot of time to spend with them in the future," Yang Kai said, summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle and flying 100 kilometers away in a flash of blue light. Staring in the direction he disappeared, Li Rong and Han Fei's tender bodies flickered and also disappeared, rushing to the 4th Master's mansion to accompany his parents in place of Yang Kai.
Chapter 936. Medicine King's Valley. Hidden Cloud Peak.
With a flash of blue light, Yang Kai appeared. He didn't fly up directly but instead took the initiative to stop at the foot of the peak. This was a holy land in the hearts of all the world's alchemists. Here was where the world's #1 alchemist grandmaster, Xiao Fu Shang, lived. Anyone who came here would not disregard etiquette and fly up the mountain. Many years ago, Yang Kai had spent some time in Medicine King's Valley. Although he had never learned the alchemic way from Grandmaster Xiao, this old man had taught Yang Kai many valuable lessons. On Yang Kai's path of growth, these lessons had helped him a lot. Yang Kai respected this kind grandmaster from the bottom of his heart, as well as the 2 beautiful women who served him.
They had given Yang Kai the best resources they could. Yang Kai was very grateful for their generosity and help. This time, he was prepared to take the three of them to Tongxian realm. Xiao Fushang's lifelong wish was to refine a spirit-grade pill, but due to the constraints of this world, he had never been able to achieve this. As long as they arrived in Tongxian realm, with the resources there and Xiao Fushang's methods, refining a spirit-grade pill would not be difficult. Yang Kai began to walk slowly towards Hidden Cloud Peak, looking at the herbs cultivated in the mountains along the way, recalling the 2 months he had lived here. Couldn't help smiling. Medicine King's Valley was not much different from before. Wu Zhang had taken a group of people to the central capital and High Heaven Pavilion to commit crimes, but it didn't seem to affect this place. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived at the top of the peak. As always, there were only a few huts, very simple and crude. 2 plump figures were sweeping the fallen leaves and dust in front of one of the huts, their hair wrapped in silk scarves to prevent it from getting dirty. Hearing Yang Kai's footsteps, the 2 women raised their heads, the one standing in front wiping the sweat from her forehead as she stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Auntie Xiang, Auntie Lan." Yang Kai grinned and greeted them loudly. "You are." Auntie Xiang froze for a moment before her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, putting down the broom in her hand and quickly greeting him. "Yang Kai." "It's me." Auntie Lan also hurried over and gently nodded. She examined him from head to toe and pursed her lips into a smile. "It's been so many years since we last met. I almost couldn't recognize you." "Yes, you're much stronger than before. In the past, your body didn't look very good." Auntie Xiang warmly greeted him. "Come in and sit." "Yes." Inside the thatched cottage, Yang Kai, Auntie Xiang, and Auntie Lan sat down at a simple table. There were 3 cups of tea on the table. Auntie Lan said, "There's nothing to entertain, so don't be so formal. Aunt Lan is too polite." Yang Kai drank the tea in front of him in one gulp and said with a smile, "Although we haven't seen each other for many years, Auntie Lan and Auntie Xiang haven't changed at all. They are still as young as before." The 2 women looked at each other and smiled. "You have a glib tongue. You only know how to please people." Auntie Xiang glared at him. "You've deceived a lot of young girls, haven't you?" "No." Yang Kai scratched his head. "I heard that you left the central capital more than 10 years ago. I don't know where you went, but now you're back?" "And I've only been back for a few days. It's good that you're back safely. Grandmaster used to talk about you a lot, saying that you were clearly proficient in alchemy but acted like you didn't know anything. When you first came here you deceived him." Back then, I really didn't understand. Where is Grandmaster? Why haven't I seen him? Is he in secluded retreat to perform alchemy again?" Yang Kai asked. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan's faces suddenly dimmed, the smiles on their faces converging and their expressions becoming gloomy. Yang Kai's heart sank as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. "Grandmaster, he passed away 5 years ago." Auntie Xiang turned her head away, her eyes red as she whispered. Yang Kai froze in place, his heart filled with an uncomfortable feeling, as if he was being overturned. He suddenly remembered that the reason Grandmaster Xiao had publicly accepted him as a disciple was because he realized that he did not have much time left, so he was so anxious. But unexpectedly, he had passed away 5 years ago. "Grandmaster." Yang Kai opened his mouth. His wish has come true. Auntie Xiang suppressed her sad emotions and took out a jade box from her sleeve. Just 7 days before he passed away, he spent the last of his vitality to refine a spirit pill. This is what he was refining at that time. Yang Kai took this spirit pill and felt its weight in his hand, as if what he was holding was not a spirit pill, but a human life. Opening it, the spirit pill was round and full. The aura was dense and the medicinal efficacies were pure. Even an excellent spirit-grade alchemist would not necessarily be able to refine such a good pill. Grandmaster passed away peacefully. Auntie Xiang wiped the corners of her eyes and squeezed out a smile. "So we don't need to feel sad for him. However, Grandmaster said that spirit grade is not the highest peak of alchemy. There must be a higher grade above it." Yang Kai's body shook as he secretly felt surprised by Xiao Fushang's vision. At this moment, Yang Kai seemed to understand that the reason Xiao Fushang was so eager to refine a spirit pill was not because he wanted to make a breakthrough in his own alchemy technique, but rather because he wanted to break through the shackles of this world with his own strength. He had done it. A spirit-grade pill that had never been seen before in this world had been refined by him. "Where is Grandmaster buried?" Yang Kai looked up and asked. Auntie Xiang got up and said, "Come with me."
Hidden Cloud Peak, in a very remote valley, a single mound of dirt stood alone, not too far from the peak. It was hard to believe that such a simple grave was actually the burial place of the world's #1 alchemist. Everything was done according to Grandmaster's last wishes before his death.
There is no Grandmaster's body here. After Grandmaster's bones were burned, they were scattered into the river. Here are only a few of his belongings.
While Yang Kai was paying his respects, Auntie Xiang stood to the side and explained.
If Grandmaster knew that a registered disciple like you could come to see him, he would definitely be very happy. Auntie Xiang covered her mouth and sobbed as she spoke. Auntie Lan's eyes were also red as tears flowed down her cheeks.
"It's my duty," Yang Kai nodded gently.
Half a day later, at the top of Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai said goodbye to Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan. Won't the two of you reconsider? This place may not be peaceful in the future. This world is now connected to a place called Tongxian Realm. In the future, there may be many unimaginable masters who will come here. Yang Kai tried to persuade them. Just now, he wanted the two women in front of him, who had taken care of him before, to accompany him to the central capital. But they had refused his good intentions and insisted on staying here. No need, we've lived here all our lives and don't want to go anywhere else. Also, Grandmaster is here. We can accompany him.
If we leave, he will be the only one left here.
We're very happy that you have such intentions. Yang Kai sighed helplessly. The attitude of the two women was firm, and Yang Kai could feel it, so he knew that persuading them would be useless, so he could only say, "Then I'll come back to see you when I'm free." Right, if someone really dares to come here looking for trouble, just report my name, it may be useful. Yes, Auntie Xiang smiled and nodded. Then take care of yourself. Yang Kai cupped his fists and turned to descend the mountain. You also have to be careful, don't try to be brave. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan waved from the top of the mountain. After leaving Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai placed the spirit pill refined by Xiao Fu Shang into a jade box and carefully hid it inside the black book space before summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle, transforming into a streak of blue light and flying west. His destination was the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. Yang Kai was leaving the central capital this time mainly to go to two places. One was Medicine King's Valley, and the other was the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. He was going to see Shan Qing Luo. Although the Dragon Lady was unrestrained and unrestrained, she was still very good to Yang Kai. During the battle with the Demon Lord, she had helped him a lot. Most importantly, Yang Kai had planted a seed of affection in her heart, creating an indelible connection between the two of them. This was a rare opportunity for him to return, so naturally he would bring her to Tongxian Realm, lest she be bullied here. As for what she would do in Tongxian Realm, Yang Kai wouldn't care about her. 2 hours later, Yang Kai arrived near Fragrant City. This city could be said to be the most prosperous and stable city in the entire Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, and was also under the jurisdiction of Shan Qing Luo. After the death of the Demon Lord and the 6 great evil kings, the entire Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land had fallen into chaos, but only Fragrant City had not been affected because the beguiling Demon Queen had returned safely. The prosperity and stability here formed a sharp contrast to the slaughter in other parts of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. Many cultivators who did not want to live in fear would come to Fragrant City to seek a livelihood, causing the city to accommodate more and more people and become increasingly prosperous. Yang Kai walked all the way here, thinking about what kind of attitude he should use to speak to the Dragon Lady when he saw her. That seductive woman was too charming. If she really acted spoiled in front of him, Yang Kai didn't know if he could handle it. If he couldn't control himself, he would lose his integrity. On top of that, she was also very good at taking advantage of others. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived in front of the Shan Qing Luo's palace in Fragrant City. At the entrance of the palace, there was a man in ragged clothes who looked like a beggar leaning against the wall. His eyes closed. His appearance was unkempt, his hair was a mess, and his beard seemed to have not been shaved for many years, making him look terrible. Anyone who passed by here wouldn't give him a second glance. The existence of such a person was only annoying. Yang Kai glanced at him casually, a strange smile appearing on his face as he slowly walked in front of him, ignoring the stench emanating from his body. The noon sun was blocked by Yang Kai's figure. The beggar narrowed his eyes, looked up, and then casually closed his eyes again, continuing to meditate. He acted as if Yang Kai didn't exist, turning a blind eye to him. Yang Kai grinned and greeted him, "Shadow King, hello." The beggar's body shook as he suddenly opened his eyes. Only at this moment did he seem to recognize Kai Yang's identity. His face couldn't help but change color as his skinny body trembled in place as electricity surged through his body. In an instant, he disappeared. Chapter 937. Yong Kai turned his head and stared in the direction the beggar disappeared, sneered softly, and shot off like a bolt of lightning. Above Fragrant City, the beggar was flying at a high speed, looking back anxiously in the direction of the palace, but he couldn't see the young man at all. Suspicious. He hurriedly searched for him, but in the blink of an eye, that young man had actually caught up with him and was now flying side by side with him. His demeanor was relaxed and relaxed. "You." The beggar's eyes went wide, as if he had seen a ghost, unable to believe that he had been surpassed in speed. What he excelled at the most was his burst of speed, and he believed that no one in this world could match him, even if it was the demon Lord Yongbai. He had also praised this young man's speed and admitted his inferiority. But this young man had actually caught up with him first, and from the looks of it, he hadn't even used his full strength. How could he not be shocked? "Shadow King, don't waste your energy. You can't escape." Yong Kai coldly snorted, and a scorching hot power erupted from his body. An invisible fist struck the beggar, catching him off guard. The beggar's figure was suddenly thrown into disarray, as if he had suffered a heavy blow, flipping through the air. He tumbled. After a long time, the beggar managed to stabilize himself and stand in the air, his expression fluctuating as he stared at Yong Kai with a look of dread. Unwillingness and fear filled his face. He had not expected that not only was he inferior to his opponent in terms of speed, but his opponent was also superior to him in terms of strength. Realizing the huge gap between him and his opponent, his thoughts of resistance and escape faded. The other party was right. In the face of absolute power, any resistance was a futile struggle. The burst of power mid-air alarmed the cultivator in Fragrant City, and they all looked up. After seeing the two figures in the air, many people exclaimed, "Hey! Isn't that the beggar in front of the Queen's Master's palace?" "Yeah, he stays at the entrance of the palace all day long. I don't know how the Queen's Master can stand him. If it were me, I would have driven him away long ago. But looking at him now, he doesn't seem to be a simple beggar. This person's strength is so great. Why is he in such dire straits? Until now? Who is that young man? He seems to be even more powerful." The exclamations continued, and the cultivator of Fragrant City moved closer to this side, all wanting to see more clearly. After a short while, the street below. As he spoke, the roof was filled with people. There were even quite a few courageous cultivator who flew into the air and gathered around, putting on an expression as if they were watching a good show. Yong Kai turned a blind eye to this. He really didn't put the strength of Fragrant City's cultivator in his eyes. "Little brat from the Yong family, do you really want to kill us all?" The beggar shouted in grief and indignation. "It's not that I want to kill them all." Yong Kai slowly shook his head. "I'm just curious. One of the 6 great evil kings, the Lightning Flash Shadow King, is actually so powerful. Why are you disguising yourself as a beggar and hiding in Fragrant City?" "Lightning Flash Shadow King?" A series of exclamations rang out from below. Everyone was dumbstruck. "No way. That beggar is actually Lightning Flash Shadow King. It does look a bit like him. It really is the Lightning Flash Shadow King who disappeared more than 10 years ago. We all thought he was dead, but it turns out he's still alive and is hiding in Fragrant City. F***CK, when I passed by him a few days ago, I even spat at him. Isn't this a dead end?" The person who spoke had a pale expression. The beggar's complexion paled as he trembled with fear. "I also kicked him. The Shadow King Master won't settle accounts with me, right?" Another beggar cried out. The nearby cultivators all cast sympathetic gazes at him, their expressions saying "you're dead meat," causing the person who spoke to become even more terrified. "Fortunately, when I passed by him last time, I threw some money to him. Fortunately, I have a kind heart. Ha 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 ha." Another beggar said. Some were sad, others were happy. Because of the revelation of this beggar's identity,
Everyone's expression was different. The Lightning Flash Shadow King, along with the Thunderbolt Beast King, Annihilating Poison King, Profound Een Ghost King, Tyrannical Force King, and Beguiling Demon Queen, were known as the 6 Great Evil Kings. Before the appearance of the Demon Lord, the entire Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land was under the jurisdiction of these 6 evil kings. When the catastrophe of the central capital arrived, the 6 Great Evil Kings, under the leadership of Demon Lord Yongbai, rushed out to kill the central capitals. But in the end, Yongbai died in battle and the 6 Great Evil Kings also suffered heavy losses. Besides Shanqing Luo, who remained unscathed, 4 of the other 5 evil kings died. Only the Lightning Flash Shadow King managed to escape from the central capital by relying on his own speed. Since then, there had been no news of him. Some people said he had died, others said he had changed his name and lived in seclusion in the mountains. After all, there were many masters in the central capital, so if he dared to show himself, he would likely be targeted. No one could have imagined that he would actually disguise himself as a beggar and hide in Fragrant City, enduring humiliation and dragging out an ignoble existence. If Yang Kai hadn't come to Fragrant City today to find Shanqing Luo, his identity would not have been exposed. He could hide from others, but he couldn't hide from Yang Kai's perception. A second-order transcendent was already the highest level of existence in this world, so it was difficult for Yang Kai not to notice him. Yang family little brat, I am no longer the Lightning Flash Shadow King, nor am I an enemy of the central capital 8 great families. Why are you still being so overbearing? Shadow King yelled harshly. Then why are you hiding your identity and hiding in front of Shanqing Luo's palace? Do you want to harm her? Yang Kai coldly snorted. Harm her? Shadow King froze for a moment before shouting. Are you misunderstanding something? I can stay in front of her palace because she agreed to it. If not for that, do you think I would have stayed here? She agreed to it? Yang Kai frowned and waved his hand, sending a golden rope flying towards Shadow King and binding him. Bind. Yes or no, we'll see later. If the truth isn't what you said, you'll definitely die today. Shadow King struggled for a moment but soon found that this Yuan Qi rope was not something he could break, and after being tied up like this, he couldn't use his full strength. Unable to move, a look of horror appeared on his face, as if he hadn't expected Yang Kai's strength to have reached such a high level. Anxiously, he said, You won't be able to find her, she's no longer in Fragrant City. Not here. Yang Kai's brow furrowed even deeper as he released his divine sense, but really couldn't find Shanqing Luo's aura, causing him to feel a sense of loss. A sense of loss welled up inside him. Where did she go? There are still a few people in the palace. You can ask them, Lightning Flash Shadow King said angrily. Good. Yang Kai nodded before pulling Shadow King into Shanqing Luo's palace. Fragrant City's cultivator stared at this scene in shock, unable to calm down for a long time. Evil kings were the supreme masters of the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land. Every evil king was synonymous with strength. But now, this young man had appeared out of nowhere. This young man had actually captured an evil king with just a wave of his hand. It was as simple and easy as pinching a turtle. This scene gave them a surreal feeling, many of them rubbing their eyes hard to confirm that what they were seeing was not an illusion. All they saw was the backs of Yang Kai and Lightning Flash Shadow King gradually disappearing. Inside the palace, several maids heard the commotion and rushed out, just in time to meet Yang Kai. Seeing the appearance of this person, all of them exclaimed. The beautiful woman, Yun Li, and the maids, Rua Yu and Rua Qing, were still here. The 3 of them were the ones sent by Shanqing Luo to serve Yang Kai. Young Master Yang? Yun Li covered her mouth and called out. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Shadow King, how did you? Yun Li glanced over at the embarrassed Lightning Flash Shadow King, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions. Can I trouble you to explain to this young family boy? Was it your master who agreed for me to stay in Fragrant City? Lightning Flash Shadow King asked angrily. Yes. Yang Kai looked over at Yun Li and said, Just tell the truth, there's no need to be afraid of him. Yun Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry but nodded. Young Master Yang, it was indeed the Queen's master who agreed for him to stay here. Since the master has been gone for so many years, it was Shadow King who secretly watched over Fragrant City, preventing any major disturbances from occurring. Outside, no one knows that the Queen's master has long since left and only thinks she has been in retreat. Yang Kai frowned in surprise, but since Yun Li said so, it meant Shadow King wasn't lying. Unlocking Utian.
You just said that Shanqing Luo left Fragrant City a long time ago? Where did she go?
Yunli, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing both shook their heads. We don't know where the master went, but before she left, she seemed to have said something to Shadow King.
Shadow King should know some clues.
Yang Kai turned his head and stared at Lightning Flash Shadow King. Shadow King muttered a few words, seemingly cursing, before angrily saying, Shanqing Luo said she went to find you, but as for where she went, I don't know.
I don't know. Find me?
She should know I'm not in the central capital. So why would she go looking for me? She didn't go to the central capital to find you. What she said before she left was very strange, as if she mentioned something about a higher-level world, similar to Yang Bai's. What she said was somewhat similar. Yang Kai's expression shook as he suddenly remembered that when he left, he had indeed said these things to Shanqing Luo.
When did she leave? 2 years after you disappeared, she left.
She said that her soul-seeking seal was placed in your body, so as long as she could find the world you were in, it would be easy for her to find you.
Yang Kai nodded, confirming that Shadow King was telling the truth.
The fact that he had Shanqing Luo's soul-seeking seal in his body was something no one knew about except for him, so Shadow King should have known about it.
Luo had mentioned it to him.
What about Bai Luo?
She was also taken away.
Yang Kai sighed, at a loss for what to do. He hadn't expected that the Dragon Lady would actually leave the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land in order to find him and even declare that she was looking for a higher-level world. He didn't know whether she had found him or not, but if she had, it would mean that she was also in Tongxian Realm, so why had she not come to see him?
Yang Kai had completely lost track of her. Feeling somewhat lost, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling annoyed.
When the Dragon Lady was pestering him, he couldn't wait for her to scram far away and not appear in front of him. She had appeared before him, but now that he had really lost her, Yang Kai felt somewhat melancholy.
Suddenly, he felt like he was being cheapened.
I've said everything I need to say. Since I've fallen into your hands today, if you want to kill me or cut me into pieces, do as you see fit, Shadow King coldly snorted.
Just like before.
Chapter 938. Inside the beguiling Demon Queen's palace, Lightning Flash Shadow King proudly raised his head, an unyielding look on his face. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly and waved his hand. Scram, I have no interest in killing you. Shadow King stared at Yang Kai with some surprise, apparently not having expected him to be willing to let him go. The reason he had chosen to live as a beggar these past few years was because he was afraid the masters of the central capital would find trouble with him. Now that he had accidentally fallen into Yang Kai's hands, he actually had a chance to survive? Why haven't you left yet?
Yang Kai shouted.
Shadow King gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. He was the Shadow King, but he had to endure humiliation to survive. It was one thing for him to be looked down upon by the world, but now, this young man in front of him was casually yelling at him, not taking him seriously at all. This made him feel very unjust. He wanted to fight Yang Kai to the death. But in the end, he suppressed his anger and coldly said, Shanqing Luo went to the Spider Mother's nest before she left. She seemed to have found something there. If you want to find her, you may find some clues there. Saying so, Shadow King turned around and left. Spider Mother's nest. Yang Kai muttered to himself. He naturally remembered this place clearly. Back then, a 7th-order monster beast that could communicate with humans through divine sense lived there, the Spider Mother. It was also the only 7th-order monster beast in the entire world. Shanqing Luo's poisonous widow constitution originated from it, and the aphrodisiac poison in her body was neutralized by the Spider Mother's monster core. Young Master Young, Yunli called out softly. Are you going to find the Queen Master? Let's go take a look, she may not still be there. She should have left long ago. Oh, then young Master Yang should be careful. Yunli, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing nodded lightly, not bothering to persuade him to stay. Yang Kai glanced at them and suddenly said, Your master is no longer here. What are you doing here? Yunli smiled and said disappointedly, Where else can we go? If we stay here, at least we'll have a place to live. But if we go somewhere else, with our current strength and appearance, Young Master Yang should be well aware of what awaits us outside. The three women, one big and two small, all looked pretty good, but they didn't have much strength. If they really lost the protection of this place and went outside, they would only become the playthings of men.
I'll take you with me. Are you coming with me?
Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. Yun Li's eyes lit up as she glanced over at Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing before nodding. Good, if young Master Yang can reunite with the Queen's Master in the future, we can continue to serve the Queen's Master.
Then you guys pack up. I'll be back as soon as possible. Oh right, ask the others in the palace if they want to leave. I remember there are still 2 maids, right? Yang Kai instructed, and Yunli hurriedly complied.
An hour later, in the Broodmother's lair,
Yang Kai stood in the air and looked down at the huge spider statue.
He had never thought carefully about how this giant spider statue had come to be, but now that he had come here more than a decade later, he suddenly felt that something was not quite right. In the past, there had been countless giant spiders here, and the Spider Mother had also lived here, but in the end, they were still monster beast, so it was impossible for them to build such a statue. Moreover, this statue seemed to have undergone many vicissitudes of life, and Yang Kai estimated that it was at least tens of thousands of years old. At this moment, there was no sign of life in the Broodmother's lair. After the Spider Mother's death, the giant spiders that had originally lived here had all disappeared.
When Yang Kai arrived, he didn't see a single living creature.
Descending, Yang Kai arrived in front of the statue and entered through the mouth of the giant spider. Inside the statue, there was a huge space filled with sticky spider silk and the ground was covered in a thick layer of dust.
Obviously, no one had entered this place for many years.
Yang Kai looked around and suddenly his brow furrowed as he stared in a certain direction. There, he saw an altar-like object with a series of crisscrossing grooves that seemed to form some kind of strange spirit array. At this moment, there were some dark black things inside this spirit array. Yang Kai saw at a glance that these dark black things were the remnants of dried blood. The altar wasn't very big, at most able to accommodate 2 or 3 people standing on it. Yang Kai stared at it and could clearly see that there were 2 different sets of footprints on the altar. Because they had stepped on blood, they had left behind traces that would not be erased. Were these footprints left behind by Shanqing Luo and Bai Luo? Yang Kai didn't know, but he felt a faint aura from this altar. Although it was very faint, it couldn't escape his perception. The altar had been damaged, and there were many cracks on its surface. Yang Kai reached out to touch it, but unexpectedly it couldn't even withstand this small amount of force and collapsed. Staring blankly at everything in front of him, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. There was a strange spirit array on the altar, and there was also a faint aura of the void, so it wasn't difficult to infer that a void corridor had once appeared here. If the 2 pairs of bloody footprints were really left behind by Shanqing Luo and Bai Luo, they must have passed through a void corridor and left this world. Where could they have gone? When Yang Kai separated from the Dragon Lady, she was only a first-order transcendent. Such strength was nothing in Tongxian realm. After investigating for a while, Yang Kai still couldn't find any useful clues, so he left the huge spider statue and stretched out his hand towards the void.
Heaven-covering hand. A huge palm print descended from the sky and slammed into the spider statue. Rocks rolled down, and the statue shattered. Dust flew up, and the statue was buried underground forever. Yang Kai's mood was subtly complex. When he left the central capital this time, he had gone to a total of 2 places, wanting to take 2 groups of people to Tongxian realm. But unfortunately, Xiao Fu Shang of Medicine King's Valley had already passed away. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan had volunteered to stay behind to accompany him. And Shanqing Luo from Fragrant City had disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai hadn't accomplished a single thing he had planned. Helplessly, Yang Kai returned to the palace in Fragrant City where Yun Li and the other maids had already prepared for him. In addition to Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, there were 2 other maids in the palace, so Yang Kai took them all together and flew to the central capital. Half a day later, Yang Kai returned to the Yang family. Seeing Yang Kai bring back 5 beauties, the expressions of Li Rong and Han Fei suddenly became strange. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain things to them and simply asked the Yang family 4th master to make arrangements for Yun Li and the others. Before Shanqing Luo appeared, these 5 women would remain in the Yang family as maids. 4th Master Yang nodded. Yang Kai, cousin. 2 voices called out from nearby, causing Yang Kai to turn his head and see Dong Qing Han and Dong Qing Yen running towards him from a short distance away. Dong Qing Han was no longer fat, as if he had lost several dozen kilograms, becoming tall and powerful.
His cousin Dong Qingyan had also grown into a slender and elegant woman, large where she should be and small where she should be, quite pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he grinned. When he returned a few days ago, he had seen many of his old friends, but he hadn't seen anyone from the Dong family until today, when these two cousins appeared in front of him. Dong Qingyan rushed over, her beautiful eyes sweeping over Yang Kai as she smiled. "Cousin, I haven't seen you in more than 10 years, you've become much more handsome.
Your little mouth is quite sweet."
Yang Kai was very satisfied, but Dong Qingyan just grinned meaningfully and stretched out her hand to Yang Kai. "Cousin, do you have any reward for me?"
Yang Kai was stunned.
Dong Qinghan smiled at Yang Kai, clearly taking pleasure in his misfortune.
"I'll give you this."
Yang Kai took out a piece of crystal stone and handed it to Dong Qingyan, saying seriously, "Take good care of this, it's a precious treasure. It contains a huge amount of energy that can be directly absorbed and transformed into yuan qi. Whether it's for recovery or cultivation, it'll be of great benefit." Dong Qingyan's eyes lit up, her hands tightly gripping the crystal stone as she couldn't help praising. "This thing is so clear and beautiful. It's like a huge gem. Are you really giving it to me?"
"What's the point of taking back something you've already given away?" "Thank you, cousin."
Dong Qingyan was very happy, solemnly placing the crystal stone into her purse, a look of satisfaction on her face. Li Rong and Han Fei, who were standing nearby, couldn't bear to see this little girl being deceived by Yang Kai like this, but were too embarrassed to say that this crystal stone wasn't anything precious, slowly shaking their heads and laughing.
"Little sister, go play somewhere else. I have something to discuss with Yang Kai." Dong Qinghan winked at Dong Qingyan, acting so mysterious. "It's definitely not something good." Dong Qingyan snorted and ran off. Leaving behind only the two cousins, Dong Qinghan's expression became serious as he asked, "I heard you're taking the Yang family to a place called Tongxian Realm. What's your Dong family's plan? My father and mother should have sent you a message already, right? I received a message from aunt and uncle, so I hurried over. The Dong family is now packing up and preparing to advance and retreat together with your Yang family." Dong Qinghan's expression became serious as he quickly asked, "But is this reliable? If it wasn't, would I let my entire family follow me? I'm not someone who doesn't have a plan." Yang Kai raised his brow. "Of course I know that. It's just that I have to leave my hometown all of a sudden and head to an unknown place. Isn't that a little terrifying? You'll get used to it slowly." Yang Kai comforted, "When I first arrived there, I was also confused, but there were many more wonderful things and opportunities there, suitable for young people." "Ha ha." Dong Qinghan laughed. "I was just asking casually, but since Xueqi Meng chose to go with you, it shouldn't be a bad idea. To put it bluntly, I believe in Xueqi Meng's vision more." Yang Kai was speechless. "When does your Yang family plan to leave?" "As soon as possible. The journey is too long. From here to our destination, it will take at least 3 or 4 months, and if there are any delays along the way, it will only take longer." "So long?" Dong Qinghan's face changed. "The vastness of Tongxian Realm is far beyond your imagination. So your Dong family doesn't need to come to the central capital to meet with the Yang family. You can send a message back to High Heaven Pavilion. I will take the Yang family there." "Good." Dong Qinghan nodded. "I'll arrange it." Chapter 939. The central capital was bustling with activity. The Yang family, Qiu family, and Hua family members were all packing up. Although Yang Kai had ordered them to keep everything simple, with so many people moving together, it was still quite time-consuming. Yang Kai waited for 10 days in the central capital before everything was ready. With a single order, nearly 1,000 people from the 3 families set off in the direction of High Heaven Pavilion. The total number of people from the 3 families was naturally more than this, but no matter which family it was, there were still some who were unwilling to leave the central capital. The situation of the Yang family was slightly better. 90% of their people had followed Yang Kai, leaving behind only the elderly who were unwilling to travel such a long distance. At least half of the people from the Hua family and Qiu family stayed behind. Only the direct descendants,
under the strict orders of Huastars and Xueqi Meng, joined the expedition team. Yang Kai's friends were also in the team. They had already sent the news back to their respective sects. As for how to deal with it, it would depend on the attitude of their sect's elders. Yang Kai had already told them that as long as they were willing to follow him to Tongxian realm, they could go directly to High Heaven Pavilion. He would be staying at High Heaven Pavilion for a while and wouldn't wait for them after that. Outside the central capital, the procession continued on its journey. At the city gate, many people were gathered, watching the procession leave with complicated looks on their faces. Most of these people were members of the other 5 families of the central capital. Brother Meng, is it right for us to choose to stay here? The Kong family patriarch Kong Jian's eyes were filled with confusion as he stared at the 1,000 people walking away, a trace of envy appearing in his heart. These people were going to go to a higher world, to a higher place, but they had to stay here in the central capital, unable to integrate. The Meng family patriarch Meng Shan-yi shook his head and sighed. I don't know whether it's right to stay here or not, but our families don't have much of a friendship with Yang Kai. If we really follow him, we won't necessarily be better off on the other side. If he has any good resources, he will definitely give priority to the Yang family, Chiu family, and Hua family. Our 5 families won't be valued and may even be marginalized or swallowed up. Brother Meng is right. The head of the Yi family, Yi Jingli, nodded his head. It is precisely because we have such concerns that we rejected his invitation. I believe that he can also guess our concerns, so he did not insist. Are we thinking too much? Since it's a higher level place, with our capital, I'm afraid Yang Kai won't take a fancy to it, right? Kong Jian's expression was hesitant. Maybe it's just a small matter for him to invite us over. Let him think too much. Now that he has already rejected him, do you think he can still follow him? Brother Lu, what do you think? Gao family patriarch Gao Rangxian turned his eyes to Lu Qingyao and asked. Lu Qingyao was the #1 master of the central capital's younger generation, so among these people, he had some weight. I have no opinion. Lu Qingyao slowly shook his head, refusing to say another word. 10 kilometers outside the central capital, Yang Kai and Stars Hua and Xueqi Meng walked side by side. Hua Stars glanced back and asked, Young Master Kai, are we just going to ignore those people? How? If they don't want to follow me, I can't force them, right? Everyone has their own destiny. Let nature take its course. This is their own choice. What are you worrying about? Xueqi Meng rolled her eyes at Huastars. Huastars laughed dryly. It's not that I'm worried about them, it's just that after all, we've all lived together in the central capital for so many years. Suddenly leaving like this makes me a bit reluctant. Forget it. I'm too lazy to care about them. Come, young Master Kai. I'll introduce you to my 15 concubines and main wives. They're all very interested in you and want me to introduce you to them. Yang Kai's face went black. Forget it. With more than a dozen wives, it would be troublesome to even greet them. What if they asked him for a meeting gift? How can that be? If you don't meet them, they'll definitely come to me tonight to settle accounts. Huastars shouted. Yang Kai felt extremely helpless, but just as he was about to agree, he suddenly frowned and turned his head towards a certain direction, his expression gradually becoming dignified. Master! Li Rong shouted from the side. I know. Yang Kai gently nodded and hurriedly said, Brother Hua, Xueqi Meng, you two continue leading the team, I'll be right back. Saying so, his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Li Rong and Han Fei both glanced at each other and hurriedly followed. Xueqi Meng and Huastars were stunned, not knowing why they had all suddenly run away. Where did Kai'er go? Dong Suju quickly walked up and asked. I don't know, he seemed to have discovered something. Xueqi Meng said thoughtfully. Is there any danger? Dong Suju asked worriedly. Don't worry, Auntie. Yang Kai has 2 masters protecting him. Although I don't know how strong those 2 are, they should be very powerful. Xueqi Meng smiled and comforted. Hearing her say this, Dong Suju also breathed a sigh of relief. 4th Master Yang laughed and said, Your son is all grown up, why do you always care about him? Let him do what he wants, Kai-er has a sense of propriety. The team continued to move forward, and except for a few people nearby who noticed that Yang Kai had left, no one else was aware of this. 100 kilometers away from the team, a beam of bloody light and a beam of black light were flying towards them at high speed. The speed of these 2 lights was extremely fast, Obviously their strength was not low, and as they flew, they unscrupulously exuded a shocking evil qi. Wherever they passed, trees withered, as if they had been eroded by the flowing time great emperor, their vitality drained away. All the creatures who perceived this terrifying evil qi trembled and curled up in place, those with poor psychological endurance directly dying of fright. This kind of terrifying evil qi was not something the cultivator of this world could withstand. Oh! A cry of alarm came from the black shadow, and immediately after, the black shadow stopped mid-air, revealing a tyrannical body. As soon as he appeared, he exuded a mountainous momentum. The blood-red light also stopped beside him, revealing a slim and graceful figure. Impressively, it was a woman. Someone actually got here before us. The majestic man frowned, showing an interested expression. And it's someone from my demon race. Could it be Xueqi? The woman shook her head. It doesn't seem like it. If Xueqi came here, he would definitely act with us. How could he come here alone? It's not Xueqi? Then who else in my demon race would have such a cultivation? The man showed a puzzled look, but his expression suddenly changed. No, there's also a human. This human's aura, why does it feel so familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before? He muttered softly, but still couldn't figure out where he had seen this human before. Just as he was puzzled though, the graceful woman's expression suddenly changed and she shouted, I know who it is. Who? The woman sneered softly, it's really a small world. So it's that woman. Speak clearly. The man impatiently shouted in a low voice. The woman glanced over at him coldly and snorted. Do you remember when I was injured 2 or 3 years ago? The man thought for a moment and said with a gloating expression. You mean you went to the human race's territory without permission and were injured by a human race master? Of course I remember. What's the matter? Is it related to this human? The woman ground her teeth and said. How could it be related? The one who attacked me at that time was her. She was clearly a member of my demon race, yet she willingly colluded with a human. It was a great shame to my race. The man raised his brow and grinned. Then today you'll have a chance to get your revenge. The woman coldly said, she's not weak. At that time she was only a second-order saint, yet she was able to fight me to a draw. How is that possible? Are you still asleep? The man paled. You're a dignified demon general. How could you not even be able to defeat an opponent a minor realm lower than you? That woman is different from the others. If I'm not mistaken, she should be from that clan. Which clan? The woman glanced over at him faintly and quickly said, the clan that served great demon god back then. The man paled and his expression became gloomy, as if he was very afraid of this clan, hesitating for a moment before asking, are you sure she's from that clan? I fought her before, how could I not know? The divine technique she displayed was the demon god transformation passed down to that clan by great demon god. That's really strange, that clan actually still has a bloodline. The man's expression gradually became excited, as if he had discovered some kind of treasure. His eyes filled with greed. Mengge, are you interested in her? The woman glanced over at him and asked casually. I'm not interested in her, but I'm interested in the demon god transformation. The man named Mengge chuckled meaningfully. I'm also interested. The woman giggled. How about this? You and I will join forces. There are 3 people here, 2 of them are descendants of that clan, and 1 of them is a human. We'll each take one of those 2, as for that human. You're also interested in that human? Mengge looked at her with some surprise, suddenly becoming vigilant. Xueqi, what kind of wicked idea is this? What is it about that human that you care about? With his understanding of this poisonous woman, if this human wasn't too special, it would be impossible for her to have such thoughts. This human was only a 3rd-order transcendent, so in front of the 2 demon general, he was as weak as an ant and could be easily killed. Xueqi giggled. Mengge, you're thinking too much. It's just that human escaped from my sand city and caused this queen to lose a great deal of face, so I want to take him back and torture him to vent the hatred in this queen's heart. Mengge was startled and also remembered this matter. In the past, a human had escaped from Sand City, which was under Xueqi's control, and this matter had spread throughout the demon land for quite some time. The other demon general regarded this matter as a laughingstock for Xueqi, and would make fun of her every time they met, causing Xueqi to be quite annoyed. Do as you wish. Mengge waved his hand impatiently. As long as you don't harm my interests, don't blame me for being impolite. Xueqi nodded with satisfaction, a faint light flashing across her beautiful eyes.
Chapter 940.
That human brat had indeed escaped from Sand City, but he had the demon god golden blood in his body. This was a secret Xueqi had not told anyone. This time, as long as she could catch that boy and absorb the demon god golden blood in his body, her strength would reach the peak of the demon land and she would become the first female demon commander in history.
What kind of glory was this?
Thinking of this, the blood in Xueqi's body began to boil. They're coming towards us, their courage is quite big, Meng Gu sneered softly, standing high up in the air, not showing any intention of evading. With the two demon general here, they had nothing to fear.
It's Xueqi! Yang Kai shouted.
As the distance closed, he also noticed the identity of the master on the other side, his brow furrowing slightly, but there's also another master. This aura is somewhat familiar, where have I seen it before?
Both he and Mungo felt a sense of déjà vu at the same time.
Master, you must be careful.
Yang Kai nodded, his thoughts turning sharply.
Just now, he had noticed the aura of a master approaching from a different direction, which made Yang Kai very concerned. So he had left the team and brought Li Rong and Han Fei to investigate. After confirming that the one approaching was actually Xueqi, Yang Kai's heart couldn't help sinking. This world was not small, so there was definitely more than one passage connecting to Tong Xian realm. He had come from High Heaven Pavilion, so where had Xueqi come from? A moment later, Yang Kai's group of three appeared in the vision of the two demon general. Pausing, they stared at each other from a distance of 1,000 meters. Human brat, I didn't expect to see you again in this place. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. Xueqi's pair of beautiful eyes flashed a scorching anger, as if she wanted to burn the world down, sneering gloomily. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. Last time I let you escape, but this time you won't be so lucky, Yang Kai coldly snorted. Your tone isn't small. Meng Gu laughed as he looked at Yang Kai with interest, frowning as he asked, Boy, have we met somewhere before?
Why do I find you familiar? Who are you? Yang Kai frowned. He also felt that this guy looked familiar.
He had definitely seen it somewhere before. I am a subordinate of the Demon Lord, the Demon General Mungo.
Mungo replied proudly.
Mungo? Yang Kai was startled, and his expression became strange. He chuckled. No wonder you look familiar, it's you. Mungo looked at him suspiciously.
What? Don't you remember me?
Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Do you still remember the person who killed one of your avatars?
Mungo's face changed.
He carefully observed Yang Kai's face and finally had an impression of him. He shouted, It's you. You've worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Back in the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's evil cavern, one of Mungo's avatars had been destroyed by Yang Kai using the demon sealing chain. This was many years ago, so not only had Yang Kai's impression of him faded, but so had Mungo, so when the two of them met again, they only felt each other was familiar. After being reminded by Yang Kai, Mungo's anger surged as he sneered. I've been looking for you for a long time, but I never expected you would deliver yourself to me today. Good, today I'll take my revenge and vent the hatred in my heart. As he spoke, his malevolent aura almost condensed into a tangible substance and rushed towards Yang Kai. Xueqi's face changed drastically and she waved her hand, sending out a blood-red light to intercept Mungo's malevolent aura. She shouted, Mungo, you and I agreed before. This human is mine. If you dare kill him, I'll make you pay. Mungo didn't care about her threat at all and just sneered. Today, he will die. No one can stop me. Xueqi, if you dare to stop me, don't blame me for disregarding our many years of friendship. What happened back then was a great shame to Mungo, something that had always been stuck in his throat. Now that he saw the culprit, Yang Kai, how could he restrain himself? He couldn't wait to skin Yang Kai alive, grind his bones, and scatter his ashes. That strand of divine clone was something he had cultivated for many years. After it was killed, he had not been able to cultivate another strand of divine clone until today. Yang Kai's actions back then had caused him to suffer a great loss. If you want to kill him, you'll have to pass through me first. Xueqi refused to be outdone and firmly declared. Yang Kai smiled as he watched the two demon general quarrel. Even Li Rong and Han Fei, who had followed him here, couldn't help shaking their heads. They hadn't even started fighting yet, but the two demon general were already fighting amongst themselves. It was quite laughable. Xueqi and Mungo stared at each other, neither of them willing to back down. As their eyes met, it was unknown what kind of exchange occurred, but both of their anger was suddenly extinguished. Mungo nodded. We'll deal with this human later. First we need to deal with these two women. That's what I was thinking. Xueqi nodded gently before turning her eyes to Li Rong and Han Fei. The two great commanders of the ancient demon clan raised their eyebrows and stepped forward without fear. Go, there's no need to show mercy, Yang Kai ordered faintly. Li Rong and Han Fei nodded at the same time. Mungo laughed. Little brat, your tone is quite big. Aren't you looking down on our demon general too much? Do you think these two women can win against us? Last time we were in too much of a hurry and didn't get a chance to experience your skills properly. This time, let's compare notes carefully. Xueqi also stared at Li Rong coldly, directly targeting her. Good. Li Rong gently nodded, her tender body suddenly transforming into a series of afterimages. After condensing, she had actually appeared beside Xueqi and gently struck out with her palm towards her chest. Xueqi's pretty face changed dramatically as a bloody aura burst from her body, spreading out in all directions with her as the center. Li Rong's face was quickly covered in strange demon crests, and her delicate palm smashed through the barrier of Xueqi's blood qi with unstoppable force before landing on her tender body. Crying out in alarm, Xueqi avoided her vitals and fled 1,000 meters away. Li Rong didn't pursue her and simply stood in place, staring at her indifferently. Your cultivation. Xueqi's expression fluctuated as she muttered in disbelief. Last time, Li Rong had used her demon god transformation and gone all out to fight Xueqi to a draw, but this time, as soon as she attacked, Xueqi felt a great deal of pressure. This kind of pressure was similar to the one her demon commander master was giving her. This caused Xueqi to be at a loss. Xueqi couldn't help having an illusion that if she fought with this woman again this time, the result would be certain death. Thinking so, Xueqi's tender body trembled as she shouted, You shouldn't have broken through to the Third Order Saint Realm, right? Li Rong nodded yes. Xueqi's face drained of all color, becoming somewhat pale. As a demon general, she knew better than anyone just how powerful and strange those who had served Great Demon God were. They had all obtained the Demon God transformation personally taught to them by Great Demon God, allowing them to fight those above their realm. When she was a second-order saint, this woman named Li Rong could fight her to a draw, but now that she had broken through to the Third Order, she had no hope of winning. Hurriedly turning her head to look at Mungo, Xueqi sucked in a cold breath, almost unable to believe what she was seeing. While she and Li Rong were fighting, the other woman had already faced off against Meng Gu. A bone-chilling ice domain swept across the surrounding several dozen kilometers, transforming the surrounding area into a world of ice. The ground was covered in frozen earth, and large snowflakes began to fall from the sky, dyeing the ground white. This kind of cold was so cold that even the two demon general had to circulate their Saint Qi to resist it. Mungo, who had been acting very arrogantly just now, was now being entangled by this woman who exuded a frigid aura. The evil qi which had emerged from his body had been frozen, forcing him to fight with a look of helplessness and annoyance. Even if this woman's strength wasn't as good as Mungo's, it wasn't far off. If Mungo wanted to capture her or take her life, it would be impossible for him to do so. Xueqi's heart trembled as she realized the situation was hopeless. She and Mungo had completely underestimated the other party's combat effectiveness, causing them to lose the initiative in this battle. The other party daring to come here so unscrupulously obviously had some skill. Xueqi, it seems we should go. Mungo also realized this and glared hatefully at Han Fei, grinding his teeth as he spoke. Let's go. Xueqi decisively shouted, transforming into a bloody streak of light and fleeing. Mungo's body flickered, and then he turned into a black cloud and followed Xueqi like a wisp of a ghost. His murderous aura filled the sky. The two demon generals were all bark and no bite. They shouted for a while, but in less than 10 breaths of time, they retreated one after another. No need to chase, Yang Kai shouted. Li Rong and Han Fei heard this and stopped, dispelling their demon god transformations and restoring their original appearances. The other party was a top master at the Third Order Saint Realm, so if they wanted to escape, Li Rong and Han Fei wouldn't be able to stop them. Returning to Yang Kai's side, the two of them stared solemnly in the direction the two demon general had disappeared. That direction seems to be a place called the Great Yen Kingdom. Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. In this world, the only place he was familiar with was the Great Han Dynasty. He had been to the nearby Tianlang Dynasty once, but he wasn't familiar with the Great Yen Kingdom at all. Master, there were actually two demon general here. Could they have come from? Li Rong said worriedly. They didn't come from High Heaven Pavilion. There should be another passage in this world that leads to Tongxian realm, and it's actually connected to the demon land. With the methods of the demon race, I'm afraid the people there have already been wiped out. What should we do now?
It doesn't matter. They probably came here this time to go to the central capital, but they didn't expect to run into us halfway. After suffering such a loss, I don't think they'll try to go to the central capital again. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "Let's go back. This world is big and everyone has their own destiny. I can only take care of my family and friends. Bringing them back to Nine Heaven's holy land as soon as possible is the right thing to do." "What Master says is right." Li Rong gently nodded in agreement. A moment later, the group of 3 returned to the group. Fourth Master Yang asked a few simple questions, but Yang Kai brushed him off. After a month of trekking, the thousands of people finally arrived at High Heaven Pavilion and joined up with the people from the 3 nearby sects. Chapter 941. After returning to High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai didn't rush to leave but instead waited here as agreed. A few days later, the Dong family's direct descendants arrived. A few days later, a group of large and small beauties from 10,000 Flower Palace also arrived, a dazzling sight to behold. A few days later, the people from Treasure Instrument Sect arrived. Almost every 2 or 3 days, a new group of people would arrive from different places and join the group heading to Tongxian realm. Yang Kai didn't refuse any of them. As long as they were certain they were from his sect, he would eagerly accept them. This made all of them very grateful. The world was in chaos, the central capital had fallen, and suddenly a Saint Realm Master had appeared. This news spread like wildfire throughout the great Han dynasty. Just as these sects were at a loss as to what to do, Yang Kai gave them a clear path. So after receiving news from the disciples stationed in the central capital, they didn't hesitate and hurriedly packed up their things and rushed to High Heaven Pavilion to meet with Yang Kai. The group grew day by day, and soon, more than 1,000 people had snowballed into a master's wave of 4,000 to 5,000 people. While waiting, Yang Kai didn't remain idle, asking Li Rong, Han Fei, Xueqi, and the others to guide these people in their cultivation while refining some pills and distributing them appropriately, doing everything possible to help them improve their strength. Everyone was ecstatic. In front of Li Rong, Han Fei, Xueqi, and the others, countless cultivators sat in front of them day and night, listening to their insights and explanations of the heavenly way and martial Tao. The 3 Saint Realm Masters who had followed Yang Kai here talked until their mouths were dry, but when they saw the eager eyes of these people, they couldn't ignore them. As such, they could only grit their teeth and pass on their cultivation experience. Among them, the growth of the Yang family blood warriors and the Hu sisters was the most remarkable. In just 10 days, their yuan qi and cultivation seemed to have undergone subtle changes. Due to the shackles of this world, even if these people broke through to the transcendent realm, they wouldn't be able to comprehend much. However, when Li Rong and the others suggested it, they immediately understood. Outside the crowd, Xueqi stared at the transcendent realm cultivator enviously before examining her own cultivation and sighing slightly. These days, she had talked a lot with Yang Kai and learned a lot about the wonders of Tongxian realm from Yang Kai. She also knew that transcendents were considered masters on that side, so her cultivation was already on par with that world. On the other hand, she, a peak immortal ascension boundary master, was considered a powerhouse here, but she was nothing on the other side. There were as many mental wonder state cultivators there as there were hairs on a cow. She was secretly anxious. "Are you envious of their cultivation?" Yang Kai suddenly appeared beside her and asked in a low voice. "What's the use of being envious? His aptitude is right there." Xueqi pursed her lips and smiled. "Besides, I'm just a woman. In the future, I'll just have to do housework and take care of children, so what's the point of having such a high cultivation?" "You're not such an easy woman to satisfy, are you?" Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her. Xueqi forced a smile. "I'm easy to satisfy, it's just that you don't want to satisfy me." "Stop, don't talk nonsense all the time." Yang Kai couldn't stand it anymore. Xueqi glared at him faintly before venting her anger like a little girl. "Fine, I'm envious of them, so what? I'm not as strong as they are, so why can't I be envious?
Especially those whose sisters you don't know. Before their cultivation was even lower than mine. But since you left, I don't know what happened to them, but their strength soared day by day.
All of a sudden, they broke through to the transcendent realm, causing everyone's eyes to turn red with envy. Look, aren't they red now? Saying so, she took the initiative to press her tender body against Yang Kai's waist and grit her teeth. Tell me honestly, did you give them something good but not me? Of course not, Yang Kai felt wronged. Didn't I give you the myriad drug liquid back then? That myriad drug liquid was enough to improve your aptitude. Then why are they so strong? They have their own opportunities. Yang Kai didn't know how to explain. What about your brother-in-law?
Xueqi Meng looked at him pitifully. He also caught up.
He also has his own opportunities. Yang Kai braced himself.
However, after hearing Xueqi Meng's words, Yang Kai suddenly realized that among the younger generation, only a few who had obtained benefits from the Heaven's Cave inheritance had stood out. Everyone else, including Xueqi Meng, had yet to break through to the transcendent realm. It was obvious how great the benefits of the Heaven's Cave inheritance were.
I believe you.
Xueqi Meng saw the embarrassed look on Yang Kai's face and no longer tried to force him, instead proudly saying, "You've always done things fairly. I know you won't treat me unfairly." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, his divine sense sweeping her body for a moment before suddenly smiling mysteriously. "When we reach Tongxian realm, I'll give you a surprise."
What kind of surprise?
Xueqi Meng's beautiful eyes lit up. "You'll know when we get there. Don't ask too much now. Just focus on your cultivation."
Xueqi Meng curled her lips disdainfully. What kind of trick are you playing?
Yang Kai just smiled and didn't say anything, acting all mysterious, causing Xueqi Meng to grit her teeth, but she couldn't do anything about it. Xueqi Meng's biggest advantage was that she didn't treat Yang Kai as an outsider. Even though the gap in strength and status between her and Yang Kai was huge, she still dared to maintain a close relationship with Yang Kai and didn't deliberately alienate him. This made Yang Kai feel very gratified. The same was true for Stars Hua. On the other hand, the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace, Chen Xueshu, and the others all felt somewhat restrained when facing Yang Kai, no longer speaking as freely as before. The gap in strength and status made them not dare to do so. While chatting happily with Xueqi Meng, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed as he looked up towards the distant sky.
Master.
Li Rong and Han Fei, who had been imparting their cultivation experience, called out at the same time.
Fuck.
Yang Kai couldn't help cursing, his expression becoming as gloomy as the calm before a storm. He rarely cursed, unless he was too agitated.
What's wrong? Xueqi Meng asked anxiously.
From the change in Yang Kai's expression, she also noticed that something was wrong, as if some great danger was approaching, causing Xueqi Meng's face to go pale. "Listen, if you feel the fluctuations of a battle coming from that side, immediately arrange for everyone here to pass through the void corridor. Don't waste a moment,"
Yang Kai said anxiously. What happened?
Xueqi Meng stamped her feet anxiously. "Powerful enemies are approaching, and several of them are coming together," Yang Kai explained casually, no longer wasting any time, turning to Li Rong and Han Fei, preparing to lead them to stop these enemies. He didn't need to investigate the identities of these people. From the shocking fluctuations of demonic qi, he could smell the auras of Demon General Meng Guo and Xueli. More than a month ago, when he had driven them away outside the central capital, Yang Kai had thought they wouldn't come back again, but now, after a month, they had actually returned. And this time, there was the aura of another master, one whose aura was even more profound than Meng Guo and Xueli's.
Is there another demon general?
3 demon general. Even if Li Rong and Han Fei joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat them quickly, so there was no way they could protect the safety of the thousands of people here. Yang Kai made a prompt decision not to allow the enemy to approach this place. But before he could move, a loud shout came from the thick clouds. "This senior has come uninvited and has an important matter to consult Yang Shengzhu. Yang Shengzhu, please don't take offense." The owner of this voice was still 100 kilometers away, but it rang directly in Yang Kai's ears, clear as day. The thousands of people gathered here also raised their heads to look at the sky. They saw that the originally bright sun was gradually gathering into clusters of thick ink-like black clouds, covering the light above their heads. The black clouds were so thick that it was as if they could not be assimilated. They pressed down on their heads, causing them to feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Yang Kai's expression changed as he froze in place. Li Rong and Han Fei both turned inquiring eyes towards him, but Yang Kai slowly shook his head, motioning them to remain calm. The other party hadn't even arrived yet but had already taken the initiative to send him a message, seemingly expressing goodwill. This made Yang Kai confused, not knowing who this person was or what he wanted to do. On the horizon, a black curtain of darkness swept across the heavens and earth, quickly approaching them like a destructive disaster, causing everyone's face to go pale and fear to fill their hearts. Yang Kai coldly snorted and shouted, "Can your excellency retract this evil aura? You're scaring my friends." His voice was like an arrow released from a bow, piercing through the inky black clouds and piercing through the sky, creating a huge hole in the clouds, allowing a ray of sunlight to shine down, accurately hitting High Heaven Pavilion. The oppressive aura stagnated, and everyone gasped for air, breathing to their heart's content. Soon, an apologetic voice called out, "My apologies. This senior is used to being undisciplined and didn't expect so many people to gather here. And Yang Shengzhu, please forgive me." As these words were spoken, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be caressed by a giant invisible hand and quickly melted away. The world was once again restored to clarity. Yang Kai's eyes revealed a deep sense of dread, and even Li Rong's expression became unprecedentedly dignified. All of them were aware of the tyrannical strength of this newcomer. Soon, 3 figures suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision, quietly floating mid-air, as if they had been standing there from beginning to end. Among the 3 people, the leader was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He wore an extremely gaudy cloak with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. Standing behind this middle-aged man were Demon General Xueqi and Meng Gu. Both of them stood behind this middle-aged man, their expressions serious, and when they stared at his back, there was even a trace of fear and respect. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a storm rose in the depths of his heart.
Chapter 942.
Before seeing this scene, Yang Kai had thought that Xueqi and Meng Gu were unwilling to accept this humiliation and had called the other demon general to help. But after seeing this scene, Yang Kai immediately determined that this plain-looking middle-aged man was not a demon general. Silently crying out in alarm, Yang Kai tried to maintain a calm expression as he stared deeply at the middle-aged man, his eyes filled with fear. The middle-aged man wearing a gaudy cloak had a plain appearance, but his eyes were bright and filled with a brilliant light, making it difficult to look straight at him. His aura was also vast and unfathomable. Tilting his head, he swept his eyes over the crowd before focusing on Yang Kai, a warm smile like a spring breeze appearing on his face as he asked, "Yang Shengzhu?" He had never met Yang Kai before, but he had still been able to accurately identify him among these several thousand people, demonstrating just how sharp his eyesight was. Yang Kai gently nodded and called out, "Demon Commander?" The middle-aged man raised his brow and laughed loudly, praising, "Yang Shengzhu's eyesight is quite good, actually seeing through this senior's identity in an instant, admirable, admirable." He hadn't expected Kai Yang's eyesight to be so good, and there was no one who could remain so indifferent after knowing his true identity. Everyone who recognized him would panic, as if they were facing a great enemy, or directly attack him. Yang Kai, however, was different. Although there was a trace of fear in his eyes, he did not lose his composure and remained calm.
He truly admired him. Yang Kai lightly snorted. He was able to recognize this man's identity because he had inferred from Xueqi and Meng Ji's attitude.
These 2 were demon general, their strength reaching the heavens, and besides the current demon commander, there was no one else who could make them willingly stand behind him and show such awe.
Yang Kai had fantasized countless times about what kind of person the current demon commander was.
Perhaps he was as strong as a bear. Perhaps he had a sinister and cunning face. Or perhaps they were free and unrestrained. But he had never thought that the current demon lord would actually have such a plain and ordinary appearance. If it weren't for the gaudy cloak he was wearing, even if he walked in the crowd, he wouldn't attract the attention of others. When others looked at him, the only thing they cared about was his clothes, not his person. Was this the demon lord who had sealed Meng Wuya's strength? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel that it was unreal. "Yang Shengzhu, there is no need to doubt. This senior is indeed the current demon commander, Zhang Yuan. Yes, Xueqi and Mungo can prove it for me. The demon sovereign was still smiling indifferently. I don't doubt it. Yang Kai took a deep breath. I just don't understand. Why aren't you guarding the demon land? Why did you come all the way here? There doesn't seem to be anything here that's worth a trip for you, right? Perceiving Yang Kai's hostility and rejection, Zhang Yuan rubbed his nose and smiled. This senior said that I came here to talk to Yang Shengzhu about something.
What do we have to talk about?
Yang Kai frowned.
There is.
Zhang Yuan insisted, glancing around for a moment before saying, this isn't a good place to talk.
Yang Shengzhu, can you arrange a quiet place for us to talk?
Saying so, he turned to Yang Kai with a smile.
Master.
Li Rong, who had been standing behind Yang Kai, stared at Zhang Yuan with dread in her beautiful eyes and quickly said, be careful of his schemes.
Don't agree with him. Han Fei also interjected.
Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. I'll talk to him. From the looks of it, he doesn't seem to have come here looking for trouble. It seems he really has something he wants to say to me. If he had come here looking for trouble, or to avenge Meng Guo and Xueqi's humiliation, with Zhang Yuan's strength, there would be no need for him to speak too much nonsense. He could just start a fight. Although he might not be able to do anything to Yang Kai, if a third-order saint were to fight here, the thousands of people gathered in High Heaven Pavilion would likely suffer a calamity. This was the best way to retaliate against Yang Kai.
Please come in.
Yang Kai shouted, stretching out his hand and motioning for them to enter High Heaven Pavilion, leading the way. Many thanks for your hospitality. Zhang Yuan gently nodded and followed behind Yang Kai with Meng Guo and Xueqi. After the group of 6 gradually disappeared, the thousands of people present breathed a sigh of relief. The oppressive aura just now had almost suffocated them.
Who was that guy just now?
He seemed very powerful. Brother Yang called him the demon commander.
What's a demon commander?
Xueqi, old man Changamo, how much do you know about this matter? Ling Tai Su and 4th Master Yang walked up to Xueqi and asked. None of them knew much about this place called Tongxian Realm. Xueqi's face was pale as he heard the whispers of many people around him, smiling bitterly as he muttered, ignorance is bliss.
Demon commander.
Even he had never seen such a thing before, but everyone here was discussing what the demon commander was. If this name was mentioned anywhere in Tongxian Realm, it would cause an uproar, but here, it only aroused the curiosity of many people. The demon commander can be said to be one of the strongest masters in Tongxian Realm. As for how strong he really is, and let me give you an example, do you think I am strong? The group of people gathered around Xueqi nodded vigorously. Half a year ago, no one here knew what a Saint Realm Master was. The blood warriors of the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall had personally experienced the huge difference between a saint and a transcendent. In front of them, a Saint Realm Master was of course strong, and they could not resist such earth-shattering means. Xueqi smiled bitterly. In your eyes, I am indeed strong, but even if there were 100 of me, I would still die against the demon commander. He could crush me to dust with a single finger. Everyone paled as they finally understood how tyrannical the demon commander was.
Then, isn't Kai in danger? Dong Suju screamed.
Xueqi scratched his head. Not necessarily. The demon commander didn't come here to fight. Moreover, the lady named Li Rong next to Holy Master is not weak either. With her protection, the demon commander may not be able to hurt Holy Master.
You mean, that lady is as strong as the demon commander?
Everyone was surprised, as if they had only just realized Li Rong's strength.
I don't know.
Xueqi shrugged his shoulders, unable to give a definite answer. However, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not figure out why a person like the demon commander would come here to discuss something important with the Holy Master. The two of them had never met before, so what could they possibly discuss? Inside a large hall in High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai and the demon commander sat down. Li Rong and Han Fei stood behind Yang Kai while Xueqi and Meng Guo stood behind the demon commander. The atmosphere in the hall was tense and the air was heavy. Yang Kai was full of doubts but did not speak as he stared straight at the demon commander, unwilling to miss any of his actions. The demon commander, on the other hand, looked around the simple hall as if nothing had happened and praised. A blessed land, a blessed land. This place was actually able to give birth to someone like Yang Shengzhu, truly a blessed land. This senior wishes he could have been born 1,000 years later and become brothers with Yang Shengzhu, traveling the world together. Inside the hall, everyone's expression became strange.
none of them knowing what Zhang Yuan wanted to do. Immediately offering such flattery, everyone couldn't help feeling like he was trying to steal something. Demon Commander, if you have something to say, just say it. You are not welcome here, Yang Kai said in a deep voice, his expression becoming impatient. With such a master sitting in front of him, Yang Kai felt a great deal of pressure. He wasn't worried about his own safety though. Even if they really fought and his strength was no match for the Demon Commanders, he could simply tear space and escape. He could even use the Flying Heavens shuttle. With the Flying Heavens shuttle, even the current Demon Commander would have to eat dust behind him, never to catch up. Yang Kai was worried about the safety of the thousands of people gathered here. Here were his fellow disciples, his clansmen, his parents, and brothers. There were too many things he needed to worry about. Impudence! Meng shouted, little brat. Don't think you can be so easily bullied.
For Master Demon Commander to come here in person is your honor.
He came here uninvited. I am the master, can't I drive him out? Yang Kai sneered. Meng, shut up! Zhang Yuan shouted, causing Meng to immediately lower his head.
Although they were both third-order saints, the Demon Commander was far stronger than any of the other Demon General, which was why he could sit firmly in his current position.
Zhang Yuan glanced over at Yang Kai and smiled. Yang Xingzhi seems to be very wary of this senior. Good, this senior won't waste your time and will get straight to the point. Smiling, Zhang Yuan continued, in fact, Yang Xingzhi doesn't need to be like this. Let's put it this way, the strength in your hands is not inferior to this senior's. As for that lady behind you, even if her strength isn't as good as this senior's, she isn't far behind. This senior has 4 Demon General subordinates, all of whom are third-order saints, but Yang Xingzhi's subordinates aren't bad either. If the two of us really have a falling out, it won't be good for either of us, isn't that right? Yang Kai frowned, his expression calm, but he didn't say a word. He didn't know why the Demon Commander wanted to point out the difference in strength between the two sides. It was easy to think that the Demon Commander really didn't want Yang Kai to make such a big fuss.
The strength of each side was about the same, so no one side had a huge advantage, so naturally, their status was equal.
Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment before continuing. A few days ago, this senior heard that my 2 subordinates had no eyes and offended Yang Xingzhi. It was this senior who taught them a lesson. And the 2 of you, apologize to Yang Xingzhi and let's turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. Let's not hold grudges against each other in the future. As soon as this statement came out, Meng and Xueqi's eyes became dull as they stared at Zhang Yuan incredulously. Neither of them had expected him to say such a thing. Even Yang Kai's expression became strange. Even if Zhang Yuan wanted to show goodwill, this was too much. Moreover, with his status, why would he do that? Yang Kai felt more and more that Zhang Yuan had ulterior motives. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a character like him to allow his subordinates to be humiliated. Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression relaxed as he stared at Zhang Yuan with a relaxed smile on his face. He wanted to see what this demon lord wanted to do and what he wanted from him. As long as he had the map, the initiative would always be in Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai's heart settled. Chapter 943. Inside the hall, Yang Kai smiled lightly while Demon Commander Zhang Yuan's expression remained calm. Standing behind him, Xueqi and Meng Ji's eyes bulged as their bodies trembled slightly, a look of disbelief appearing on their faces. Demon Commander Master actually wanted them to apologize to this hateful human being? They could hardly believe their ears as they stared at Zhang Yuan in a daze, wanting to confirm this but not daring to ask. Zhang Yuan snorted and said unhappily, "What's wrong? Are you too deaf or mute? Didn't you hear this senior's words? Do you want this senior to personally apologize for you?" "We don't dare." Meng and Xueqi trembled as they noticed Zhang Yuan's anger and no longer dared to hesitate, hurriedly cupping their fists and gritting their teeth as they said, "We have offended you many times before, we ask Yang Xingzhi to forgive us." Although they had been forced to apologize to Yang Kai by Zhang Yuan, anyone could see that as long as they found an opportunity, they would definitely seek revenge for this humiliation. Zhang Yuan's coercion had not only failed to resolve the grievances between the two sides, but instead deepened their hatred and anger towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained indifferent and did not say anything. Zhang Yuan laughed loudly, seemingly very happy. "That's right, since you've done something wrong, naturally you have to apologize. Good, Let's not hate each other in the future. I also want to make friends with Yang Shengzhu. I don't want to. Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully.
Zhang Yuan's expression became bitter as he said, "Not giving me this little bit of face. Yang Shengzhu is simply too unreasonable." The two of them exchanged a few words, and although there was no trace of blood or knife between them, everyone standing behind them couldn't help trembling in fear, fearing that the two of them would really start fighting. However, the two of them both wore genial smiles on their faces and seemed to be in a harmonious atmosphere. Meng Gu and Xueqi's mood was like a tidal wave as they felt uncomfortable. Last time, Xueqi had broken into human territory without permission and was injured by Chu Ling Xiao, forcing her to hurriedly return to the demon land without telling anyone. A month and a half ago, she and Mungo met Yang Kai by chance. After a fierce battle, she left in a hurry. Originally, she wanted to keep this matter a secret, but Meng Gu was different from her. He was loyal to the demon commander. After returning to the demon land, he reported what had happened here. When demon commander Zhang Yuan heard this, he immediately set off from the demon capital and rushed here, saying that he wanted to see this Yang Shengzhu. With things having come to this point, Xueqi could only helplessly lead the way with Mungo. Originally, they thought that the demon commander was going to help them regain their face and take revenge, so they were secretly looking forward to it. On the way here, the two of them had been thinking about how they would make that human boy suffer if he fell into their hands, so that they could vent the hatred in their hearts.
Who would have thought that the demon lord master would have such an attitude towards this human brat? The two demon generals' hearts were filled with bitterness. Zhang Yuan, enough nonsense. Tell me what you want to do? Yang Kai smiled faintly and asked the question in his heart. Speaking in riddles with such a master, the one who was destined to suffer was himself, so Yang Kai decided to get straight to the point. Zhang Yuan sighed, not intending to conceal anything. It seems that Yang Shengzhu has also guessed that this senior has come here for some other purpose. I came here this time mainly to confirm one thing.
Confirm what? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him.
Zhang Yuan smiled and said, I want to know if Yang Shengzhu is the successor of Great Demon God. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was stunned. Li Rong's eyes flashed coldly as she glared towards Zhang Yuan. Mungo and Xueqi couldn't help opening their mouths in shock. The words Great Demon God had an unparalleled impact on anyone from the demon race. Yang Shengzhu doesn't need to deny it. Before Yang Kai could speak, Zhang Yuan raised his hand and interrupted him. Originally, this senior only had some suspicions, so he hurried over to confirm. After all, if you left here and returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land, even this senior wouldn't dare trespass into human territory. Now it seems that Yang Shengzhu really is the successor, and absolutely. Zhang Yuan's expression and tone were very certain, but Yang Kai didn't deny it, simply curling his lips and asking, Why are you so certain? Because these two ladies are loyal to you. Zhang Yuan turned his eyes to Li Rong and Han Fei, a trace of envy flashing across his eyes as he faintly said, I have a lot of ancient books in my possession, each of which contains a great deal of information that is unknown to the world. Besides this senior, no one else knows about these things.
One of the ancient records recorded the matters of the bloodline that served the great demonic god.
They called themselves the Ancient Demon Clan and were close confidants of Great Demon God, vowing that they would only ever serve and be loyal to Great Demon God. Unfortunately, before Great Demon God Master fell, they went into hiding and no one knows where they went. Rumor has it that they were exterminated because they controlled too much power. Great Demon God Master was worried that after his fall, no one would be able to control them, so he personally destroyed them.
But I know that these rumors are false.
Great Demon God Master sealed them away in order to leave this power to his successor. These two ladies are from the Ancient Demon Clan, and since they are willing to pledge their loyalty to you, Yang Shengzhu's identity is clear at a glance. Because it is impossible for the Ancient Demon Clan to be loyal to anyone else, even this senior wouldn't place them in his eyes. As Demon Commander Zhang Yuan spoke, Yang Kai just listened quietly, not interjecting. After he finished speaking, Yang Kai nodded lightly. It seems that Demon Commander Master knows many secrets that others don't. His expression was firm, so even if Yang Kai wanted to deny it, it was useless. Zhang Yuan nodded proudly. I also know why Great Demon God Master sealed the Ancient Demon Clan and why he wanted to leave this power to his successor. All of this was left behind by Great Demon God many years ago. Why? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling curious, but as soon as he spoke, he realized something was wrong. Silently, his thoughts had been led by Zhang Yuan and he had suddenly lost the initiative.
This discovery made him feel so depressed he wanted to cough up blood. Yang Kai had no choice but to pretend that nothing had happened, secretly reminding himself that this guy in front of him was an old fox who had lived for who knows how long, so he couldn't afford to fall for his tricks again. Zhang Yuan chuckled. For the upcoming catastrophe.
Catastrophe?
Yang Kai was stunned. As for what this catastrophe is, I don't know, but Yang Shengzhu can figure it out.
Zhang Yuan quickly said. If even you don't understand it, how could I? Yang Kai shook his head repeatedly.
Zhang Yuan's expression became serious as he said, In my demon capital, there is a secret chamber left behind by great demon god master. This secret chamber has many powerful spirit arrays, and several generations of demon commanders have tried to unravel its mysteries. But unfortunately, no one has been able to crack them.
Even you can't crack them?
Zhang Yuan shook his head, a look of yearning appearing on his face. Great demon god master's methods are too profound, not something I can compare with. I always felt that his cultivation had surpassed the saint realm, perhaps even reaching a higher level.
Yang Kai's body shook as he involuntarily came to the same conclusion as Zhang Yuan.
When he and the two monster race great seniors entered that strange space and saw great demon god's various methods, Yang Kai had this conjecture at that time, but he couldn't bring himself to believe it.
Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan was also thinking the same thing. I can't crack them, but Yang Shengzhu should be able to, Zhang Yuan continued.
I don't know why Yang Shengzhu was able to become great demon god's successor, but since he is his successor, you should have the demon mystic tome in your hands, right?
Demon mystic tome?
Meng Gu and Xueqi exclaimed in unison, a trace of fanaticism appearing on their faces. It seemed that these 4 words had caused their blood to boil. Great demon god obtained a complete soul-suppressing stone from somewhere, and used it to create the demon mystic tome. His various divine technique is hidden inside this demon mystic tome. Whoever can open the demon mystic tome will be his successor. Yang Shengzhu is great demon god's successor, so he should have obtained the demon mystic tome. That thing is the key to opening the demon capital's barrier. Yang Kai's expression became strange as he thought about it for a moment before summoning the black book into his hand. Are you talking about this? Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the wordless black book. Meng Gu and Xueqi's eyes filled with greed. Even Demon Commander Zhang Yuan couldn't help feeling moved. Guessing was one thing, seeing it with their own eyes was another. But soon, Zhang Yuan's expression returned to normal as he took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, this is the demon mystic tome. It seems that everything is as I guessed, but the heavens have no eyes, actually allowing the demon mystic tome to fall into the hands of a human. Zhang Yuan wore a look of regret, not bothering to conceal his true feelings. This was only natural. Great demon god's successor should have been a member of the demon race, but the one who obtained the demon mystic tome was actually Yang Kai. This made them feel a sense of grief and indignation. Whether this is the demon mystic tome or not, I don't know. I just call it the wordless black book, Yang Kai said casually before putting the wordless black book back into his body chalk. Meng Gu and Xueqi suddenly became frustrated as they stared sharply at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to see where he had hidden the demon mystic tome. Something made from such a large piece of soul-suppressing stone, not to mention whether it contained the various divine technique of great demon god. The value of the material itself was immeasurable.
Anyone who saw it would be tempted. Let's talk about it.
Zhang Yuan tried to maintain a calm state of mind as he stared at Yang Kai. This senior came here in person this time with sincerity. It stands to reason that your identity as great demon god's successor is enough to control the entire demon land. After all, the demon land was established by great demon master many years ago. This senior also believes that as long as you are given enough time, you can grow to the same height as great demon god, a height that even this senior cannot hope to reach. As soon as this statement came out, Meng Gu and Xueqi couldn't help gulping as a trace of dread appeared in their eyes. Perceiving the hostility in their eyes, Li Rong and Han Fei secretly condensed their strength, preparing to attack at any moment.
Chapter 944.
Inside the hall, because of Zhang Yuan's words, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. As long as there was enough time, Yang Kai could grow to the same height as great demon god. These words made Meng Gu and Xueqi feel a sense of crisis. Even Master Demon Commander had admitted that such a height was beyond his reach. So what if Yang Kai was allowed to grow up? Great Demon God was able to sweep through the world and become invincible, so could this Yang Kai. At that time, he would be able to kill all living beings in this world. The two demon general couldn't help having the dangerous thought of strangling Yang Kai here, lest that day really came. "Don't be rude," Zhang Yuan shouted. "I already said that I want to be friends with Yang Shengzhu, so I will say whatever I want without concealing anything. If the two of you dare act so murderous again, this senior will cripple you first." Meng Gu and Xueqi both wore shocked expressions, never having expected that Zhang Yuan would actually reprimand them for Yang Kai. Only now did they understand that Master Demon Commander's firm attitude was not just empty words, quickly bowing their heads and admitting their mistake. Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction before turning to Yang Kai. "That being said, Yang Shengzhu, you shouldn't expect too much. Now that the demon land is in this senior's hands, it is impossible for me to hand over such a large piece of land to a mere human.
I have no idea about the demon land."
"That would be for the best." Zhang Yuan nodded and chuckled. "In fact, the safest way is for this senior to kill you and take your demon mystic tome. However, this senior knows that even if I kill you, I can't obtain the Great Demon God's inheritance. It is unique and irreplaceable. Since Great Demon God chose you, he must have his reasons. All members of the demon race are descendants of Great Demon God. So this senior only hopes that Yang Shengzhu will not treat us as enemies in the future. I swear in the name of Great Demon God that I will not harm you in the future, so please don't find trouble with me. How about it?"
Yang Kai secretly nodded.
No demon dared to casually swear an oath in the name of the Great Demon God. These 3 words held immeasurable weight in the hearts of all demons. Even the current demon sovereign was the same. Yang Kai deeply recognized Zhang Yuan's sincerity, and his expression couldn't help becoming serious as he nodded. "Good." Zhang Yuan laughed, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. Then it settled. Although Yang Shengzhu is young, his decisiveness in handling matters is very much to the senior's liking.
Dealing with people like you isn't difficult at all. You're quite straightforward too.
Then we're friends.
Zhang Yuan looked at Yang Kai with a smile. In any case, he's not an enemy. Yang Kai also smiled. "All right."
Zhang Yuan stood up. "Then that's all for today. It's time for me to leave.
If Yang Shengzhu has some free time, please come to the demon capital.
Firstly, this senior will be able to show this senior some hospitality, and secondly, this senior is very curious about the secrets left behind by the demon godmaster and would like to borrow the demon mystic tome.
I wonder if Yang Shengzhu can agree?"
"Good, I'll be there. Many thanks. In the future, if Holy Master Yang wishes to visit the demon capital, please inform us in advance. My demon land will allow you to travel freely. No one will harm you." Zhang Yuan gently nodded and immediately walked out after saying so.
"Li Rong, see these guests out," Yang Kai ordered.
Li Rong immediately acted, escorting Zhang Yuan and the 2 demon general out of the hall. A moment later, she leisurely returned and together with Han Fei stared at Yang Kai.
"Master, do you really believe Zhang Yuan's words? What do you think?" Yang Kai didn't answer directly.
Li Rong thought about it carefully and nodded. "He is indeed quite sincere, but after all, we are not familiar with him so we can't completely believe him."
"I think so too," Han Fei nodded.
"I actually think he's a good person," Yang Kai grinned, causing the 2 women to be stunned. Yang Kai wasn't a child. If Zhang Yuan could deceive him with just a few words, he wouldn't have lived to this day. Regarding Zhang Yuan's attitude and words, Yang Kai obviously had his own thoughts.
"Do you want to go to the demon capital?"
"Of course, I want to go."
Yang Kai nodded firmly.
However, it wasn't because of Zhang Yuan's invitation, but rather because he was very curious about the secrets left behind by the Great Demon God. If his guess was correct, the secrets left behind by the Great Demon God were definitely related to what the soul clone of the Great Demon God had said in that strange space. When he brought Meng Wu Ya and his little senior sister back, the Great Demon God's soul clone had also told Yang Kai that if he had time, he should go to the demon capital. Once he arrived there, he would be able to figure out everything. Yang Kai didn't care much about this, but now that Zhang Yuan had come here, his words had given him an opportunity. All of the mysterious small worlds in the world had opened because he had destroyed that place, and the soul clone of the Great Demon God had said that it was the center of the entire world.
What kind of shocking secret was hidden here? Yang Kai couldn't sleep or eat in peace until he figured it out.
While contemplating this, a group of people rushed in from outside the hall, led by Ling Tai Su, all of them rushing over to ask if the demon commander had done anything to harm him just now.
Yang Kai laughed and shook his head, repeatedly offering words of comfort. A few dozen kilometers away from High Heaven Pavilion, Zhang Yuan took Meng Gu and Xueqi and quickly flew away. The two demon general followed behind the demon commander, staring at each other, unable to understand why the demon commander didn't take advantage of this opportunity to kill this human and instead chose to make friends with him. Such a terrifying person naturally had to be destroyed as soon as possible, lest he become a threat to the entire demon land in the future. As if seeing through the doubts in their hearts, Zhang Yuan, who was flying, suddenly said, "You can't kill him, don't even think about it." Meng Gu and Xueqi trembled. Zhang Yuan continued, "Being chosen as the successor of the great demon god, how bad can that Yang Kai be? Don't just look at him as just a third-order transcendent. If he really goes all out, I estimate he'll be able to display strength comparable to a second-order saint."
Really?
Meng Gu and Xueqi exclaimed. "Why wouldn't he?" Zhang Yuan chuckled. The great demon godmaster was famous for his ability to fight enemies above his own realm. It is rumored that he was able to easily defeat enemies several minor realms above him. You two are also demon general. How could you not know this? Meng Gu and Xueqi were speechless. They were naturally aware of this information, but they didn't associate it with Yang Kai. That's just his own strength. Perhaps he has also mastered some kind of great demon god divine technique. If I can't kill him in one strike, I will only become his enemy. If he really matures in the future, my demon land will be finished. This senior cannot afford to take such a risk. Moreover, that woman from the ancient demon clan following him. This senior cannot defeat her. As long as she follows Yang Kai, no matter how big this world is, there is no one who can threaten his life. The two demon general couldn't help feeling a little dazed. Although they had personally experienced Li Rong's terrifying strength before and compared it to the demon commander, hearing Zhang Yuan admit that he couldn't win, Meng Gu and Xueqi still couldn't believe it. Then what master said today? Meng Gu hesitated. I didn't lie to him. I really wanted to make friends with him. And if you want to make friends with someone, you have to do it while they are still weak. Once they are strong, it will be too late to make friends with them. Remember this, no matter what kind of grievances you had with him before, today is the end of it. Don't have any more conflicts with him in the future. I don't want to see the relationship I worked so hard to build be destroyed by you. Meng Gu and Xueqi felt a mix of emotions in their hearts, not knowing what to say for a while, only nodding. 5 days later, under Yang Kai's command, several thousand people passed through the void corridor and headed towards Tongxian realm. After waiting for so many days, those who should have come had already arrived, those who hadn't would probably not come, so there was no need to wait any longer. What made Yang Kai feel gratified was that almost all the friends he had made were willing to follow him and entrust their lives to him. They all had complete confidence in Yang Kai. In the vicinity of the free and unfettered territory, Yang Kai, Li Rong, Han Fei, and Xueqi had arrived ahead of time and cleared out all the cultivator who had stayed nearby, leaving almost no one within a 50-kilometer radius. Xueqi looked at Yang Kai puzzledly and asked, "Holy Master, won't doing this provoke public anger? In fact, as long as we clear out a 10-kilometer radius, everything will be fine." He didn't quite understand why Yang Kai wanted to clear out a 50-kilometer radius. "You'll know soon enough." Yang Kai chuckled as he stared towards the void corridor. A group of people suddenly appeared, one after another. The first group to arrive was naturally the Yang family's direct descendants, all of them looking around curiously, as if they had arrived at a new world. When they noticed the richness of the world energy aura in this place, all of them were ecstatic, greedily inhaling the air, their faces filled with excitement. Under the guidance of Yang Kai, the first group of Yang family direct descendants flew down from the sky and found an open place to wait for the others to arrive. A beautiful figure mixed in with the Yang family direct descendants. After walking out of the void corridor, she looked around and immediately flew straight towards Yang Kai, landing in front of him with a smile. "Isn't your Qiu family the fourth group? Why have you, the patriarch, come here yourself?" Yang Kai looked at Xueqi in amazement. Xueqi stretched out her hand towards Yang Kai. "I've come to ask for a gift." "What gift? Didn't you say it yourself? You said a few days ago that when we arrived here, you would give me a big gift." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes filled with disappointment. "What's wrong? You didn't forget, did you?" "Oh, you're talking about a gift." Yang Kai seemed to wake up from a dream and patted his head. "I remember, I've already prepared one." Xueqi was suddenly overjoyed and hurriedly said,
Give it to me quickly. If I'm not satisfied, I'll teach you a lesson.
You'll definitely be satisfied.
Yang Kai smiled and patted Xueqi Meng.
What are you doing?
Xueqi Meng looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, then glanced at the place he patted and found that there was no trace of it left behind. Just now, I spent a great deal of effort to help you improve your current realm. Yang Kai looked at her seriously. Feel it carefully. Do you feel anything special? Xueqi Meng stared at him suspiciously, obviously wary of his words, but when she tried to sense them with her heart, her pretty face suddenly filled with astonishment as she muttered, "Oh,
I feel like I'm about to break through."
Quickly find a place to comprehend the mysteries of this place. The surrounding 50-kilometer radius is all safe. Yang Kai waved his hand. Xueqi Meng didn't dare delay in the slightest and quickly disappeared.
So easy to deceive. Yang Kai sighed softly.
Li Rong and Han Fei both smiled to the side. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.